flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows because she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this because she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping a one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could've been F'ing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, then you ain't heard it from me.
8 rounds of Classic Constructed, down 5 more to go until it is time for us to reach a top 8 at the first ever calling in Germany here in Hamburg. My name is HowlingMines, joined in the booth this weekend by the incredible Pro Tour Top 4 competitor, Gabe Sher. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. We had 16 different heroes yesterday, which got a lot of variety. If you're looking at the top tables now, maybe a bit less of variety, but still a lot of not major heroes to be seen today. I'm excited about the rounds we're going to see, and I think we got some real competitors up at the top.
I'm really happy about it. This event has been pretty spectacular, not just because it's the first time we are in Germany for a calling level event, but the size of this calling was pretty stellar. We've been wall to wall, and that got us an extra round on day one. So let's review how things kicked off this weekend. The calling main event itself, huge. 584 players in the main event. Gave us 8 rounds of Classic Constructed on day one. Leaves us with 5 more to play today.
Yeah, we did a cut to X2, so we've got a lot of high players who've had a lot of success on day one. Everyone who's still in the tournament is live for the top 8 of this event. It's going to be a really tight and competitive 5 rounds. Everyone playing for top 8 or for cash, and an intense top 8 down the line.
No one out of contention just yet. Let's take a look at what they're playing for on this second day of competition. $20,000 in cold hard cash. Feels like the cherry on top sometimes for the other prizes that are available.
Definitely the cash, the PTI though, very important for these players who like to be able to continue to go to all of the competitive events around the world, especially those all-important Tier 4s. The Gold Foil Legendary is always a special prize card, especially if it's your first ever. And of course, the most important one is very special. If you're able to win one of these Calling Champion Stonewall Gauntlets, there's nothing like it, I think. Gold Foil Stonewall, Gold Foil Balance, all of these Calling Champ cards are some of the most special cards available in the game.
There's no better way to say, hey, I'm better than you, which is a nice thing to say on the opposite side of the table from time to time. Calling Champion Trophy as well, of course, available. These Pro Tour invites, more important than ever, for a lot of the players in Europe, this is their final chance to qualify for the World Championships. 6 weeks away, there's only one more calling in Sydney. If you're not willing to make that trip, this might be the final time to get involved. World Tour points, 16 of them up for grabs this time around, and we know there's a lot of players still in the room today who are in desperate need of those.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of players still at the top tables as well who are fighting for that share of the points, and it's going to come down to the wire.
From one set of champions to another, of course, the Living Legend leaderboard is a point of discussion this weekend. Numerous heroes here that are on their way to a grander story. We might be playing a role in seeing Kano, maybe even Phi, leave us very soon.
Yeah, there's a couple of these heroes who stand to have the possible gain and get closer to that 1,000. We have a Kano still near the top tables. We have a couple Florians and KOs, and I think maybe one Phi left. Down the line, we've got quite a few Dorintheas left. And of course, not on this table, the favorite right now may be Verdance, but maybe she'll be on this table for the next event if she's able to take this down and continue a strong performance into World.
Now, why would you say a thing like that? I'm not sure what I'm going to do if they take my hero away from me again. It's awfully uncomfortable in here, one way or the other, but I'm sure it is even more uncomfortable for our players who are sweating out the Player of the Year race. We're coming down to the wire here. The World Championship in November will decide our first ever Player of the Year. We've been in 120 destinations this year with $1.5 million in prize money.
A very important race. It's as a player, from the player perspective, it's been exciting to watch, but also exciting to take part in. If you get one of those early leads at the start of the year, it's almost an incentive to play through all of the callings in your region for the rest of the year. Of course, it's both a worldwide competition. You want to be the grand champion, but in each region, Europe, North, or the Americas, and Asia Pacific, there's a lot to fight for in the top 3 positions in each region as well.
First, second, and third will receive their hefty chunk of change from each region, with the overall Player of the Year taking away $25,000. If you happen to be a regional winner, $15,000 will be making its way to you. Silver medal gets you 10K, bronze medal gets you 5. It's life-changing money all around, really.
Absolutely, and it's just, you know, a cherry on the top at the end of the year. If you're at the top, that means you've probably made some of this money throughout the prize money throughout the year, and now this is a little bit of an extra reward for your commitment to the game and the competition throughout the year. Let's maybe take a look at who's actually standing to gain some of this money.
Absolutely. So we'll have the World Tour points breakdown for you first of all. Battle Hardens, of course, fantastic national championships and callings, 16 points apiece. Pro Tours, we're out of those, unfortunately, but that World Championship is going to be the date to watch in November. 32 points up for grabs, and you're going to see exactly why that number is so important.
Yeah, we have Brody here at the top. He looks like he's clear of his competition in the Americas, but we'll see on a later leaderboard that he's not clear necessarily of the whole worldwide competition for first place. But those 32 can shake up the rest of this board. Michael Hamilton, Michael Fang, even Jimmy down in fourth place. These players are competing for that podium, second spot and third spot in the Americas, and the World Championship is the place to settle this debate.
Over in Europe, we will see the chasing pack. Jacob Clements has been the man of the moment over the last few weeks, managing to secure multiple calling finals, multiple top fours, just impressive finishes across the board, across the globe, and as a result is within just 14 points of our leader, Brody Spurlock. Both these players still in competition here this weekend. We could see a calling win flip that on its head right now, but at the very least, we're going to be seeing a World Championship where a winner will be found.
Coming down to the wire at the World Championship, exactly the way this system was intended. It'll be an exciting watch. Of course, the points matter a lot for everyone else on this board. We see 4 points or 3 points separating those third, fourth, fifth, and sixth spot. Only the third place will get the $5,000 prize, so all important remaining couple of events for all of these players who are represented here in the building today, and of course will probably be at Worlds as well.
Everything is up in the air in the Asia-Pacific region. If you haven't seen the wider leaderboard, let me tell you, the top 23 competitors on this board could still win the region by taking down the World Championship.
And some big names on this board. Justin with several calling wins and calling top 8s throughout the year. Nick Butcher, a very big name, a very successful player in the history of the game. Chirulescu, a Pro Tour champion very recently, and hoping to continue that streak down at World Championships, of course. And down the line, there's so many names to shout out on this list.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at everything. All smushed together one final time. Brody Spurlock, Jacob Clements, Michael Hamilton currently securing those top 3 spots, but there are so many players that are on this list that are not known for finishing second. Going to see one heck of a race by the time we get to Philadelphia in November.
Keep your eyes peeled for it. I think it's almost the most exciting thing to watch as we go down to the wire in those last rounds of the World Championship.
I definitely know there's been more talk than ever before about this leaderboard as players make their way into day 2 of competition here in Hamburg. You can tell that's what matters. Prize money is great, PTIs are great, all the glory is great, but winning the first ever Player of the Year race in the World Tour means everything to some of these names.
Nobody else will ever be able to say that other than the person who takes it down this year, whether it be Brody, Jacob, or someone who sneaks from behind.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing who manages to come out on top of this race. If you want to come and join us for the final set of events on the road to Philadelphia, well, you've missed Sonoma. That happened yesterday. But I hear there was a Arachne Huntsman in the finals of that event, so might be worth asking some questions about exactly how that happened.
Unfortunately, came second, not able to secure the win, but big shout out to Taylor Morrow on that hero. I know he's been a long timer on that hero, and I've talked a lot with him about it. I love that deck, and I love that guy, so congratulations to him on second place. And of course, Majin Bey winning that event on Verdance, I believe, after all.
It's a whole lot easier to win events when you've got plot armor, and Margin definitely has his fair share of plot armor. We'll make our way into the Living Legend format in the following weeks. Houston, Baltimore, Sydney, all going to be featuring the big new factor of the World Championship this year. Eternal format at its finest, and we're going to see exactly what that World Championship is going to be all about.
Yeah, these 3 Battle Hardens are going to be very big to set the tone for the Living Legend rounds at the World Championships. That's 6 rounds during the Swiss, but also, importantly, every match during the top 8 because of that best-of-3 format. So these LL competitions, and including the one that's going on today in this room, are going to be very important to pay attention to.
Classic Constructed calling there in Sydney will also be broadcast live. Got some phenomenal hosts coming at you there. Tacoma, Battle Harden will be constructed. Rochester, same deal. The event in Edinburgh already sold out over in Scotland. People are very excited to get their hands on Classic Constructed as we make our way into the World Championship.
And then, of course, the week after Edinburgh, it'll have set the scene for Philadelphia. All of the players, all of the World Championship players, a whole bunch of players there for the calling as well. The most important Flesh and Blood weekend of the year. Week of the year. It's going to be a very exciting time, and we'll talk about it throughout the day and throughout the next month, I believe, but couldn't be more excited for this event.
If you want to come and join us after the World Championship, no need to fear. There will be an event near you. Las Vegas, where they constructed Battle Harden there. Valencia, going to be very special. The first of those Silver Age Battle Harden events. Going to give you early access to that format before anyone else in the world.
Of course, also that weekend, a Classic Constructed calling in Valencia that you and I will be casting from the booth. Very exciting.
We will. Oh, no.
And then 1 week later, if you're in the Asia-Pacific region, there will be another Battle Hardened in the Classic Constructed format available as well.
Plenty of events to look forward to here, rounding out the year of Flesh and Blood. Last of all, Singapore, but last and by no means least, the World Championship in Philadelphia. Going to be a very special event. I can't wait to see you there. I can't wait to judge every game you play on camera. It's the best part of my weekend.
I can't wait to make you. I'll have to play well enough to have you be able to cast me, but there's no more motivation for me than to get you to cast one of my rounds.
I look forward to it. Should be fun. So we maybe can't talk about Living Legend necessarily in that capacity, but based on what we saw yesterday, are you leaning in any direction for Classic Constructed for the World Championship currently?
So, well, I haven't played Verdance since around about release. There haven't put any time into the recent versions of the list. It's definitely something I'm going to have to put time into in the next week or two, make sure that I know that deck in case it doesn't get hit in the final banned and restricted announcement and it remains the best deck in the room. Definitely something I'm going to have to understand more. Other than that, I talked about Kassai yesterday. I still think that's a respectable pick if you can figure out a way to get an edge in that Verdance matchup. I don't know, though. Maybe I have to look into Gravy Bones or Cindra and find something else that's not usually in my wheelhouse, but might be the best deck to pick.
Well, how about we look through some of the data to try and inform your choice for that event, shall we? Let's take a look at the day one metagame once more. This one was a pretty impressive showcase. Cindra, the most played deck. Verdance, Florian, Gravy, and KO in quick succession behind, but a huge menagerie of options selected by our players this weekend.
Yeah, an almost endless list if you look down at the bottom two rows, where those are still respectable numbers with 8 Puffin, 8 Riptide, 7 Katsu, and Marlin. Those heroes are showing up in numbers, and you have to respect the ability to play against some of these heroes when you show up to a tournament like this. But it's those middle two rows that I think catch my eye the most. We've seen some of these Dorintheas and Vynnsets performing throughout the weekend. We saw Kano and Levia win on stream. Those heroes performing as well. A lot of Dash IOs left near the top, several Axilleas left near the top. These heroes that are maybe like specialist heroes and represented a little bit but not the most in the format have been very important for the way that this tournament has shaken out so far.
Worth remembering, we did see 16 different heroes in the feature match yesterday. And that was not by choice. That's just people performing at the top level with incredible results across those heroes. And we got to see a showcase of what they were all about. So let's see how they converted in full, shall we, as we make our way into the day 2 metagame. The talk of the town right now, it's Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. An impressive 33%, 21 players in the room joining along for the ride. Cindra, middle of the pack, still a decent showing. Impressive aggro deck, still in contention, and the second most played deck in this day of competition. Gravy Bones, Axilleo, Dash IO, all round somewhere between the 20% kind of ranges of conversion. Impressive numbers. But I do have to talk about Florian for a moment there. 4 copies making day 2, just 7%. I'm afraid more people named Florian made day 2 than copies of the hero themselves.
That's an unfortunate showing for the Earth hero, but I think some of it might come down to the fact that he was almost equally represented as Verdance, and that Earth-on-Earth matchup tends to go the Wizards' way. And so Florian might have lost out a couple points there, as well as Cindra not being a very favored matchup, and that was the most represented deck. You have to give it to Cindra. Usually the most represented deck will get a bit of a hit to their conversion rate, so that 12% probably a bit of an underrate of how good that deck can be and hero can be. I'm paying attention to the Axilleo and Kano here. These other wizards are also very respectable and very important elements of this format. And I didn't mention him earlier, but I think Axilleo might be on my table for the World Championships.
Yeah, got to look at the 2 copies of Jarl that made it through as well there. Very impressed to see that. And then some interesting one-off specialist picks making their way into the room. We have 1 copy of Pleiades in the hand of George Roger, who we saw on the feature match yesterday. Still live and 6-2 for the competition today. 1 copy of RKO, another brand new hero from Super Slam, putting up a fight this weekend. And of course, a single copy of Puffin Hightail that we saw putting on quite the display in our feature match area yesterday as well.
Absolutely. Some of these heroes that maybe people are sleeping on a little bit. I mean, even up in the 3 copies represented bracket, the Victor and Prism that haven't heard a lot of talk in this format, but those numbers are still very respectable based on their representation this weekend. People showing us these heroes are not dead. There's a lot of ways to make day 2 if you put the time into your hero.
80 players remain and a wide spread of heroes available in order to see who's going to become our champion. Let's take a closer look at the current standings and see where each of those records currently fall. Our first feature match of the day will be our 2 remaining undefeated players. Walter Heidtmann at 8-0 against Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehet, rocking Verdance, Thorn of the Rose.
a hero that he understands very well. He's been rocking this hero for quite a while, and I think was one of the first heroes to put players to put it on the map and make a showing and say this hero is legitimate. This is one of the strongest raw power decks in the format. Of course, down the line we see why. That's also represented by Jacob Clements, one of those World Player of the Year chasers in 4th place, and also Juan Chasson in 3rd place as well.
Warre Sevens also joining us in 6th place, and I still can't get on board with that. It's just not okay with me somehow. But spectacular in our feature match area at the end of the day yesterday. Put on a great showing with Dash.io into Michael Fang on Gravy Bones. I want to talk about number 8 here for just a moment. We haven't alluded to Nico Sony all too much this weekend, but they are a name to watch and they are a list to watch. Axilleas, a deck that is performing, but Nico Sony isn't playing Axilleas. Oh no, there's some Storm Striders involved, there's a Crucible of Aetherweave involved, and there's a whole lot of Voltic Bolts over there as well.
An interesting take on Axilleas that maybe if we're going to be able to get it on camera would be lovely, or if he's able to make to top 8, that would be really exciting, but otherwise you'll be able to see his deck list at the end of the weekend. He's been cooking and it's been working for him.
I'm really excited for this one. I'm really hoping we can see it at some point. Gianluigi Leah on Dorinthea also putting up a fantastic showing, very well known for playing that hero, and of course Axilleas joining us in 10th there as well. Let's go a little bit further down. We did see Florian Van Brakel on our feature match area yesterday. They are, of course, the puffin of the hour, putting up a pretty impressive showing with that deck so far. Alex Kitsu in 13th, similar story, World Tour leaderboard implications there. Brody Spurlock, 7-1. Francesco Giorgio, 7-1. These are all names you need to be watching as we make our way into the tail end of this race.
Yeah, there's a bunch of names, a bunch of different heroes here, but a bunch of names who are calling top 8 players on this table here, and you know, this is a top 20, a top 17 if you're looking at just the 7-1 to be reckoned with. There's no slouches in this bracket, and if you're playing up there, you have to take these 5 rounds very seriously in order to guarantee your ticket to the top 8.
Something I do want to mention here, we talked about Cindra's conversion rate a little bit, but it is kind of impressive how many copies of Cindra are in this very top echelon of the bracket. 7-1, 8-0, at least 4 copies. I might even have missed one along the way. That's a good sign. It means if you are an expert on this deck, you're finding those small edges, there's still advantages to be gained.
I think there's also a similar number of Verdances, which tells me maybe that these are the 2 top decks where we have them not only performing well in terms of conversion rate and representation, but in this 7-1 plus bracket, which is the way to look at day 1 for the absolute top performers. Definitely those 2 heroes are standing out.
Rounding out our page here, Joris Verhelst on Kano and Rock Havlas fighting the good fight on Florian there at 6-2. Still in contention and still could win this event with a little bit of luck. Now, Gabe, I seem to recall you being rather serious about some aspect of our broadcast yesterday. You said the most important competition of the weekend, which I found quite offensive for everybody else out there on the floor, to be entirely honest, was our caster picks in the booth. Now, I know you've spoken to a few of your caster picks since yesterday. Are you still feeling that's the most important part of our weekend, perchance?
I'm definitely feeling like it's the most important part of the weekend. Do I feel like I've shown up and taken it as seriously as I should have, something so important? I'm regretting some decisions, I have to say.
Embarrassing. Gabe, walk me through how you ended up here.
I picked 5 incredible players, and to their credit, they played their hearts out throughout the day. It just didn't break their way this time. Kassai, of course, there in the middle on Marionette, ending just shy of making day 2 at 5-3. Viet Pham on the bottom on Florian. He started 4-0 and then had one of those wrecker runs that you never want to see at the end of your day to go 4-4. Sander and Enki deciding to drop before playing out the day. I do have one remaining bastion of hope, and if you're going to bet your money on anyone, it's going to be Pablo Pintor, and he seems to be on what is shaping up to be the best deck of the room. So my money's still on Pablo.
Sounds good to me. Still in contention. Pablo Pintor, one heck of a player, and I certainly wouldn't bet against them. Let's see if I manage to fare any better with my... Oh, no. Well... That's better, statistically. I've got 2 horses that are still in this race. George Roger, our Pleiades diehard, managed to put up a great showing in the feature match area yesterday. Still running, still fatiguing people at 6-2. Thomas Preyer still running on Dash.io as well. We've kind of seen an impressive showing from that deck this weekend. Thomas is one of the best players of this deck on the planet, in my opinion. Glad to see them finding success this weekend throughout all of the Earth heroes around them. Sebastian Grondel, bit of a rough day at the office. I understand the deck didn't cooperate as you might hope one way or the other. And Jason Rolfe told me he was trying to go back-to-back on calling top 8s with Jarl, and also may have regretted that choice. So maybe not the best pick there. Erica Forslev having a bit of an awkward day at the office as well with Cindra. We're batting slightly below average, but 2 horses in the race, I'm just going to check the math, better than 1.
Yeah, but when your one's Pablo Pintor,
Are you saying that Thomas Preyer and George Roger aren't equally powerful players?
They're wonderful players, but they're not the GOAT.
I understand how it is. Let's see how Ethan managed to do. Are you still in the competition, Ethan?
Well, Scott, you got 2. Gabe, you got 1. How about 0? Let's go, 0. But, you know, I talked to all these players, and it was actually kind of crazy. They all went 8-0, but decided to drop. It was just a concerted effort. They wanted to make me look bad. I blame them wholly, not my own picks. So, yeah, not my fault. Not my fault, guys.
You know, they tell me I'm supposed to trust the producer on these broadcasts. They'll take care. I don't know. Something feels fishy about that statement.
Well, 15 players we picked at the start of the weekend. There's 3 left still remaining in the event. Maybe, hopefully, all 3 can make top 8. It's going to be a rough battle. You have to go 5-0 from the 6-2 position to be able to make top 8 this weekend. But I think some of them can do it. I
think so. If there's anyone that can, it's going to be players of that kind of caliber. So follow along. Make sure we're enjoying their journeys over the course of the day. For now, we're going to be enjoying our first game of the day. So let's get ourselves down into the feature match area to see our final 2 undefeated players battling to become one. It is Walter Heidtmann on Cindra, Drakaev Retribution, against Arthur Trehet on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. Walter here, pretty interesting run on the way up. Good menagerie of heroes.
Yeah, I think this is a good reflection of the meta. We've got some of that variety. You even have that Verdance in round 8, being able to beat Jacob Clements, one of the best players on the hero. This represents the fact that this deck is real and this player is real. He knows all of these different matchups, whether they're good or bad. He's still able to get there.
Taking over win over Jacob Clements at the end of the day there. Impressive stuff. Arthur Trehet on the other side of the bracket met Riptide in the first round of the day. Impressive stuff. Happy to see them managing to do exactly that. But a similar spread of heroes here. Florian, Kassai, Verdance, Dorinthea. Just no status quo on all of the first day of competition.
Yeah, these guys have been playing the meta, so to speak, and they've been playing, you know, some good matchups, but there were definitely some bad matchups there. Arthur having taken down a Cindra, Walter having taken down a Kassai, etc. So these players have gone through the ringer to be able to make it here at 8-0 after day 1.
Let's talk about a few of the standout factors of this board straight away. Vynnset front and center going to play an impressive part of this matchup, preventing arcane damage incidentally as the game continues. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, the choice here for Walter. Walk me through the thought process on playing this card into Verdance.
So people are back and forth on this, especially in this matchup. Generally speaking, the Pouncing Lynx is a card that you bring in when you don't think that the Mask of Momentum is going to get any triggers, and when you think that they're not going to have to play a different style by having to turn off Mask anyways. So in this case, he expects Arthur to be taking a little bit of a defensive slant on that Verdance deck, maybe blocking with 2 or 3 cards a turn and throwing 1 or 2 cards a turn instead. So Mask of Pouncing Lynx will help him push over the top about 6 or 7 damage on one of those very key turns late in the game when he's trying to push through that life total of 40 plus a bunch of life gain that Arthur has available to him. It's going to play a role. I think we're going to be paying attention to turns where maybe this is the Lynx, and it's going to be a little bit telegraphed from the start if Arthur's taking damage or if Arthur's gotten low.
Kunai coming in for 2 here as this turn continues. Impressive stuff. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first turn of the game. And it looks like Walter Heidtmann happened to pass priority. Arthur Trehet took that opportunity to play a copy of Everbloom Life as an instant, and Walter used that opportunity to open the floodgates and just start sending damage.
I think that's the thing. I mean, we saw this on stream with Cindra Levia game, I believe it was, yesterday, where we witnessed 2 non-blocks for the Levia lead to 15 damage dealt through. So once, as the Cindra player, you see that your opponent has a couple fewer cards to be able to defend with, in this case, Arthur bringing himself down to just 3 cards by playing out that life, now you get the signal, I can go ahead and I can try to push through some damage. In this case, you're not going to get a huge number like 15 thanks to the lack of Mask of Momentum, but you're still going to be able to push a fair amount.
Interesting spot here. 2 prevention floating from the Shuttle from the Storm. Walter Heidtmann decides it is better off to send Rising Resentment into their dagger here and kind of brute force through it, as opposed to parking that additional starter in the arsenal.
I think this is good on account of the headpiece that he has. If you have Mask of Momentum, maybe you want to keep that card in Arsenal and make sure that with your 5-card hand, you can try to get a Mask trigger to make a 6-card hand on the following turn. Because he's got Lynx, you're playing this game of I'm just trying to get all of the chip damage and all the breakpoint damage I can get until I can kill you with one of those big over-the-top turns with my Pouncing Lynx on my headpiece. So in this case, Arthur going pants down, so to speak, only having the prevention from Shelter, and Walter deciding I will take the opportunity to deal 2 or 3 damage chip through.
And we will see that be the case here as the Vynnset makes its way onto the combat chain as well. No doubt a Flick Knives activation to follow here. Flicking away that kunai will be rebought by Cindra.
Yeah, and importantly, the Claw of Vynnset, it does go away if you take arcane damage, but it doesn't go away if you attack with it here. So this is a free way to attack, and it's not like he's going to go into his first quote-unquote real turn, the real tempo turns, once both players are not drawing up at the end of every turn with 2 daggers still.
We'll make our way to the first turn for Arthur Trehet, holding their cards very dauntingly above the table. It's Mental Block, Fruits of the Forest, Rootbound Carapace, and a copy of Felling of the Crown. Felling a pretty important one in this matchup, but not exactly your first preferred Decompose.
I mean, it's still fine to throw it for 4 and a Decompose, especially against a Cindra where you slow your opponent down. But unfortunately for him in this spot, he's not able to. With those 2 Shelter from the Storms on turn 0, which are also not cards you want on turn 0. You want those 4 blocks in the middle of the game. They're gone, and they are they're non-actions in your graveyard, which means that they can't be the third card for the Decompose.
Arthur here debating if Fruits of the Forest is the way to put that puzzle together, and if this Felling of the Crown is worth sending as the first action in the game, or maybe they would prefer to find a way to make the most of Rootbound Carapace first of all. A surprisingly difficult decision by the looks of things.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors of things you want, and he can't keep them all. So you make the puzzle clear that if he chooses to discard the fruits, gain a couple points of life, and then pitch the Mental Block to play the Felling, he's going to lose access to that Rootbound Carapace, which is equally fast at getting him online with his Decompose as the Felling. It's less disruptive, but it is defensive, which is what you want to be against Cindra anyways. So Arthur, with a bit of an awkward hand, he's going to have to find a way to navigate through it.
Looks like Arthur here thumbing this Fruits of the Forest. I wonder if they're debating throwing this as an attack instead of discarding it, holding on to those powerful Decompose cards, and it is going to be Fruits of the Forest sent on offense here. This blue copy not ideal, and Walter pretty happy to immediately take 5.
I mean, I think this is fine for Arthur. He does have to chip a little bit of damage, and this is the turn where you're going to get that for free, basically, by having 4 cards. This keeps both the Rootbound Carapace and the Felling of the Crown available to him. Both of those cards are key to the sort of plan you want to be enacting as the Verdance against the Cindra.
Pretty miserable set of cards to be found alongside that Felling of the Crown, though. Cadaverous Tilling, Light Up the Leaves, and Pulsing Aether means we're on a big old pile of red cards, and so if Arthur Trehet would like to throw that Felling of the Crown, we're going to have to let a decent amount of damage sneak on through here.
It's definitely a defense signal for Arthur, and I think it's not the worst case because of the fact that he's got that Rootbound in Arsenal. So he can use this first Decompose he's set up with that Fruits of the Forest on the Rootbound, block with those other Earth cards, set the Felling into Arsenal, and get a second Decompose 1 more turn later. Kind of fortunate that all of the red cards here actually align as Earth cards, so he's going to be fueling that graveyard for this early attempt at getting online with the Rootbound and the Felling coming 1 turn, maybe 1 turn later.
Going to see that Kunai of Retribution flicked away to keep things spinning. Ravenous Rabble, the follow-up attack here, will be coming in for 4. Lay Out the Leaves blocking out this Display Loyalty with 4 more points coming in. Hot on the heels, the card on the top of the deck.
Arthur is able to simplify his blocking decisions in this matchup a little bit because of the fact that it's Pouncing Lynx. He does have to just be aware that the Pouncing Lynx can be popped on any turn where he's taken a couple points of damage and maybe search out that Salt the Wound. And if he takes 1 on every breakpoint, that Salt the Wound will be very big and very potent. But he is able to block sort of for life gain instead of thinking about the Mask of Momentum like he would be otherwise.
Going to see that Rootbound Carapace coming out of the arsenal here to soak up the 4 from our Ravenous Rabble. Will indeed decompose the only 3 valid cards in the graveyard right now, but they are all thankfully Earth cards. It's pretty profitable. Gets you closer to being online much faster if you can decompose in chunks of 3.
Yeah, with all of the Earth cards available to him in this hand that he's going to be blocking with, he's definitely going to be 3 decompose online this game, but he does have to take some damage early to get there.
Art of the Dragon Fire is the follow-up. Fealty token is cashed in to enable this one. Makes it draconic, deals 2 extra damage, and we will see 5 block committed pretty quickly here from Arthur, looking to park that Felling of the Crown for the following turn.
The hand did one thing, and it actually quite well aligned with the offense that was presented from Walter, where he went 3-4-5, and Arthur was able to block 3-4-5. So only taking the quote-unquote special damage from Art of Dragon Fire, as well as the damage from that initial dagger and the flick.
Going to see that Felling of the Crown make its way into the arsenal pretty quickly, and we'll be back over to Walter Heidtmann here, who finds themselves with Ronin Renegade to kick things off. Couple options in hand. We know about that hole in their heels from the Ravenous Rabble. Blood Runs Deep and Throw Dagger as the other cards joining the party.
Definitely one of those turns where Walter might be able to trick some damage through. He's going to have quite a few head jabs and quite a few go-again attacks, and of course that Blood Runs Deep is going to get some guaranteed damage just to make sure that Arthur can't defend against everything. Seeing 2 of those shelters hit the graveyard really early sort of helps when you get cards like this. It means, yeah, I know that these cards are going to deal some damage, and I know that that 40 will slowly trickle down towards the 0.
Ring of Roses deployed on defense here. More Earth going into the decomposition pile. We'll see Claw of Vynnset here as the follow-up. Taking 1 here. Arthur falling all the way down to 32 here. The Claw flicked away there, I should say. And so that 1 true damage coming through. That Claw, of course, capable of being rebought if you're interested in activating Cindra at the end of this turn. For now, on their heels will be the play. 3 more damage coming in, threatening a small bonus.
Yeah, Ring of Roses can be a very important card for the Verdance, but in this case, he's recognized, especially with the Pouncing Lynx on the other side, that he just needs to play a defensive slant for this game. And so the Ring of Roses, to get value out of it, you have to A, put it out, and then B, try to maximize your arcane damage. And this is not going to be the way that Arthur's going to be playing the game. Cards like Felling of the Crown and Plow Under are going to be the most important cards in this matchup for him, and so the arcane is just not going to be prioritized the way that it might otherwise be.
Blood runs deep. The follow-up here will flick away the remaining kunai for another point of true damage. 31, the life total now for Arthur Trehet. 2 points of physical damage coming in alongside it. And we'll see a Cindra activation here to grab both those daggers back. 3 Draconic Chain Links making that nice and free before this throw dagger will again grab Claw of Vynnset and chuck it directly at Arthur Trehet's face.
Yeah, Walter leaning on these cards that do damage that Arthur can't really interact with. Again, it's a game of death by 1,000 cuts, or I guess you should say 45-ish cuts, and that's exactly how he's been approaching it so far. And the draws have been favorable, but he's going to see quite a bit of his deck throughout this game, given how much Arthur's going to block. So these draws are going to come up at some point anyways.
Very heads-up play here for Volta. Does throw this Blaze Headlong that was drawn, and we see the Plow Under blocked. Of course, Volta doesn't know the contents of Arthur's arsenal. Plow Under always a concern if you park that Blaze Headlong for a future turn. Instead, maximizing damage, forcing on through, and earning that Plow Under on defense instead.
Arthur losing some life early, definitely getting hit quite a bit in these first couple turns. This Felling of the Crown will help him in that regard. He's going to be swinging Felling for 8, so that's going to hopefully even the life totals in the first place, maybe close to even. But also it'll take 1 card away from Walter, meaning that this turn from Walter on the clapback will not be as difficult to defend for Arthur. So Arthur will maybe be able to take a little bit less damage and hopefully draw something else that's disruptive again, like another Felling or a Plow or some other card available to him.
3 other Earth cards into the Banish Zone here means Arthur Trehet is up to 6 and 1 decomposition away from being active and online. For now, Felling of the Crown will force Volta to put a card from their hand on the bottom of the deck. Seems like they are reaching for the blue in this case. We see Blaze Headlong, Snatch, and Ancestral Empowerment alongside a copy of Throw Dagger. Seems to be debating between the Blaze Headlong and the Potent Little Blue.
Yeah, I think the cards you said are not necessarily comboing cards. That Ancestral Empowerment, that Snatch, that Throw Dagger, these are all powerful cards, but they don't really work very well together. And so Walter taking the signal of, since I'm losing a card anyways, I'm not going to be chipping a lot of damage on this turn. Maybe I just maximize my life, arsenal one of those cards, and try to set up a 5-card hand.
6 block declared there with the Throw Dagger and the Ancestral Empowerment, and we will make our way back over to Walter, who will decide the Snatch is better placed on the combat chain. 4 points of damage, threatening a draw should Arthur choose to disrespect it.
This is a form of arsenaling a card. You make your opponent basically give you a card or 2 cards in order to be able to stop you from getting the free draw card here, which replaces itself in this deck. That's basically a 0-card 4 at that point. And every card is worth 4 in Cindra in theory. Unfortunate that Arthur drew this, it looks like a red root bound, which means he is going to be able to 1-card block this and not actually buy one of the equipment pieces that Walter might have been hoping for to be able to buy from Arthur.
Rest of Arthur's hand here looking particularly juicy as well. Copy of Scour, Blue Autumn's Touch, and a red Cadaverous Tilling. So going to have plenty of options for keeping that pressure online. Looks like we might be deciding to hold on to that Rootbound Carapace here and make better use of our other Earth cards alongside our equipment.
I don't know what's underneath the Felling of the Crown, whether a Decompose was available to Arthur. Maybe he wanted to make sure that he can both decompose with the Rootbound and decompose with the Cadaverous Tilling, and then he's forced to not block with the Rootbound this turn. He's going to hold on to it in Arsenal so he can get that 4 block in the future and still make sure that the Cadaverous Tilling is 8 instead of 6 with the Decompose effect. He does have access to the armor, so he could be bought, and Walter might be a little bit happy with that, but Arthur probably knowing that he's getting the extra points of value out of the exchange as well.
It's like Arthur here debating that decision as to whether or not Rootbound Carapace or Autumn's Touch is the better choice. Does decide against the latter, leaning towards that Rootbound Carapace instead here. Going to save that Stonewall Gauntlet. Card that could definitely have some potency in this matchup in the face of Spreading Flames and a few other tools. Keeping it around for later, definitely not a bad choice.
There are spots, yeah, where that can be worth more than just the 1 block because Cindra isn't very happy to break chains usually. So even a Fire Tenet to lead into anything for 4 means that Stonewall Gauntlet will be blocking more than just the 1+1 from its own effect on 1 chain link. Arthur prioritizing keeping that equipment around for a later moment, and he's just going to throw some amount of damage right now. I don't know if it's 6 or 8. Oh, it looks like it will be 8.
Just enough earth involved after that big blocking turn in the mid-game to fuel Cadaverous Tilling. 8 points of damage coming across here, and now Verdance Storm of the Rose more than happily online at this stage. And we will no doubt see some incidental pings as life gain begins. For now, 8 physical damage is the name of the game. Walter Heidtmann staring down a hand of Throw Dagger, multiple Rolling Renegades, and an Oath of Loyalty.
Arthur also arsenaling or angling to arsenal an OK card in this matchup where you've got this Scour. You can scour your opponent when they have several fealties available, and it basically just kills the fealties. Of course, Walter can choose to pop those fealties in response, and then the Scour doesn't have any valid targets. It fizzles, but from Arthur's perspective, it's not about dealing the 2 or 3 points of damage. It's about making sure you don't have any of those fealties, so I don't die from 2 with an Art of Dragon Flame, or I make your dagger buyback very awkward on turns where you might draw stuff like Ravenous Rabble.
Oath of Loyalty, the first play of the turn here. 4 points of go again damage. Draconic Locking, Walter Heidtmann for the rest of the turn. We see a Felling of the Crown in hand alongside a Sink below. Light Up the Leaves and a copy of Scour here for Arthur Trehet. So hopefully going to set themselves up nicely to fire off another Felling of the Crown. But those defense reactions starting to stack up a little bit, making that Decompose a little bit awkward.
Yeah, definitely running out of them as well. I think we've seen 2 Shelters, 2 Rootbound, and now a Sink. So there will become a time in this game where Arthur can no longer cleanly 4 block on 1 card. Arthur has options. The Decompose is not online right now. So the Felling of the Crown looking a little bit less exciting. Also, the prospect of losing all of these 6 power arcane cards is not always the most exciting from Arthur. You do kind of, I won't say need, but definitely prioritize making sure 1 or 2 is still available for late in the game so that your opponent can get down to that juicy 9 or 10 life total and you can guaranteed kill them through no matter what they happen to draw. So Arthur evaluating the density of those available in his deck probably also while he looks at this card as a potential blocking card.
We will see the Sink below committed on defense here as Arthur Trehet debates whether any of these cards would be better off on the bottom of their deck. Decides not to Sink in this case. We'll see Flick Knives activated. Kunai coming across for a 3 point of damage. Arthur Trehet making their way to 26 for now. 2 Ronin Renegades remain. One of them will join the combat chain here as the following attack.
I wonder whether Walter will choose to arsenal the other one or not. It might be something that you respond to the way that Arthur blocks this. If he's taking this damage, then you do, and if he's not taking this damage, then you don't.
Crown of Providence reached for here. That Scour going to go on the bottom. Find a fresh card that can hopefully be a little more appealing. It's a second copy of Light Up the Leaves. That's going to be all 3 that have been found by Arthur now here. And we will see Walter commit that final Ronin Renegade in the face of Crown of Providence. Smelling that, in fact, Arthur may want to keep a hand. Instead, additional Earth Fuel going to be going in front of this here to make the most of the hand.
Actually quite a decent draw here, where he's now able to block with one of the Light Up the Leaves, still have a turn, and arsenal that Felling of the Crown on the back end of that on his following turn. So Light Up the Leaves is a good 2-card play because you know that you're getting that 6, well in this case 5 damage through to your opponent thanks to the Spell Void 1. So Arthur able to throw that 6, make sure that next turn that Felling will be online, it chips his opponent down and gets him closer to that very important kill range.
The Leaves are alight, and Claw of Vinserikai will, well, dampen it just a smidge. 1 less point damage of coming through there for Walter, falling to 23 in the face of this powerful new arcane spell from Super Slam. And as you previously alluded to, that Felling of the Crown likely going to be parked in the pocket for a future turn. Both players just confirming life totals there, making sure things are where they're supposed to be.
That Claw of Vynnset was a big buff to this matchup for Cindra. It's definitely something that gives him effectively more effective HP, as we call it. So Claw of Vynnset, if you spell Void maybe 3 or 4 times during the game, means you're starting on 44, which gives you more buffer to be able to just chip down your Verdance opponent. Also importantly, it makes that all-important kill range at the end of the game a little bit higher, so that your opponent has to factor that in and kill you from a number like 10 instead of a number like 9.
4 cards to work with here for Walter Heidtmann. We're going to see Ravenous Rabble as the first play here. Does reveal a red, 4 damage coming across. Another Rabble in hand here, alongside Display Loyalty and a copy of Tenacity.
Walter probably having a decision of whether that Tenacity gets pitched away to a Kunai in order to enable it being the search off of Mask of Pouncing Links later on in the game, or whether he wants to prioritize actually just playing it here. And definitely with it being specifically Tenacity, you do that responsively to the way that Arthur ends up blocking you.
Arthur here going to deliberate over their own hand. We see more big Arcane in the hand. Burn Bear alongside Autumn's Touch, Pulsing Aether, and another copy of Sink Below.
I think this is 6 spell number 4. If I'm counting correctly, I think we've seen all of the Light Up the Leaves, and this is the first Burn Bear that we've seen. So definitely Arthur getting to the point where he can afford to block with this, but the next or the next one that he sees are going to be very important pieces of the puzzle that he's going to want to park into Arsenal instead of lose to defense.
Debating the Sink here on this Sink Below. Bit of a difficult spot. Don't want to block with that Burn Bear, but if you pop it on the bottom, as we see Arthur doing right now, there's a good chance you just don't get back to it by the time this game ends. It will be Plow Under that replaces it here. A card that may have implications on how this turn plays out, but it seems Walter pretty happy to just continue this simplistic, small, incidental damage style of play, and most importantly, kind of play around that powerful Earth Majestic.
I enjoy the Tenacity being pitched here. It's got dual purpose. One of them is it gets some tricky death by 45 cuts damage in by helping you attack for 1, which Arthur really doesn't want to block. Also, it will end up paying to, or might end up paying to help you buy back with Cindra at the end of this turn, given that you started with a non-Draconic Chainlink in Ravenous Rabble. Of course, here it enables Display Loyalty by being a Draconic Chainlink. I think the most important factor is you get it back in deck. You want that Lynx to be an option for you later, and you don't want it to only have to be that Salt the Wound that we saw pitched very early. So if you have both the Tenacity and the Salt the Wound available, then what that Max of Pouncing Links becomes is no matter whether my opponent has said this is the turn I'm taking a lot, or this is the turn I'm blocking a lot, but I'm letting you hit once for 4, just coming in for 1 damage, you can go search up with Mask of Pouncing Links for a card that deals quite a bit of damage. It's actually kind of comfortable for Walter knowing that the Tenacity and the Salt the Wound are both at the bottom of the deck, meaning he's not going to draw 1 and brick up the turn where he wants to activate the Pouncing Links. Instead, when he triggers Links, they'll both be in the deck and both be targets for the search.
Plow Under here, committed to defense by Arthur Trehet. Does believe it's very likely that Walter will not have an Arsenal. However, seeing this does cause a decision point. This is the second Plow Under used on defense here. Might change Walter's decision about how wide they want to go.
This is both Plow Unders used on defense when Arthur had a Felling of the Crown in Arsenal. So it's sort of an unfortunate timing for Arthur where you can't prioritize the Plow because the Felling will get rid of the Plow. You can't hold the Plow to Arsenal it because the Felling will get rid of the Plow. There's a unfortunate-ish draws for the disruption here. Plow wouldn't have been that relevant in this game because of the lack of Arsenal basically on the Cindra side of the deck. It's Cindra side of the game, but still you want to be able to fire those disruptive attacks in order to get an advantage over the Cindra opponent in this matchup.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the power of Plow Under is that it exists, not the actual card itself. You have to kind of respect its existence throughout the course of the game as a Cindra player, and therefore we've kind of seen Walter time and again happy to just extend the turn a little further, throw the damage on the end, and just make sure they aren't susceptible to these Command and Conquers and these Plow Unders.
Quite a few players adopting the mantra of just don't Arsenal against Earth these days, thanks to that Plow Under. If you put one of those important combo pieces into the Arsenal, you can just lose it without any interaction thanks to this card.
You see Pulsing Aether, Life, and Autumn's Touch in hand here for Arthur, who seems to be debating holding on to that and maybe felling the Crown at a later date. For now, hovering over the Pulsing Aether is looking to commit this to defense. Will block 3 and have 1 damage leak on over. Flick Knives, of course, will cash in that kunai for an extra point of damage before Cindra here spends that remaining resource to rebuy both of her daggers.
The thing about Pulsing Aether Life, and maybe why he was considering holding on to it, is that the Arcane from 4 from the Pulsing Aether and maybe 2 from Waning Moon or 1 life gain is a way that you can guarantee chipping your Cindra opponent down. When you fire that Felling, like we saw last time with Walter, he chose to just bottom a card, block 2 cards, arsenal a card, set up a big one. And if Arthur can't follow that up with another disruptive effect or another high damage effect, then all Arthur has done is delay the damage instead of actually prevent the damage. So from Arthur's perspective, maybe there was a play to prioritize the arcane spells now, get his opponent lower, use that Felling to just set up the turn where you want to kill from 10, but this case, he decides, no, I have to block. I can't afford to go to something like 19, and so I have to Felling here and get my stuff going faster.
The big, powerful Majestic will be the play here for Arthur Trehet, recently reprinted in Super Slam, of course, and more accessible than ever before. 8 points of damage will be coming across, and Walter will be forced to put a card from their hand onto the bottom of their deck. We did see a bit of an interesting one drawn up from Walter. Wrath of Retribution available here alongside Art of the Dragonfire, Cut Through, and a Burning Blade Dance.
Another one that I would evaluate as a hand that doesn't really work all together. These are 4 cards that are a bit awkward when stuck together, and so maybe another time that he gets this Felling signal of, okay, I'll bottom a card, I'll block 2 cards, and I'll arsenal 1. Maybe he'll play out a 1-card hand and arsenal another card. That's definitely what he's debating. There's a puzzle to solve, not just in terms of what he can do in this turn cycle, but also which of these cards is best parked in arsenal to set up that massive 5-card hand later on.
Cut Through looks to be the choice on the bottom of the deck. We'll see whether or not Wrath of Retribution is how Walter wants to go. Big, wide potential from that card, excuse me. Of course, Art of the Dragonfire, more of that incidental true damage we've been alluding to over the course of this game alongside Flick Knives. Fealty is available for that card. Does threaten to be very powerful later. We are going to see Burning Blade Dance, Art of the Dragonfire, and even Dragon Scaler Flight Paths committed here. I think this is a really heads-up choice from Walter, who intends to use those Flight Paths alongside the Wrath that is now going into their arsenal.
Yeah, and there is a risk, of course, that he arsenals this Wrath, and then Arthur just comes in for Arcane, and then he draws up a hand where you can play the Wrath, and he loses out on that point of defense. So throwing it as soon as you can once you've seen that Wrath is definitely a good shout, and I think Walter definitely prioritizing the go-wide trickery of that Wrath of Retribution over the free 2 damage, which is lovely on the Art of Dragonfire, but when your opponent's on 22, it doesn't do as much as you would want as it would later in the game.
Walter sequencing this turn perfectly, cracks their fealty token to instill fear in their opponent, then passes the turn. Handing back over to Arthur Trehet, we do see another copy of Felling of the Crown here, alongside a Sirens of Safe Harbor, Heartbeat of Candlehold, and the third and final Sink Below.
Unfortunate that this Felling is timed right here well, from the perspective of Walter, because that looks like a pretty potent Wrath of Retribution hand that we see available in his hand. I saw quite a few Draconic attacks that cost 0. There's one cost finisher if he wants to connect that together with all of the dagger hits or after all of the dagger hits.
We'll see Chlorov and Serokai soaking up one of those Verdance pings as a result of Heartbeat of Candlehold. Of course, Hero Power is online, so we will see 3 damage from those. We're going to see that Sink Below going away alongside that Sirens that was previously pitched to enable this Felling of the Crown. Exactly where you want to be as Verdance in this matchup. All 3 Felling of the Crowns have been found and successfully played while remaining above half of your starting life total. Gives pretty potent tempo and positioning, I would say, to Arthur Trehet here.
Siren's one of those important cards to resolve, especially on defense, so you can gain some incidental life against the Cindra, but in this case, he has the Heartbeat, which gains even more life, and he has the Felling. No reason to IP that when you can just do one of maybe the most potent hands Arthur could have gotten in this position, where he gains some life, deals some damage, and then Fellings away a card and deals even more damage. Walter is now getting very close to kill range and has to kill, if not now, very soon.
And we see this is Walter's time to make a stand. Card goes on the bottom from that Felling of the Crown, but no cards committed on defense. Means it is time for Rising Resentment to start us off here. 3 go again. Looks inconsequential, but we know Ignite and Hunt the Hunter available in hand here for a pretty potent 3-card swing at the least.
Yeah, that Ignite can also help enable the Wrath of Retribution, even though he lost access to that 3rd Draconic Chainlink before the Wrath, thanks to the Felling of the Crown. Of course, Ignite will make Wrath of Retribution cheaper, meaning its cost is 3, -1 from Ignite, and -2 from the existing Draconic Chainlink, so it will be able to be played on 0 cards, on 0 cost.
The understanding of the situation from Arthur Trehet here, Truly impressive. Couple copies of Burn Bear and a Heartbeat of Candlehold in hand, but understands that Walter Heidtmann had been playing defense on these Felling of the Crowns until this point. Finally chose to take some damage. That is the time for Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. We're going to need that embodiment of Earth. Going to need to play defense against what is sure to be a massive turn. And we'll see it here. Wrath of Retribution coming from the arsenal. Going to enable these free dagger swings coming in for additional damage. Unfortunately for Arthur, this is not the card that lines up the best into 4 blocking cards.
Yeah, very apt to point out that he read the offensive signal from Walter just the way that Walter had played opposite defensively on the previous attacks. However, this is 2-3, 2-2, 2-2-2 kind of turn, so not a lot of value going to be gotten off of this embodiment of Earth for Arthur, and you know, still getting a chest block here is worth some points of damage because you save 2 health from the chest. And then you're still able to use it on the follow-up turn. So if Arthur's plan is throw one of these Burn Bear, get his opponent down to 7, and then have the other Burn Bear to kill, you're able to just maximize your health total. Might as well use it now instead of holding it for later.
No blocks declared on Wrath of Retribution here for Arthur Trehet, and the head hits the hands for Walter, debating how to correctly navigate the rest of this turn. We're going to see no reactions here. 3 damage coming on through from the Wrath brings Arthur Trehet down to 19. Mask of the Pouncing Lynx is reached for here, will be broken.
Both players signaling kill turn, essentially. This is Walter's way to deal a whole bunch of damage, and Arthur saying no blocks and throwing in the block on the Barkskin, even when it's sort of inefficient to do so, means that he's planning to get Walter into kill range and set up a kill as well. So they both understand the matchup. Walter picking the best finisher for the situation here, and just trying to make sure that Arthur can't even hold one of those or the second Burn Bear this turn, so he can't get him into kill range.
Lava Burst, the selection, big finale there. We're going to see the Stonewall Gauntlet coming in clutch here. Going to knock this kunai back down to 1 here and successfully blunt that point of damage.
Walter's still able to sequence this turn quite effectively, where he can use this Lava Burst, give it go again off of the boots, then do a flick and maybe a buyback, attack with another kunai still for 1 from the Wrath, and still end on the Hunt the Hunter that he has in his hand for quite a potent turn.
We are going to see that Lava Burst reach for here. Worth noting, this is ever so slightly smaller than it should be because of that Stonewall Gauntlet that was carefully held onto earlier by Arthur Trehet. We saw that moment of debate, using that Stonewall Gauntlet to potentially cover up a snatch earlier on, and was instead saved, and as a result, capable of gaining significantly more value here.
We say the word heads-up play quite often, but I think that's maybe the heads-up play of the game, is holding on to that Stonewall Gauntlet, understanding that this is going to be the type of turn where he's going to need to hold cards. This is Burn Bear number 5 and 6. He can't lose these cards. They are his way to set up the kill, and he's going to be threatened maybe his whole life total if he had taken this whole turn. So he has to get the 4 or 5 block out of it that he's going to be getting here.
Arthur demonstrating a play here that I am very familiar with. How many words exactly are on Wrath of Retribution? Double checking the understanding of that card before committing to any potential defense.
One of the downsides of Claw of Vynnset on a turn like this, where he's got 2 finishers on his Wrath turn, is he's not going to be able to swing the Claw and the Hunt the Hunter on account of the lack of go again on both of those active or attacks.
4 damage here from Lava Burst. Arthur Trehet with 19 life remaining currently, but this turn is far from over. Not the only life total worth paying attention to, though, as we've alluded to a few times here. Walter Heidtmann sitting at 12, currently safe from a single arcane effect and that waning moon, but we know Arthur Trehet holding on to 2 copies of Burn Bear. If they're able to keep at least 3 cards here, they will find themselves in a position where they can volley back-to-back large amounts of damage to steal this game away. Seems like our players taking a moment just to confer with the judge, want to confirm some details. Not entirely sure what the situation is there, but this game feels like it's actually surprisingly even. I think this could break either way, depending on how Arthur decides to navigate this combat step.
Absolutely. I think this is a matchup that tends to be leaning towards Cindra, people say. Cindra has a bit of a favor into the Earth heroes, but something has been unlocked in the Verdance lists that we've seen throughout this weekend, throughout this haul, and Arthur, one of the masters of the Verdance hero as well. Gotten a bit of good timing, especially on the 3rd Felling of the Crown. It's been quite fortunate for him to line up with this kill turn from Walter. it's exciting to see where these next couple plays will go.
Sounds good to me. Sounds like we're resolved down there in the feature match area. So let's get back to it. Lava Burst for 4 was the question here. Looks like Arthur or Walter has received the information they were after. And now Arthur will take a moment once more to contemplate the best way to navigate this. No blocks declared. Flick Knives activated. Kunai will come across for an extra point of damage, falling down to 18 before the Lava Burst connects, and hopefully brings Arthur to 14. We'll see Blood Splattered Vest activated for that resource that we know is required for Hunter, or Hunted, or Hunt the Hunter. Far too many hunts.
So many cards that have almost those words in the name. It gets increasingly confusing with every new Arachne card that they print.
We do see Cindra activated here to rebuy those daggers and those Dragon Scalar Flight Path cashed in to acquire Go Again and keep this turn going.
And some people say that Verdance only runs the Stonewall Gauntlet on account of the lack of better options in the arm piece for her game plan, but it's doing a lot of work here.
Walter Heidtmann did not close the chain. And as a result, this Stonewall Gauntlet is still active and reducing a point of power from this Kunai of Retribution. A small slip of the brain in a very potent moment.
It's one of one and one of the other. If you close the chain, the Wrath of Retribution effect is no longer active. So him being able to attack with a kunai for free versus having to pay one into it means it's almost identical in this scenario to, or it is identical to not close the chain. So the Stonewall just getting quite a bit of value. He should close the chain before he plays this Hunt the Hunter for sure, but the kunai was one either way.
And I respect the sportsmanship here from Arthur Trehet. The Hunt the Hunter did also hit the combat chain before Walter realized there is in fact still a Stonewall Gauntlet there.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I don't do that? No, that's fine. We've all been there. Errors happen. We saw Arthur ask for a small take back earlier on. Both these players, even in the 8-0 bracket, understanding there are feature match jitters, there are undefeated jitters, and we would rather see this game resolved the way it was supposed to be resolved.
Arthur now, I think, has the plan clear to him. Maybe he's trying to be very careful. Wonder if there are any other prevention effects available to Walter. That means that the traditional kill range is not what he might think it would be. But as it stands, he's got access to both of the burn berries. He knows where they are in the deck. They're in the hand. One played now, one played next turn. He should be able to line up the kill.
I actually really want to note the control here from Arthur Trehet, who could have blocked with this copy of Plow Under to preserve their own life total, instead prioritizing a Waning Moon activation alongside this Burn Bear, just to make sure there is no Oasis Respite, there is no random shenanigans that could steal this game away, just pushing that additional Arcane while the Claw of Vinserakai is down and guaranteeing they will have enough damage to end this game if Volta blinks.
The other part of this is that Arthur could draw not a lot of resources here. If he draws 4 reds, he's only able to pay for the Stormstriders and the Burn Bear, and he's not able to Waning Moon on this turn where he has the Waning Moon for 3. So prioritizing that Waning Moon on the previous turn means he can guarantee the lethal through the Spell Void 1, no matter what cards he draws up on the following turn cycle.
We'll see it here. Stormstriders reached 4. There are multiple copies of Arcane Twining in the hand here. Strider's broken, and we know that Burn Bear is waiting. Walter here asking if they can respond to Stormstriders with a Cindra activation. Going to try and pull back that Claw of Vinserakai before the Wizard spell is an instant, of course. Arthur just confirming what the timing window is there and how things intend to proceed. So we'll see the Burn Bear coming out of the arsenal.
Of course, the players are just clarifying that he can also just respond to the Burn Bear to pull it back, but it's not enough. It is only 1 Spell Void, and with no AB on the board, that means Walter will die to the 6 power of Burn Bear. Very well navigated, and very intentionally played from Arthur Trehet throughout that game. That's why he's the master of this deck, and that's why he's at 9-0 after the day that he's had yesterday and the first round today.
I think there was a lot to learn there by going back through that game. Both of our players, at this point, unsurprisingly, have a pretty clear understanding of how this matchup is supposed to go. It's kind of the matchup of the weekend. But Arthur Trehet, been a Verdance player for a very long time at this point, understands the intricacies of how to get an edge on Cindra. And we saw some very impressive control and understanding of the potency of Plow Under from the other side from Cindra as well. So I think a game just worth watching if you're interested in how this matchup is supposed to go.
Yeah, definitely one of those matchups that will be defining the next 6 weeks of play up until the World Championship. So if you're planning to play either of these heroes at the World Championship or any of the events before then definitely give this one a watch.
And if Wizard isn't your thing and Ninja isn't your thing, then maybe Guardian is. Mastery Pack Guardian available on shelves for you now. Brand new product. This one was pretty cool. Offered a variety of support across the board and supported some additional play modes as well in the process. A product I've enjoyed more than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the Guardian class and a big fan of how it's been evolved in the last couple sets with Mastery Pack Guardian and, of course, Super Slam. You know, we both love Pleiades here, but this deck is very fun to open. The set is very fun to open with a lot of pretty beautiful cards available.
We'll take a look at some of those beautiful cards and showcase exactly what you might find inside your packs. Marvel variations of Jarl Trady, Leyline of the Old Ones, a new Markni legendary that really ties those Seismic Surge heroes together. Base of the Mountain, impressive generic legs to give extra evasion for multiple heroes, also found inside this pack.
Of course, some very beautiful pictures as well, or cards just to have if you're in a very Guardian-heavy meta or you like to play Guardian v Guardian on the kitchen table. These cards are relevant in some matchups, but they're beautiful pieces of art to include in this Mastery Pack Guardian no matter what.
Also a big fan of these Aria-themed Seismic Surge tokens that you can find inside this pack. One for each element, well worth collecting if you are a Guardian enjoyer and look fantastic on the tabletop next to your other cold foils. Of course, if you're really Volda inclined, you can find the Marvel Adult Hero inside this pack alongside a very special Marvel in Testament of Valahai.
Yeah, this card is beautiful, and it's got an even more beautiful version on the back of it as well. And yeah, this is, I think, the big selling point of this set. And it's a good way to get into the Guardian class, which is starting to get its legs back and starting to be more relevant in the meta that we have here in Flesh and Blood.
Mastery Pack Guardian in store now, if you're so inclined to enjoy Volda or any Guardian. Now, you may have mentioned there's one that our hearts are set on just a little bit. You got to showcase your ProQuest deck yesterday. Ethan got to showcase theirs, and I felt rather left out. So I'm going to fix that now, and I'm going to talk about the deck I intend on bringing to my ProQuest as long as I can convince myself that Verdance is a winnable matchup. We're going to work on that one just a little bit. Pleiades Superstar. This is a deck I've been having a blast with since I had the chance to play it at the World Premiere in Montreal. Was asked to build it in the dark before I'd seen any cards. Couldn't playtest anything, couldn't figure anything out. So we've learned a lot since then, and we've changed some things in the process. First of all, we used to be a Moment Maker deck. Unfortunately, we no longer are. For a while, we were a Rampart of the Ram's Head deck alongside Titan's Fist. Then we were a Steel Blade Buckler deck. Then I was back to Moment Maker. I've settled on the Buckler for now. I think having that additional shield is very potent in this current format, especially against matchups like Cindra, where that extra equipment goes a very long way. There is a different piece of equipment I want to talk to you about, though, here. Helm of the Adored. Now, I'm going to be a little hyperbolic for the sake of drama. This card is Traverse the Universe. You don't quite get to search that in a chi, but it sits on the table and your opponent realizes with horror and shock in their eyes that they cannot attack you unless they want a confidence token to cave their skull in. It's been incredibly impressive alongside these powerful on-hits and crush effects, and it's a headpiece I'm very happy to have access to in this deck. There's a one-of in these reds I also am very, very excited to talk about. Was pitched to me by the lovely Gabe here. It's been a bit of a well, I'm going to say infatuation of mine over the last 24 hours. Single copy of Mangle. Could pop it back on top of the deck with up on the pedestal if you want to get creative, but there are a surprising number of Florian players out there who are willing to block with their copy of Grasp of the Arknight. Do you know what happens to a Grasp of the Arknight if you block with it and then you send a Mangle with confidence in their direction? It explodes, and it's a spectacular feeling I couldn't recommend more. Couple of really interesting blues found in this deck at this point as well. We've seen these big crush attacks like Disable coming in, additional poppers for decks like Prism, work very well out of the arsenal if you're a little blue flooded and need some additional resources. But I've been very impressed by Dig In as well. I want more ways to utilize these resources as an instant speed thing, much like Boots to the Board. Sometimes in the arcane matchups, you have leftover resources you really want to facilitate somewhere, and it works very well with these 2-cost auras like in the palm of your hand, things like Staunch Response, even Tension in the Air to really kind of tie the room together. Sometimes you've just got spare resources on your what happens next turns, and you really want to have a way to funnel those across as well. So pretty fantastic across the board. You'll see a menagerie of on-hits to go alongside those pummels as well here. Some Batter to a Pulp, which is definitely the best card you could ask for in the Gravy matchup. It's really hard to find Go Again if you have no Compass. Not the best situation for Gravy to be in, but Boulder Drop, Command and Conquer, even cards like Crush the Weak, doing their fantastic job at just kind of pressuring these more aggressive opponents. You'll see Cries of Encore, one of my big favorite Majestics here as well, creates a pseudo loop alongside up on a pedestal, kind of lets you grind against these Earth decks, go a little bigger, continue to rebuy that up on a pedestal to create value after value after value. Rest of this deck here, big auras that you expect to bolster things up. You'll see those copies of Edge of Their Seats, things like Act of Glory as well in both red and blue. Going to be important to set those up when you need to go bigger against these more defensive heroes. All in all, still a work in progress here. I think there's a lot to learn. I think maybe Hungry for More is a card I might take away from George Rogers' list over the weekend. That one-cost aura to add alongside what happens next, or float inside alongside Cries of Encore when you have spare resources, very appealing to me. But we're getting closer. I think we're almost at a list that can hold its own in this current metagame.
Yeah, I think there's also something to be said about this being sort of a board state hero with access to all of those auras, and one of the advantages of board state heroes in Flesh and Blood is that there's so much to learn and so much to change about not just the list, but the way you play the game. So we're on week 2 of Pleiades so far. We've got a lot to learn from George and from other players who are going to continue to represent it, and I think there will be more from this hero in the coming months than we've seen so far.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. You'll be seeing more of it from me as long as I can acquire all the cold foils I'm missing before I have to play a Pro Quest. Unfortunately, it's not Pleiades who's going to be in our feature match area next round, but it is going to be a Super Slam hero. We have the 3 most electrifying words in trading card games today. RKO in the feature match area. Stick with us. We'll be right back. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, are you ready to enjoy some Florian? A German player named Florian playing KO underhanded cheat. I can't wait to see exactly what we can get up into this feature match area, because on the other side of the bracket is a rune blade. Not only is it a rune blade, but it's Axilleas, the Greek Axilleas, whose surname I'm not going to try and butcher right now. I'll butcher it when we go into the middle of the round. Vynnset Iron Maiden, a hero they are known for. Put up a fantastic showing, I believe, back in Bologna. Down to top 8 over there as well on Vynnset Iron Maiden.
Indeed.
Not a matchup I expected to see in the X and 2 bracket.
No, Vynnset versus KO, both fighting for their tournament life here. Definitely one of those on the fringes of the meta, but if you know the hero, you can do very well. Kind of decks that we've been seeing perform so well this weekend. Matchup you've played before?
No. Not at all. I look forward to finding out how this one goes in real time. Before that, I do want to take a quick look at how the event is going so far and how things are going on over the course of the tournament hall. Of course, we see Arthur Trehet. Take a look at these in just a moment. Scores seem to be slightly out of sync. Bear with us a moment. Technology is difficult, folks, but I will let you know how people are going in just a moment. Not a matchup I'm familiar with. That's just, unfortunately, how our KO works. It's not a deck I've had time to really get to grips with so far.
Very true.
You, however, are the specialist. You're supposed to know what you're talking about. So what do you expect, at least, from this matchup?
Well, so we saw a Vynnset on the stream yesterday, and we saw that they were able to get basically iced out of the game by a deck that was able to afford to block them and still sort of enact their plan in Dorinthea. And unfortunately, I think that KO might be able to do the same thing. There's another layer that's important, whereas KO does well when he gets a lead early and can maintain that lead with cards like Mocking Blow that suddenly become way stronger 1-card or 2-card plays on account of the hero ability if you are ahead on life. Vynnset, being a shadow hero, will lose a couple points of life most likely on those first few turns, especially if she goes first, decides to banish a blood debt, and set up her blood debt to have a big turn later on. That means she's going to start KO's first real turn on 39, and then she will be behind. Any Mocking Blow in that first hand will be live, and KO can start his underhanded advantage right from the first turn of the game.
I hadn't really thought about that. That's an interesting implication of the matchup. I'm looking forward to seeing if that's something we see on the first turn. I'm being told that our players are ready to go, so I don't want to keep them waiting down in the feature match area. Let's make our way down and see how this plays out in real time. Axilleas Siskopoulos will give it a shot. Florian Koksch on the other side. Vynnset Iron Maiden. KO underhanded cheat. Most importantly here, we see Vynnset going first. Now, talk to me about why that's so important for this hero.
Yeah, generally, Vynnset really likes to go first because you get to create a free rune chant by banishing some card to your hero ability, possibly bank a blood debt card that is a very potent blood debt card. If you draw something like a Malefic Incantation, you can set up one of those hero-enabling auras as well. And then with that one free rune chant from the first turn, when you take your second turn on the real turn 1 of the game, you create a second rune chant, and any Rune Gate 2 cost card that you've banished on that first or second turn is immediately playable. So Vynnset sort of struggles with this start of the game where she doesn't have a lot of those rune chant generators. Going first enables you to make sure that you most likely have a play on that turn 1 down the line.
Axilleas here with not the perfect start, but a pretty defendable one way or the other. Rune Chant made Deathly Wail into the banished zone. Point of damage is taken, which immediately enables a Mocking Blow. This is exactly the play pattern you were alluding to just moments ago.
Yeah, first of all, he creates a Vigor. Second of all, this attack is going to be for 5. And because he has cards available to him, he's going to be able to possibly, if he has enough resources, pump it up to 10. This is the turn 1, and you see sort of Florian, as his opponent was reading the Mocking Blow, Florian was having a bit of a chuckle because I think this is exactly what he wanted to see in his first turn, going up against a Vynnset who was put first in the play.
We'll take a look and see what is in the hand here for our Vynnset as Mocking Blow comes staring on down.
Yeah, players are understanding this this card. It's a little bit of a new card, so maybe Axilleas doesn't understand or hasn't seen the card before and is just being explained that the +4 will continue through the base being changed to 6. So KO's ability will change the base to 6, but the +4 or any buff that's being applied to attack is going to apply no matter what on top of that 6 or on top of that 1.
Can't blame Axilleas for not being super familiar with this matchup. Brand new hero out the gate. Still live and kicking for the top 8 in day 2 of this calling here in Hamburg. Debating their blocks here. Looks like Widespread Destruction, Widespread Annihilation at the front of the hand here. Being committed to defense.
Both of these heroes generally quite happy being willing to like block 2 cards, 2 or 3 cards, and then come in with 1 or 2 or 3 cards as well. Axilleas getting that here, he gets the signal of I have a whole bunch of Rune Gate cards, all of which are not usable in the same hand, unfortunately. So you're usually comfortable blocking with those. Those are your block 3s, and then playing some kind of smaller hand as well on the comeback.
KO activation brings Mocking Blow up to 10. Will force through 4 damage, bringing our Vynnset player down to 35. We'll see those 2 cards making their way to the yard. Arsenal parked for Florian. We'll make our way over to Axilleas. 2 cards remaining. We'll see a Vynnset hero ability activation, banishing a copy of Cull here to start the turn. Second rune chant being made, Tunic being ticked up. And it looks like, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that's Oblivion in the hand here for Axilleas. So taking 2 blood debt, IP wanting to keep that card around.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate situation. He didn't have the opportunity to either pitch it or block with it. And even though he was able to draw, I think, 5 or maybe 6 or 7 cards through this turn 0 into turn 1, he wasn't able to find one of those Rune Gate 2-cost cards that I was talking about as being the reason you go first on Vynnset. So it's unfortunate not only did Florian have the ideal start with this Mocking Blow, but also Axilleas had the wrong start with not finding a single Rune Gate 2 to be able to attack on his first real turn of the game.
Mocking Blow providing fuel for looking for a scrap. We see the hand of our KO player. Mocking Blow, Nimblism continues to taunt their opponent in the most stylish of fashions.
Yeah, this is a more aggressively slanted, well, maybe not even list, but more aggressively slanted play pattern that we've seen out of this KO than the KO that we saw yesterday, drawing a lot of high offensive hands to go well together, given that he has this life advantage early.
Actually, Siskopoulos in the tank here, staring down, is looking for a scrap. Debating how to best navigate this turn. Understand this is almost certainly not the only line of offense this time. Impressive stuff. These Vigor tokens, again, just continuing to be very impressive for KO as a hero. And we see looking for a scrap as another beneficiary of that. Normally costs 1 to function. Don't need to pitch for that if you happen to have a Vigor token lying around.
So many ways that this looking for a scrap lines up for this deck. Sorry, that the Vigor lines up for this deck. There's looking for a scrap. There's making the hero powers into effectively a 3-cost if you want to play a turn full of 0 costs with a blue pitch to activate it.
We'll see Crown of Providence cashed in alongside Deathly Whale here. Arsenal disappears. Draws a fresh card for Vynnset. It will be Mocking Blow to follow. And an understanding nod as that Vigor token is remade. And we will threaten a hefty chunk of damage once more.
Was that a Mocking Blow from Arsenal, or was it looking for a scrap from Arsenal? Because if this is a Mocking Blow from Arsenal, then yeah, that's all 3 blue Mocking Blows drawn in this first and second hand here, which is maybe a bit awkward, not able to take advantage of all of the cards available to him. Interestingly, choosing not to play out the Nimblism, even though, you know, he could, and then use the other cards. I guess one of these cards are going to be hitting the yard because of the looking for a scrap. Eating up his Vigor means the hero power will actually cost a real 4 resources. Use 2 cards to pitch and prioritizing keeping one of these cards, most likely one of those potent blue Mocking Blows, into the arsenal.
And we'll see Widespread Annihilation used on defense once more as those resources are pitched away to activate KO. Turbocharge this Mocking Blow up to a more sizable 8. We'll see 5 damage coming across, bringing Vynnset down to 28. This is no big surprise here. This matchup feels like it's another one where Vynnset will use that life total as a resource in order to get their setup and well, engine online. So not massively surprised to see this life lead growing pretty quickly early in the game.
Yeah, comparing this to yesterday's game, I think one thing to pay attention to from the Vynnset side here from Axilleas is how early he's able to draw one of those Malefic Incantations. So if he can get that maybe on this turn, play it out, and then go into this Deathly Whale that's in the banished zone, he'll be able to actually start not only attacking now, but attacking for the next 3-4 turns continuously.
I really want to take note of the card that was banished this turn as well from our Vynnset player. A second copy of Cull has entered the banished zone there, so 2 shots at clearing away the hand will be available when it is time to fire off that big turn. Rune Blood Incantation off the Fyendal Spring Tunic, a pretty big boon here, and more importantly, Oblivion parked in the arsenal, I believe, so we might be setting up to make a deal with a demon.
I love the signal that this gives from Axilleas. There's 2 things. First of all, he's on 3 rune chants with a Rune Blood Incantation out, meaning next turn he starts with that minimum of 5, 1 from the Incantation and 1 from the Vynnset ability, which means he's getting closer to that Oblivion. So that's part of why he decided to pass the turn, park that Oblivion, and not shoot that Deathly Whale. The second thing is he's maybe recognized that Florian's deck is capable of quite a bit of defense, and so simply enacting the plan, especially when you're so far behind to begin, of blocking with a couple cards and throwing a couple cards on Vynnset is not going to necessarily win him the game this game. So something Vynnset has access to in her pool is to be able to chain quite a few Runegate cards together, maybe on a turn where you also play out these culls, possibly with an Eloquence to get an action point, decrease your opponent's defensive options, and then deal a whole bunch of damage all at once. So possibly that's a little bit also of what Axilleas is leaning towards. It depends a little bit on what the draw is in these next couple hands.
And we see Axilleas rewarded for that. Fiddler's Green in the hand here for Florian. Not exactly a card you're hoping to see on offense. Command and Conquer alongside a pair of blues here, leaving us without all too many options, I don't think. I think there's a Steel Victory in the hand there as well for Florian. Yeah, another defensive card. Kind of just stuffed in a box because of this situation we find ourselves in, and there's a sly smile from Axilleas as we reach for Scabskin Leathers. The dice come out the pocket. Which one would you like to decide your fate, I should say? Oh, decide yourself. Roll the dice cup for me. See how many action points I have. 1. You still have 1.
There was a moment of beauty there if you look at Florian's face where he grinned a little bit as Axilleas grabbed the dice cup and started rolling. That's a real brute player right there. He's in it for the love of the game, not just the result of this roll, but just the joy of making his opponent do the roll and chancing it here on this turn. I think it's the right call. You've got this sort of awkward back and forth matchup in the first place. You have a turn that doesn't do a whole lot with just 1 action point, and it has the opportunity to continue to throw stuff at face if he is able to use 2 action points. So it's not a super high risk if we're able to hit that 4, 5, or 6 on the Scabskin Leathers on this turn.
Mocking Blow coming in from the Arsenal here seems to be the play of choice.
Prioritizing the Mocking Blow over the CNC is an interesting decision. Maybe the CNC, he evaluates that his opponent is so comfortable blocking 6 that the CNC is not going to accomplish much. So let's continue to hit the Mocking Blows. They're not going to be a significant amount more damage. They can get buffed up to 8, but the important part of this effect is that he creates the Vigor. So he gives himself more options on his next turn, especially if he's able to, or chooses to roll that Scabskin Leathers again, and then hit a 4 with the Vigor next turn. This Mocking Blow will have enabled a bigger turn. Or he has the opportunity with Tunic Online to simply block with his whole hand if Axilleas decides to go offensive, and then just go Tunic, Vigor, play out that CNC from Arsenal. So here, choosing maybe the less disruptive play, a couple more points of damage as a trade-off, but what it does do is guarantee that his next turn will be playable in a whole bunch of different ways.
6 points issued on defense here before we see an activation of KO, Underhanded Cheat. Fiddler's Green being pitched away there alongside that NIMBY in order to make that function.
Doesn't want to risk being left with the IP of the Fiddler's Green in hand one more time.
2 more damage here. Just leaking on over. Axilleas sets up for one of their bigger turns.
I'd say rewarded for not throwing the CNC, given that Axilleas was so comfortable to block 6 even on the vanilla Mocking Blow there. Bit of a smart build towards the future for Florian here.
Okay, we'll reach for this Fyendal Spring Tunic once more as it ticks up. We'll see another Deathly Wail being banished away to make a 4th Rune Chant. Rune Blood Incantation ticking down to generate a 5th point here.
So the Oblivion in Arsenal means that we've got Vex and Quillhand coming out. It's not the greatest use of Vex and Quillhand. Usually you want to make sure you can use this to get a 2nd or 3rd Runegate attack on a turn, but Oblivion will be a key part of the plan here for Axilleas, having access to that free 6 attack demon on board for a turn or 2. 6 power, not a hard thing for Florian to clear, but with all those culls, he might be able to strip the hand of Florian on this offensive turn and guarantee that the demon can swing once this turn and hopefully once again next turn. With the Mauvrian Skies available here also, he might be able to deal a whole bunch of extra damage as well on this turn.
Mauvrian Skies here coming in with Deathly Wail. Looks like Florian might be on to the same situation we're here. Has a question about how this may resolve with the 7th Rune Chant. So it looks like we're quickly checking in with the judge. I get the feeling this interaction isn't particularly intuitive. You can let that first Rune Chant resolve to get down to 6 Rune Chants in order to play a copy of Oblivion. And I think Florian just checking in there real quick as to whether you're allowed to do that. Is Oblivion, words are hard. Is Oblivion an instant? When does it resolve? Is it an action? Does it require things? So just confirming that rune chants are in fact nonsense and will work the way they expect them to.
And that's a bit of a telegraphed Oblivion by powering up that this first attack with the Vexing Quill hand. You usually wouldn't use that for just 2 more points of damage. You want to get 2 more points of damage and the rune gate effect from it, like I was saying. So in this case, going above 6 rune chants up to 7, it hints at the fact that the Oblivion is coming. Florian shouldn't be under much of a cloud of uncertainty on this turn. I do want to talk about the Mavrian Skies that hit the board. It was a red Mavrian Skies, meaning that this is a must-block effect. Otherwise, that second Deathly Wail is also coming out on this turn, and it's going to be massive for the Axilleas on Vynnset. This is their way back into the game.
This feels like a really big turn, not only because of that Deathly Wail, but we know there's 2 copies of Cull lurking in the Banished Zone there as well. So it's very possible if this Oblivion comes out, our Demon might be surviving for a turn as well if there's no cards left in hand for our RKO player. So let's find out if that Oblivion is coming out to play and exactly how the rest of this game will continue after it. So situation confirmed. 1 rune chant going to be dealt with first of all. We'll pitch and prevent 1. No. I will do the Oblivion. I also like to do the Oblivion before the rest of those rune chants resolve there. So 1 dealt with first, 6 remaining. I will do the Oblivion. Nazareth summoned, Demon deal made, and then 6 more rune chants to worry about afterwards.
One fortunate payoff for Florian here is that vigor, that choice of playing out the Mocking Blow next turn. Seeing all those calls available means that he knew he might be able to have a hand stripped. I don't know if he was looking forward towards that Oblivion when it was the 3 rune chant play, a rune blood incantation past turn kind of play. If he did, super good insight from Florian on KO to understand what Axilleas might be playing towards. In this case, though, Tunic Online and Vigor, that CNC can come in for 0 resources, no matter how many cards get stripped out of hand by Florian, or for Florian this turn.
A difficult hand to navigate, however. On the other side of things, Swing Big, Big Bully, and a Sigil of Solace means the rest of these rune chants almost certainly causing a problem. And as you allude to, Mavrian Skies, a pretty serious issue here. Letting this Deathly Wail hit causes all kinds of chaos.
And if any of these rune chants do come through for damage, these culls will be online before the blocking step, meaning that stripping the ability for Florian to actually block the on-hit of the Mavrian Skies, enabling either this second Deathly Wail to come in, or if he wants to swing with the Nazareth on this turn, then it will just be making sure that that Deathly Wail is playable next turn, with already starting the turn on 3 rune chants.
This is exactly what I expected from Vynnset. Iron Maiden successfully put the pieces together in the Banished Zone, made their deal with Nazareth the Soul Harrower, and is now playing a just slightly above rate turn. Gigantic Deathly Wails coming in. Rune chants will be connecting. Let's see if Axilleas decides to pull the trigger on these Cull.
Once 1 rune chant's been taken, you might as well let him resolve all the others. He's not pitching for them. So now there's another moment for Axilleas to think, does he want to Cull now, or is it going to blocks?
You hear it there, may I block from Florian? Yeah, feel free. So 2 cards here committed to defense to this Deathly Wail. Trying to prevent that Mavrian Skies from hitting.
To be fair, I was in my brain, father.
Players discussing the possibility of the Cull, and was it the play, or was that why you were thinking questions like that?
It's always my favorite part of high-level matches like this, when you know players have incredible repetitions, and this is even more my favorite part of games like this. Does bite on one of those copies of Cull, immediately punished by a Sigil of Solace.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so I take 6. Yes.
So I take 6. Down from 40 at the start of the turn to 34. Axilleas managing to strip the hand and get through some offense, as well as keep this demon on the board. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't know that there is a 6 power, not a fake 6 power, already in the arsenal for Florian. So things have lined up well for the KO player here. Axilleas, though, getting his legs back in this game, evening the life totals a little bit, and hopefully starting to keep up some tempo from here.
Very well navigated turn from our Vynnset player, but a very carefully built Vigor token and Tunic resource to send Command and Conquer directly into Nazareth, and we do see the laugh and the giggle there from Axilleas.
We talked about it throughout the last turn, and Axilleas, I think, was hoping for anything but that. That's the body language of, he has it.
So we'll make our way back over to Vynnset Iron Maiden. we'll see a widespread destruction being banished as the rune gate of choice here. Rune Blood Incantation ticking on down to make a third rune chant. Can facilitate either of those cards if they are the option in mind.
Yeah, Axilleas facing down options. He also has that Funeral Moon and I think another copy of Mavrian Skies, so he has ways to possibly do 2 effects if he's able to find all of the rune chants available, or at least 1 effect with an on-hit. Set up a big turn next turn as well with Call.
Difficult hand to navigate. I think the last card there is a reduced to rune chant, which will be pretty reasonable if parked away in the arsenal for later on, but does make potentially using Cull yourself this turn a little bit awkward if you would prefer to keep that around for your arsenal.
It does also mean you want to try to end this turn with the rune chant. With Tunic not online here, that reduced to rune chant will be a little bit awkward, especially like you say with a Cull that you might want to play at one point, a widespread destruction that you might want to play on the next turn, and therefore it could nix your reduced to rune chant if you don't get attacked on this upcoming turn.
I don't blame Axilleas taking a moment here to consider all of these options. Mavrian Skies will be the play to start things off. Again, red copy here, threatening to generate 3 more rune chants should this Deathly Whale connect. So we are 3 and 5 for now, with that 5 physical coming with an additional on-hit bonus.
Of course, Axilleas having options with this Mavrian Skies on hit, but there is also always the option of just go again into Flail of Agony, pinging yourself for 1 point of damage. You can still play the Funeral Moon at instant speed, and of course the added benefit here is this Deathly Whale's text will be guaranteed online for at least 1 rune chant, enabling your reduced to rune chant next turn and getting yourself a more guaranteed Rune Gate 2 or 3 attack into the next turn.
We see Blue Nimbleism pitched away to cover those rune chants before Scowling Fleshbag hops on in to intimidate away one of these 2 remaining cards here. Die roll coming on through. 1, that one will be disappearing into the Banished Zone briefly, face down, albeit. We do see multiple copies of Sink Below in the hand here for Florian, so no doubt this Deathly Whale will not be finding its mark.
Axilleas certainly hoping that that was the Funeral Moon kept in hand and the other card going to the Banished Zone. That's the optimal way. Of course, it's just a couple points of loss if the Funeral Moon isn't played this turn, but it's still an important 1 rune chant that could enable his next offensive turn as well.
Absolutely, so we will see this Deathly Whale blocked out. Flail of Agony is reached for. 1 on-hit rune chant, and of course enables the extra rune chant here from Deathly Whale as well, thanks to the damage dealt to Vynnset herself. We see Florian debating a block here on this 1 damage, trying to deny that rune chant just a little bit further.
That rune chant's so important, especially not knowing that there's a reduced to rune chant and a Funeral Moon available to Axilleas going into the future. I think the debate is actually whether you block with a real card out of deck or an equipment piece, and in this case Florian may be accepting that or acknowledging that he doesn't really have much of a turn left no matter what, so therefore block with a card and keep that start and play, stay and play equipment piece available for later.
Huge boon here for Axilleas. We see Combat Chain closed to make a 2nd rune chant from Deathly Whale alongside that Funeral Moon that did successfully dodge Scowling Fleshbag. Will grab back that final card and park it in the arsenal.
Always a joy when you get Scowlinged, it hits the exact card you wanted to arsenal, and not much changed about the game altogether.
Just a good feeling. We'll make our way back over to our resident RKO, who will just park that remaining card in their arsenal for now. And we'll move back over to Axilleas. Charges their tunic. We see a hand of Deathly Whale, Painful Passage, Read the Runes, and Widespread Annihilation.
Looks like an online annihilation to me.
Certainly does. Difficulty here with Painful Passage. Of course, do want to banish the attack of choice to that card if you want to utilize the extra abilities there this time round. We'll see. It looks like not this Widespread Annihilation being reached for here.
I think you want to banish the Widespread Annihilation with the Painful Passage. This might be the first time I see Painful Passage played really well. You don't even lose out on having the Widespread Annihilation be played for a ping to yourself if he happens to choose to ping itself, because of the fact that Read the Runes can be played off of that Tunic resource into Spellbound Creepers, giving him 3 rune chants. If he chooses the Go Again mode of this Painful Passage, then he can also play out the Widespread Destruction or the Deathly Whale that was also banished on this turn. This is the new card on display.
This is a big turn for Vynnset Iron Maiden here. All the pieces coming together. Widespread Annihilation, this big blue finisher, going to be coming in for 6 with Go Again alongside 4 Rune Chants. If any of it connects, a card will be banished from each player's hand that has taken damage this turn. Wouldn't be surprised to see that Spellbound Creepers taking care of Read the Runes before closing the chain in any way.
Yeah, I don't remember whether he paid. It looks like he might not have paid because he was on 20 at the end of last turn and then took 2 to Blood Debt. So now only being at 18, unless they didn't update the life totals on the screen, means he didn't pay for the Vynnset after he reached for it. But it's definitely a potent turn no matter what.
3 Rune Chants to deal with. First of all, let's see the hand here for Florian. We see Villainous Pose and another selection of reds, I believe. Don't see any resource shards in this hand. Sink Below, Fate Foreseen. More defense reactions found here alongside Sigil of Solace yet again. So some defensive options, but no resources to take care of this arcane damage.
Certainly some of the arcane damage is going to be coming through, and this is what Vynnset wants to be seeing at this point, where some of this damage becomes not truly uninteractive, but basically uninteractive, where that life total will start chipping down from the KO's ridiculous 14 life point lead. And with a turn like this, after a turn like the 1-2 turns ago, this is how Axilleas claws back into the game.
6 physical, Go Again is the question now. We know when this combat chain is closed, one of those cards will disappear from Florian's hand. I'm interested to see whether or not they will try and leave just Sigil of Solace around, if at all possible, to insinuate that's a good idea for Axilleas.
Axilleas choosing not to cull a defensive card away. Part of the reason for that is that it would force him to do the Spellbound Creepers, Read the Runes play earlier, as in before the cull happens. Also maybe thinking that this is a good enough offensive turn to strip Florian's hand anyways, and still holding onto that cull with the Blood Debt to set up another push through of damage on the future turn as well.
Sink Below does choose to sink a card. We'll see the Tunic activated Spellbound Creepers to play a copy of Read the Runes. 3 more Rune Chants being created, and all of a sudden Deathly Wail or Widespread Destruction both enabled. Worth noting that Destruction will be online if it's the choice here for our Vynnset player. Could take away that arsenal from Florian, if that's a thing they have in mind. We'll see Villainous Pose disappearing into the banished zone for now.
Axilleas choosing to use that Widespread Annihilation effect in the middle of the turn as a functional cull, and able to hold on to that cull actually for the next turn. That thanks to the Blood Debt of the Shadow talent. So he uses that chain close to take a card out of Florian's hand, then comes in with a Deathly Wail. It's going to create a couple of Rune Chants, and he's still able to hold on to that Reduced to Rune Chant and Widespread Destruction. Reduced to Rune Chant and Arsenal and Widespread Destruction for some disruption down the line.
Something I do want to note, just the importance of finding any one of these Rune Chant generating auras. We spoke yesterday at length about the importance of Malefic Incantation. We haven't seen one of those in this game either, but a single copy of Runeblood Incantation managed to fill that role for several turns consecutively for our Vynnset player. He's done a phenomenal job at tying these turns together, setting up these big breakthrough turns because just one of those auras was found in a timely fashion. We'll see the cull fired off here before Deathly Wail has a chance to connect here.
That's what you mean.
See both players just confirming that situation is the truth. We'll see Sigil of Solace disappearing into the ether as a result. Means there is a defense reaction left in hand to soak up 4 of this damage. 2 coming over the top after Florian takes a look at the top card of their deck, decides if it's something they're interested in keeping around.
Yeah, of course would have been able to hold that Sigil and play it had the cull been played later on in this turn, but playing it before the reaction step means if he plays the Sigil of Solace, he loses access to the Fate as a defensive card, which is worth 1 more. Life total did get updated to 17 on Axilleas' side, which means he did pump the Vynnset activation earlier in the turn, meaning this Deathly Wail has both sides active. 2 Rune Chants going forward to the future.
Chain closing to Rune Chant's a good place to be heading into that following turn when you know there's a Rune Great 3 waiting in the banished zone for you. We'll see Tunic ticking up here. Arsenal kept intact for now for Florian. We'll make our way back over to Axilleas, who I believe is looking at another pretty potent hand here. Another copy of Cole, Revel in Runeblood. Runeblood Incantation coming up here as well. Looks like quite a lot of reds. Phantom Wraith, I believe, the last card there. Not always a card we see played in these shells, but one of the bigger, chunkier Runegate attacks. This seems like a tough decision here, sorry, for Axilleas on this situation. Multiple red cards available, but all very powerful ones.
definitely spelling an interesting second act of the game. In the early game, we saw KO get that early advantage off the start of turn ability from start of game life difference from Vynnset's deal with the devil with the blood debt. Now, Axilleas having chained together a couple offensive turns and Florian having chained together a couple awkward turns, if we're being quite honest, means he's not able to present the offense, and the life totals are slowly evening. Like I said, both of these heroes are able to play this mid-rangey game, and as they get lower and lower, will be forced to play this mid-rangey game, aren't able to keep such offensive hands once more. So we have maybe spelling, even with 30 minutes left, a little bit of a you know,
a stalemate? We'll go with a stalemate. I can just feel my brain burning trying to figure out what this hand is supposed to do. Runeblood Incantation obviously incredibly powerful to establish future turns, but I'm not sure which card you banish. Maybe it's the Cull, but then you're stuck with this Phantom Wraith you're kind of obliged to pitch. This Revel in Runeblood doesn't really line up with the current hand in any meaningful way, and we can see Axilleas going through a similar blender, and they have played this deck significantly more than I have.
Now, the Tunic was used to great effect on the previous turn to go Tunic, Spellbound Creeper, and then you can get that Read the Runes for the second attack. But this is a hand where you really want Tunic to either be able to play out that Runeblood incantation or activate the Spellbound Creepers again, get that resource in order to Spellbound Creepers the Revel in Runeblood. Or both, ideally pitching one card as well. But as it is, looking at a very do-nothing sort of hand.
My favorite. Always enjoy a do-nothing kind of hand.
It does something. Comes in with Phantom Wraith. Possibly Cull on the other side. But the Cull's a bit of a hurts yourself as well.
You can see this feels like the most important turn in the game so far for Axilleas. We've seen, admittedly, a very fluid pace of play from both of our players over the course of this game, especially from Vynnset, who you can tell is very well versed in the sequencing and shenanigans this hero is capable of. This is kind of the first time we've really seen them pause and re-deliberate as to how they want to navigate going forward. And I can't say I blame them, truth be told.
This is part of the challenge and the difficulty of this this deck is, you know, you had this 2-3 turns in a row that play exactly the way you want them to play. And then you're faced with this turn of, okay, I'm forced to take a turn off, essentially, right? This is a turn that I'm only dealing 10. It's funny that we say that that's a turn off. We'll get to that in a moment.
Only 10.
But with 5 cards, you want to be able to deal more. You want to be able to present your opponent with a greater challenge, and unfortunately not able to line that up here. Thinking maybe what's the best card to banish, or should I take a full setup turn, or should I take a half setup turn? Am I able to afford to activate my Grimoire in order to try to earn an action point? That means I'm going to be on a clock, though, because now I'll start taking Blood Debt 1. So a lot of decisions available to Axilleas. And he thought through it. He thought through the lines because all of those cards available to him were quite modal. Some of them quite powerful, but only usable in certain ways, like that Revel in Runeblood. And choosing, in this case, to come in for 10 so far, all of it getting covered up, meaning that Cull doesn't even get to be played if he wanted to. So losing some of the options having chosen this line. As it currently stands, Creepers will go away, so you might as well cast it.
Indeed, Spellbound Creepers being activated one more time. Revel in Runeblood pitched away, and we will see Runeblood Incantation played.
I think this is making the best of a bad situation, and honestly getting to get that Runeblood out. You deal 10 off your 4-card hand, keep a Runeblood Incantation. You could argue that it's kind of 13 and quite a bit of smoothing for the deck with that extra rune chant generation every turn. Spellbound Creepers was going to die, almost always does, into a defensive deck once you activate it once, because they're able to just pitch 3 on the next turn and get through that Spellbound Creepers. But Axilleas finding the line, I think that will enable him to stay in this game as best as possible.
We'll see looking for a scrap, banishing Mocking Blow from the arsenal here, leaving 2 resources floating to send in Mandible Claw afterwards. So pretty solid 2-card 8, bread and butter, flesh and blood at its finest, and we will see some defenses being committed here.
Funny that he stuck that, what we think is a reduced Rune Chant into Arsenal, and then for several turns in a row when he did have Rune Chants going into his turn, or the defending turn, didn't get attacked, Arsenal pass, and now finally that he's getting attacked, and he could make advantage of that rune chant generation, is actually going to cost him one. It's going to cost a pitch. So maybe Axilleas leaning towards a defensive turn, set up an extra card into your banish zone, get 1 or 2 rune chants, one off the hero ability and one off the incantation, and then use that reduced to rune chant to power up the next turn with quite a few rune chants going into the turn and several attacks as well.
Love to see this from Florian here, just pointing to Steel Victory and going, I wish you draw a Malefic too, because I would really like to have stolen a rune chant from you at some point over the course of this game. But alas, no dice, Bounding Demigon and Deathly Delight both deployed on defense here to soak up damage and leave Axilleas with a little bit of breathing room to play with. As the Tunic goes up, Deathly Wail is banished and Runeblood Incantation comes down. So 2 rune chants front and visible right now, 2 3-cost Blood Debt attacks in the banish zone, so we're going to see that Blood Debt taken here as we try and set up for another big barrage, and you can see the laughter once more as the first Deadwood Dirge and the first Malefic Incantation of this game are found simultaneously.
And I think the IP'd card was a Mavrian Sky, so he's doing exactly what we just discussed, which is trying to set up a big rune chant start of the turn, possibly double rune gate turn. And that's what he has been able to find with these cards. He's got the Mavrian Skies for go again, the Malefic Incantation, and if it doesn't get victory stoled, then he's going to be able to Deadwood Dirge that aura in order to create 3 rune chants for the second rune gate attack. This is the turn you want to see. Reduced to rune chant here, also able to get some value on the defense. Axilleas finding one more really potent offensive turn to try to snatch back the tempo in this game.
Unfortunately, the volley from Florian Koksch is the turn you didn't want to see. Villainous Pose into Mocking Blow with 1 resource floating. Mocking Blow definitely been the tail of this game so far. If that last card in hand is blue, the KO activation would cause some serious problems for a player that wanted to keep their entire hand.
And this pushes it to 14. Now, if we have that D-React in our arsenal, he's able to live through that, but as a Shadow player, you don't only have to live through that, you have to live through the Blood Debt on the other end. So definitely looking at maximizing life totals, which in this case involves blocking with a Tunic, possibly, he's considering.
Tunic reached for here as the hand is stared at. Block 1 declared here. We will see a shelter in the hand for Florian. There will be no activation. So as things stand, 8 damage coming through.
Axilleas thinking, if that's the Diriact, whether it's better to just save the life, get the rune chant, or whether better to play around a KO activation down the line. In this case, I respect this decision. You have to keep some life total for your Blood Debt and also for any future attacks that come in from KO. Blocking 5 against 9, Florian's lack of response sort of implies that he doesn't have access to the KO activation. Good stuff and good timing on that red from the perspective of Axilleas, for sure.
I don't know, I respect the Hollywooding here. This feels like Florian sitting there going, oh, do I want this blue in my arsenal, or do I want to shove damage down your face? And I think the decision would be pretty face up if it were there. But I got to respect the showmanship. You've got to try and sell it just a little bit. Maybe put a bit of doubt into your opponent's mind before revealing that shuttle from the storm that you both kind of assume is there in a turn cycle's time.
Very fitting for the Super Slam set that a hero requires, this showboating that the KO underhanded cheat does. Very well played, dramatically from Florian to think on that blue, because it wouldn't be lethal, so maybe it's better if it pumps up the next turn, or it might be an attack that guarantees he can pump up the next turn, or whatever he might be going for, whatever angle he might be going for.
Phantom Banshee banished away. 5 rune chants available once Runeblood Incantation has done its work. Malefic Incantation does in fact exist. Both players chuckling at the situation.
Florian saying, you finally got it.
We will see Mavrian Skies as the follow-up and that Phantom Banshee as the first attack of this turn. 5 rune chants, 7 physical damage. If any of it connects, we'll be seeing 3 more rune chants. 1 more generated here from Malefic Incantation. This is a pretty impressive, aggressive assault.
Yeah, so the players are debating on the ordering of the triggers here because it does matter for some interactions, but I want to talk about why he picks the Phantom Banshee over the Deathly Wail and the Widespread Destruction. Both of those are quote-unquote better in terms of the effect that they give Axilleas. One of them is a disruptive effect that destroys Florian's arsenal. The other will give him more rune chants, which will power up future turns. In this turn, though, Mavrian Skies is the thing that matters the most. So coming in for 7 makes it tricky to block, whereas the other 2 come in for 6.
Tricky to block, you say. Fate Foreseen in hand. Shelter from the Storm, of course, in the arsenal. So unbeknownst to Axilleas, this Phantom Banshee is appropriately sized and can be blocked out if Florian wishes to do so. That, however, is the choice we face at this exact moment.
Of course, Florian had access to the Scabskin leathers as well, which does help clear up that break point, but it's always a good thing to earn your opponent's equipment at one point or another.
We'll see double defense reaction here. Fate Foreseen, Shelter from the Storm to soak up this damage and stop this Banshee from connecting.
Florian prioritizing holding on to that 3-block in Mocking Blow because it is still a potent 1-card hand coming in. I think it's a yellow, so for 4, creating a vigor for the following turn and threatening Axilleas' life total, given that he's going to have to hold on to some of the blood debt here.
Of course, that final card in hand there was Deadwood Dirge, benefiting from the go again, turning 1 Rune Chant into 3. Deathly Whale going to come across the line here alongside it. Pretty impressive turn cycle here for our Vynnset player, exactly what they need to get back into this game.
Deathly Whale only threatening 1 on the creation here on account of hasn't taken damage himself on the Vynnset side this turn. But 1 is enough when you have a Rune Blood incantation on the board. So 1 from the Deathly Whale here if any of this damage goes through, which certainly looks like it will have to. And then 1 from incantation and 1 from his hero ability means 3 next turn, possibly a second attack with a Malefic on the other side if he can draw something else like a Dirge.
We'll see 1 Rune Chant being prevented here. 2 more remaining to be considered. 1 card stuck in hand. We know that Mocking Blow is what's available here for Florian. A very impressive 1-card hand, but attempting 1 to deploy on defense as well. Going to take a moment to consider the cards that have been played so far and what might be in his future before committing to either decision.
That's the sign of not only understanding the matchup, but understanding the game in general. It's not about this 6 or 8 that's coming through right now from the perspective of Florian. He's got 22 life to work with. He's got some damage he can afford to take. It's how big can the following turn be? He was maybe counting things like Deadwood Dirge and Go Again Givers to evaluate, can Axilleas put together another one of these 2 Runegate turns next turn with that widespread destruction carrying over? And if I take the full 8 here, and don't block with any cards and try to come in with a Mocking Blow, will I just maybe die by getting bowled over on a future turn?
We see the Tunic resource committed to preventing an additional Rune Chant before Scabskin Leathers jumps in the way of this Deathly Whale. Florian there confirming, have you taken damage this turn from Axilleas? So wanting to understand how many Rune Chants will be available on the way back before making this decision. You can see how difficult this Mocking Blow block is. With only 7 life remaining here for Vynnset Iron Maiden, this is a very real threat if Florian chooses to keep it. However, letting this damage leak through is exactly how he starts to fall behind in this game if Axilleas can put together another one of these patented double Runegate turns we've seen over the course of this match.
1 damage has already leaked through on the Rune Chant, so I believe Deathly Whale will be creating 1. It's just a question of prioritizing blocking with it versus attacking with it. Now he knows 4 is not 7, but maybe 4 brings Axilleas into a very uncomfortable situation, having no block left on his equipment. So Florian debating, this hand is 4 offensively, 3 defensively. Am I more likely to get you into kill yourself range by playing it, or get myself accidentally into die range by prioritizing holding on to it?
You ever considered poetry, Gabe? You're really, really good with words.
Yeah, super.
Super slam.
On the one hand, kill yourself. On the other, die. not a great find.
Poetry at its finest.
It's the part of the shadow talent, I'd say.
We'll go with that. Rune Chant being generated here from that Deathly Whale. And we will see Sonata Galaxia alongside a copy of Deadwood Dirge in the hand here.
Another, what I would call ideal find, I think. We have one of those playable 2 or 1 cost. I can't tell if it's a Widespread Ruin or Eloquent Eulogy Runegate cards found here. We have a Deadwood Dirge, meaning that he's going to be able to fire both the card that he banishes this turn as well as the Widespread Destruction. So Florian, having counted all those Go Again Givers and Deadwood Dirges, realizing they're all still in the deck, or a lot of them are still in the deck, and Axilleas proving it here by drawing them together.
Axilleas understanding that you will in fact need some life to play with to manage your blood debt as this game continues, and therefore dedicating that Galaxia on defense. Shadow Puppetry will be played, Vynnset will trigger, and a debate will be had as to whether a life point can be spared. I do want to take a look at Florian's hand real quick in this moment. Very resource dense, 4 blues, 2 copies of Outside Interference.
maybe another thing that Florian was counting and thinking about last turn, where if he goes too low, he can draw some of these 0 blocks available in the deck and just die to a damage on all one turn instead of it over a couple turns as well.
Well, the small benefit with outside interference is it is an instant speed discard. So at worst, go grab that big bully from your sideboard, stick it on defense. It's not actually a 0 block, but that's not a position you want to be in. Those endgame finishes are your best way of closing the door. You don't really want to be using them to not explode. Shadow Puppetry 7, go again alongside this widespread destruction. 3 rune chants alongside it and a malefic incantation trigger to keep the magic flowing. We'll see Florian reaching for a few of those blues, debating soaking up not only this arcane damage, but how to best navigate widespread destruction.
And of course, Shadow Puppetry has some things that could hit off the top that are relevant. You could hit something like a Funeral Moon. I think we've already seen all 3 called, but there are cards that could come off the top. Shadow Puppetry here, be playable from the Banished Zone, and still power up Axilleas' future after he plays this whole turn.
We know that last card in hand is a Deadwood Dirge, so even a card like Deathly Wail could be incredibly impactful if found from Shadow Puppetry, chaining together rune chants for the following turn at an alarming pace. So a difficult decision here for Florian. Needs to decide how best to assign their cards to preventing damage. Outside interference, a very powerful tool exclusive to KO, the reviled hero, but not one that is easy to navigate. Gives you a toolbox to consider every time you draw it.
Very small, niche thing to consider here. Deadwood Dirge can kill that Runeblood incantation that's left on the board with 0 counters, meaning it represents no rune chance. So widespread annihilation might also be one of the best hits off the top of this Shadow Puppetry, because Runegate 4 will be playable after this Malefic Incantation rune chant, and 3 from the Deadwood Dirge by destroying your incantation, your Runeblood incantation. It would leave him with 1 Runegate, with 1 Blood Debt in the Banished Zone and taking a life to the deal with the Devil, but possibly worth it to power up the disruption and offense on this turn.
Overcrowded and booze at the front of the hand here. We'll see the former pitch to soak up rune chants as one more is made behind from that Malefic Incantation. Now onto the subject of 7. Go again on hit. Shadow Puppetry. No blocks declared. Down to 13 here for Florian. Puppetry trigger will peek at the top of the deck. Let's see what's on top. I wasn't slammed into the Banished Zone, but it is going to be a Phantom Wraith, so another Runegate attack available here for Vynnset.
Deciding Wraith and Ruin. He's happy to take the 1 on Blood Debt. He's happy to make sure that he has a Runegate available on the following turn, maybe even 2 if he's able to draw another offensively potent turn. This will just continue to guarantee that he's threatening damage not only on this turn, which it's not lethal, but also on the next turn. I also don't remember. I think he might have taken the Vynnset Ping, and so this Widespread Ruin would have banished that Phantom Wraith anyways off of its own effect. So either way, he's going to end up with one of those Runegate or Blood Debt cards in the Banished Zone. So could be just that he's doing it because he might as well.
4 rune chants here. 6 physical damage from Phantom Wraith. A very impressive sequence of turns so far from Axilleas. We see 3 cards in hand. We know Florian here disincentivized to block if you're on the other side of the table. Finally took 7 damage from that first attack. This allowed Shadow Puppetry to happen. Perhaps Axilleas smells blood and wants to swing for the hills while the defenses aren't optimal. And we know there is 2 copies of outside interference in that hand. Defenses aren't optimal at the very least.
Outside interference does turn your weapon into pretty efficient 2 cost 3 go again. So he's able to hold on to maybe one of them in order to pitch for the Mandible Claw, and the other one in order to fetch whatever card he wants out of his sideboard. And then with the 3rd blue available in hand, he can also threaten KO. So Florian using that total life buffer he had earned throughout the game to prioritize dealing, hopefully, enough damage to force Axilleas to block with a bunch of cards and then not be able to do anything on his turn and slowly die to the Blood Debt.
A really interesting point here. Florian chose not to block with their Tunic, and therefore equal life totals are available. So we're not going to go and find something like a Mocking Blow. Instead, outside interference is just going to go and fetch up that big bully that threatens to be absolutely gigantic. on the other side of the table. Funeral Moon, Eloquent Eulogy, another Phantom Banshee available alongside Machinations of Dominion. Both these players with only 4 life remaining and a tough situation to navigate. Worth noting, there are no rune chants currently available on the board for Axilleas, but Funeral Moon might just remedy that if they can find a way to survive. Florian here re-evaluating the situation they find themselves in. Of course, outside interference has enabled Mandible Claw.
I think maybe Florian realizing what you just pointed out, which is that tunic, missing that tunic block could be quite costly, and he's really head in hand sort of regretting that decision. Could be able to find a way, and he is able to find a way to salvage this with this booze, which will boo him on demand when it comes onto the board. So slightly less damage efficient than the full hand might have been had he been on 5 here because of the blood debt. Maybe he didn't factor in the blood debt taking his opponent down to 5, and so he didn't think, or 4, so he didn't think he would have been ahead. But he still is able to come in with a relatively potent turn, forcing the boo on this turn and on next turn, and Big Bully is at least 8 damage, which still threatens cards out of Axilleas.
What an incredible set of sequencing to find ourselves in the situation we now are. 4 to 4 life means this Big Bully cannot boo itself, and therefore boos must be expended to gain 4 power as opposed to having that KO activation available. No Mandible Claw, no additional buffs. A pretty significant window here for Vynnset.
And there's a lot of moving parts on a board in Flesh and Blood, especially with these tricksy heroes like this. So being able to miss something like, oh, my opponent's going to take a blood debt down to 4, I will be on higher life, but only if I block with this tunic, which is always a card you want to block with at the very last second. Super easy mistake to make. And Florian finding a way to still, it's not necessarily winning the game right here, but it's definitely inching himself towards winning the game by forcing his opponent to block here. It's still a respectable line.
Okay. 3 cards being leaned forward on defense here. But a difficult spot to be in. Eloquent Eulogy, of course, providing a pretty elegant 1-card hand, but that will mean that Widespread Ruin is still trapped in the Banished Stone, and dealing damage will allow Florian to get back ahead on life total as a result. We will see a block of 9 to soak up the Big Bully before this Eloquent Eulogy banished away to Vynnset's hero ability, makes that rune chant as a result. We'll come across for 1 and 4, make a rune chant on the back end, courtesy of Malefic Incantation.
Rune chant on the back end means if he's able to hold even just 1 card for next turn, you banish that, and that Widespread Ruin becomes playable. So Axilleas playing the not just this turn game, but the next turn game as well. 1 and 5, though, is not threatening Florian's life total meaningfully. He still has access to 4 cards. You know he's a hero that really enjoys blocking. He has access to a Vigor to sort of smooth out the turn that he's going to have offensively on this upcoming turn. So he can take some of this damage and let some of it, and block some of it as well, and possibly threaten another 4 cards out of Axilleas, meaning that Widespread Ruin will be tick, 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 a ticking time bomb.
You got to watch Florian's reactions here. Very easy for a player to start beating themselves up from that situation involving their tunic block. Instead, calm, collected, controlled, understands the importance of this final turn cycle. This hand, another really interesting affair. We know there's a Command and Conquer, another copy of Outside Interference available alongside a blue Overload.
I love an Overload. I'm so happy he has this card. It's so interesting. And in this case, it might actually be game-winning. I believe that's a 1 Dominate on-hit go-again card back from Monarch quite a few years ago at this point. But
Don't
1
say
Dominate
that.
could be enough with 1 Blood Debt coming through at the end of this turn, turning this into a 3-3 game, or a 3-2 game in this case. But Vigor, blue, Dominate for 6 could be enough.
Okay, let's see if you're right. Eloquent Eulogy makes that Eloquence token. We see a Blood Debt taken falling down to 3 as Axilleas attempts to set up the engine one more time. The Vigor token will break to provide a resource. Booze will trigger to provide another Vigor. And with 3 cards in hand, we are going to see an impressive line from Florian, one way or the other. We're reaching for Outside Interference. It will be discarded to find something else. It's going to be that Big Bully. This time, that we've already been booed, courtesy of that booze. Did so at the start of the turn. No need to jump through any additional hoops. This time around, we'll see that big bully pitched for, 2 floating, enough resources in hand to activate KO.
I think this is a good shout to go for the big bully over the overload line. 6 dominate looks like it's lethal against 3, but there are cards in the Runeblade and Vynnset card pool that can live him through that. Cards like Haunting Rendition, you block 3 and you discard that, and you're able to live through that 6 dominate. In this case, threatening the hero power activation means he's going up to 12 on this big bully because of the boo from the booze, which represents, hopefully, Axilleas' whole hand, which is almost more important than trying to kill with the Trixie Dominate. His whole hand means he's got the blood debt he has to pay at the end of the turn, and he's going to continue to tick down, slowly closer to death.
We're going to see 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 as Malefic Incantation does not block for 3. So very possible we see 1 additional value leaking over. This is such an interesting dilemma for Florian. We know about this overload. You don't have to activate KO here.
Correct, and that's the beauty of this sort of Azuri-like ability off the KO hero power, is you can make your opponent overcommit to blocks, as he did here. You don't need to buff it up to 12. In this case, buffing it up to 12 does push 1 damage through, which is why Florian is actually thinking about it as opposed to immediately just passing the turn and holding on to the dominate attack in Arsenal. But he's thinking about it, do I want to get 1 damage here? Then you tick down 1 from the blood debt. Is that how I win the game? Or is actually letting this pass and keeping that dominate for next turn, depending on what I draw, the better, safer play, the less greedy play?
One interesting dilemma for Florian Koksch. Is 1 damage worth that guaranteed dominate effect on the following turn? How scared of Reduce to Rune Chant, Haunting Rendition, and similar effects are you enough to warrant a KO activation? 1 damage gonna come through. We'll of course see that Widespread Ruin causing 1 additional blood debt, and it will be 2-1. Our KO will have the life lead and just 1 life point standing between them and yet another victory.
And drawing the looking for a scrap, this is another one of those offensively potent turns. A great time for this. This is exactly what you need when your opponent's on 1. If he had only been able to come in for 6 without having pitched that dominate away, it would have been quite unfortunate for him, where he might not have actually been able to close the game. But instead it's 13, a very comfortable number to close out the game for Florian Koksch, showing us the power of KO under energy and cheering a little bit at the end, giving us some flair. Really well played throughout that matchup.
No cheers for you, Florian. It's booze all the way through. KO, underhanded cheat, finding a way to take this game away from our beloved Vynnset Iron Maiden. Impressive play, I think, from both parties there. Saw the potential of KO. We talked about numerous tricks over the course of that game. Things like Overload being surprise endgame dominate. The implications of outside interference, there being 2 big bully available in the sideboard to go and get. On the other side of things, Oblivion lining up with sequencing with 7 rune chants, multiple rune gate turns that I think people that aren't familiar with Vynnset might not otherwise have seen.
Yeah, and Axilleas recognizing the spots where he had to set up and the spots where he had to attack very well, finding his angles there for sure, and it just coming 2 points of life short near the end. Really well played from the Vynnset player, and I think that shows the power of the deck a lot more than we were able to see in yesterday's game. No shade to the player, just shade to the way that game played out. Axilleas, though, giving us a bit of a clinic.
Clearly 2 very experienced players in our feature match area, but not everyone is quite as experienced as our Goliaths of today. If you're joining the broadcast and you are brand new to Flesh and Blood, well, I've got the product for you. Armory decks, now available on shelves in your local game stores. The perfect way to hop into Flesh and Blood. Grab a box, crack it open, start playing immediately. Armory deck Ira, one of the more impressive offerings in the series so far. Cards that have seen play in both Classic, Constructed, and Living Legend.
I love what this deck did, not just for Ira, but for the Ninja class in general, totally changing some of those Katsu lists we see, turning you off of a Kodachi gamer and into an Edge of Autumn gamer, enabling some of these really powerful combo effects from Ira and from the Ninja class in general.
Big fan of this Armory deck, had a lot of fun playing it with myself, but not quite as much as I'm a big fan of Armory deck Pleiades. Been really enjoying this hero, looking forward to getting stuck in with her even more in ProQuest season, and the best way to do that is to pick up this product out of the box and grab some of the exclusive cards that you will find inside.
Personally, my favorite Armory deck to date, one of the most enjoyable heroes, I have to say, so that's part of why, but also this is an almost fully complete CC-ready deck. I mean, it is a CC-ready deck, but players in the Calling are playing lists that are maybe 8 cards different from what you get in this box as well. So it's something you can show up not just to an Armory with, but you can show up to a Calling with and feel comfortable with the cards you have available to you.
An impressive product for an impressive hero. Can't think of a better gateway myself. If you are more inclined for a little bit of brutality, maybe Armory deck Rhinar will be for you in November 14th, just before the World Championship. Sadly not legal in the main event, but will be legal in the Calling. So we might have an idea of what's going on there with Rhinar. Some new cards to support our beloved hero from Welcome to Wraith.
Yeah, I mean, we already see a Rhinar in day 2. Shout out to Eugene, always repping Rhinar and making day 2 in this event. This is another buff to the deck. It's going to be interesting to see whether other players will start to join Eugene and be Rhinar mains at these events.
Gotta love that. Always happy to see Tomas here as well. Signing cards this weekend in the building for folks. No copies of Alpha Instinct, but last time I saw there were some prints of this artwork already available. So if you're a fan, go and see Tomas. I'm sure they'll take care of you and sign some cards. If you prefer to meet madness, the deck for you will be Armory deck Arachne, available just before Christmas. I'm sure that's equally thematic, right?
Is Arachne Santa in this universe?
This question and more answered by the folks at home, I imagine. Meet Madness, an incredible new Chaos Assassin attack, will give you the ability to randomly banish either cards from hand, arsenal, or deck, alongside a menagerie of other stealth options available to this hero. Big fan favorite, used to be a Goliath of the format. Almost certainly has room to grow once again as we make our way back into a different metagame.
Yeah, that new card definitely powering up the deck. Some of the power that it lost in the loss of Bonds of Agony, but that's going to be a strong, powerful on-hit effect that doesn't rely on Mark. Very potent in a deck like Arachne. Slip through the cracks, but also Arachne Marionette.
Couldn't agree more. Arachne Marionette's a really good call-out. How about we get one of those into the feature match next round? Does that sound fun to you?
I love that deck. One of my favorites. I've said this about a lot of heroes this weekend, but truly I think we just keep getting some of my favorites on the stream. So very happy to see Arachne Marionette.
I'm reliably informed that Arachne Marionette is secretly the best warrior in the format. And we're going to put that to the test because your favorite warrior is on the other side of the bracket. Arachne Kassai coming up next.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
On one side of the bracket, a hero criminally underrated by the majority of the Flesh and Blood community, Arachne Marionette. On the other side, a hero criminally overrated by Gabe Sher. Kassai, I'm not so sure.
This is a fun matchup. Historically, Assassin Warrior has actually been a little bit back and forth. There's tools like Frailty available in the Assassin package that are quite bad for Warrior, but there's tools like Valiant Dynamo in the Warrior package that are quite bad for Assassin. It changes a little bit with Piercing now being applied to the dagger from this Assassin rather than the dagger from New last year, where Beckoning Mistblade didn't have Piercing, but Hunter's Mark does. That definitely is important to this matchup. You can't get the maximum value out of that one block on the boots, but a lot to pay attention to. Definitely a bit of a grindier one. The way that Assassins have been being built or Arachnes have been being built lately maybe makes it a bit quicker. Kassai has access to quite a lot of burst if she's able to get some of those coppers early. Something to watch here for sure.
Okay, so do yourself a favor. Go grab a drink, grab a snack, get settled in for what I imagine is going to be a pretty detailed back and forth game. But before we settle in, I want to see how the event is going so far. So let's check out the standings of the room currently. Gotta be honest, my eyes immediately drawn to the still pretty hefty amount of Verdance that we see on this first page here.
In that top 6 players, which I think are playing maybe a win and in, maybe a win and you're probably in, but you still have to win another. So 3 out of those 6 players are on Verdance, and of course 1/4 another one on another warrior wizard in Axilleas as well.
I gotta look at some of these names again. You can tell we're in Germany. You can tell it's a game of skill. It's Arthur Trehet. It's Jacob Clements. It's Alex Kitsu. It's Brody Spurlock. These are all names who are front and center in that World Tour race, chasing down those final points as they make a claim for Player of the Year, and all of them are about to bump into each other.
And that's no shade to the rest of the players on this page, where there's 6 more players. If you are familiar with calling standings pages, there are familiar names here as well. Sammy, Warre, Juan, Lukas. I believe I've seen all of those players perform quite well at callings in the past.
It's a reassuring feeling that I've lost games of Flesh and Blood to at least 3 of these people. It makes me feel much better about myself. Page numero dos, of course, David here, we're going to be checking out in just a moment, rocking Kassai, but a few other heroes that we haven't spoken about so far here. Matt Brown, good friend of mine for a very long time, still in contention here on Gravy Bones. Gianluigi, Dorinthea, Decimated Great Axe, name a better duo. Still here at 8-2. Calling winner Francesco Giorgio picked up Cindra just days ago. Still 8-2 in this event in the race. Michael Fang, Bartosz the Ember, Thomas Preyer, my caster pick, still in contention at the bottom down there on Dash.io. A pretty impressive selection of heroes and players.
And even though they're a bit down the bracket, down in 15th, 20th position, don't count these players out. At X2, these people can make it if they win all of their rounds, and also still possibly can make it if they win all but the last round as well. So playing for their tournament live still at this 8-2 bracket. Very important to pay attention to them all in this top 29.
Single Fang there also available on page number 2 before we head to page 3. Couple standouts here. Bartosz we see on Arachne Marionette. We're going to see a little bit more of them in the feature match area in just a moment. Anton Sidmeheas at 8-2 as well. We saw Florian Koksch get to 8-2 on this brand new Super Slam hero of KO. A little more gravy here than we've been seeing so far, but again, the story of the tape, pretty impressive. I'm surprised to see Victor in 22nd.
Victor showing that he has some legitimacy in this bracket and in this meta, definitely has some matchups he can win, and then clearly this player has figured out how to play against those matchups that are a little bit harder, maybe like Gravy Bones. Also some big names, Paul van Gijsel, teammate of mine, have to shout him out. Top 4 at PT London earlier this year, still live for top 8.
Gonna mention Nico Sony there at the bottom as well. Now 7-3, unfortunately not live for top 8 anymore, but that incredible Storm Striders Axilleas list, I assure you, not gonna be the last we see of that in the near future, I imagine. You ready for a scrap with some weapons? Does that sound like fun?
Absolutely. Warrior versus kind of warrior available in this next match. I'm excited to see what happens.
Glad we're on the same page. Let's head down into the arena. Will it be Kassai who finds herself marked for execution, or will the golden sellsword take down the anomaly that is Arachne Marionette? Let's take a look at how these players got here. Puffin to start, a bit of an off-meta choice. Volda, oh, there's the Verdance. We found the Verdance at the end.
I mean, look at that, though. Verdance is the hard matchup for Kassai. He's played 3 of them and won 2 of those. That's how you end up in this playing for your tournament life position at the end of 10 rounds going into round 11.
Took an unfortunate loss there to Dash.io. Managed to get through Jarl, however. On the other side of the bracket, we see Bartosz taking on Katsu in the first round, finding success there. But a more robust selection here. Florian, Dash.io, couple of Cindras. No Gravy in sight, no Verdance in sight either.
The Florian that lost in there on the day 1, that's one of the hardest matchups that Mario has available. It got a little bit easier with this dagger buff sort of leaning build that we see, where basically he's a very high offensive, very high value per hand semi-warrior with some disruption mixed in, but unfortunately still a hard matchup, and if Florian is able to defend you in the right spots, then it can be hard. That's part of why Bartosz is at 8-2 today.
Representing those Kassai sleeves from Pro Tour Singapore. You can tell this is a hero David is very passionate about. Let's take a moment to look at these equipment suites. Couple of standouts for me. Starting point on the Arachne side. Definitely suggestive of both Surgical Extraction and Command and Conquer available for our Arachne player. On the other side of the equation, we see a Kabuto in the head slot here for David. Definitely interested in shutting down those Hunter's Claves at some point.
Yeah, if there's a turn where he really can't afford to get marked by the second dagger, or more importantly, if there's a Graphene Chelicera and there's a leading Hunter's Clave. If you block Kabuto on the Hunter's Clave and you expect that there's a whole bunch of buffs trying to go in on the Graphene, then he can't do that either. So maybe on a turn where Bartosz has flipped into Arachne Orb Weaver, that Kabuto will be committed to blocks.
Hit and run into Centauri Saber kicks us off here. I want to take note of a promo card I think most players might not even know exists. Promo in the Swing being pitched away there by David. You can tell this is a deck they adore.
Promo in the Swing from, I believe, Team Covenant like years ago. Years ago before Kassai was even a CC playable hero. A very favorite deck of David here. David is a name that you know if you've been at some of these callings here in Europe. He travels to a lot of them callings and Battle Hardens. Very familiar face and player for a room like this.
Into the trapdoor deployed on defense. We see a couple of block 2s in the hand here for Bartosz. It's up, sticks, and run that is used on defense. We see Codex of Frailty, Tarantula Toxin as the other 2 cards, joined by To The Point and Sink Below for their first turn of the game.
David functionally only buying some deck damage on that turn by attacking with weapons and buying some cards on defense, but still might have even been to filter out some of those cards. That blue hit and run, not very potent for David. Wants to get it out, but had to pitch a different card, so playing it out just helps you get rid of those cards from your hand and set up a better turn 1.
One go again. It's only ever one, I promise. Hunter's Clave starts lurking as an assassin does at the beginning of this turn. No blocks declared, no reactions. Oh, in reactions, we're going to flick this Hunter's Clave away.
Definitely reactions. There are 2 dagger buffs in this hand, so this Clave was getting buffed the whole way through, getting the most out of that flick because one of these buffs is To The Point, so it's going to be +4 given his opponent is marked, but also opening up a very important slot for that second weapon to become Graphene Chelicera, which is how these marionettes thrive in this day and age.
I think you alluded to this yesterday just a little bit. Going to need to see Mario's flicking on turn 1 significantly more often going forward, just establishing that Graphene Chelicera and making sure you have the slot available to do so. Seems like one of the more important parts of the deck's game plan in the current format. Interesting to see David here just happy to take this damage. No defense reactions in sight. Going to fall down to 31.
And this is one of those places where that Valiant Dynamo, typically a tool that's very important in these aggro matchups and in this assassin match, doesn't actually thrive in this Kassai Marionette match in 2025 or late 2025, because if you block against the dagger, you don't actually get real block out of it. Piercing buffs up the dagger, and then if their whole turn is just dagger and buff the dagger, you can never block with a Valiant Dynamo for any real value except on the Chelicera.
Transformation taking place for Arachne Marionette becomes Arachne Tarantula heading into the next turn. We'll see Spoils of War with Eye of Ophidia being pitched to facilitate. Going to opt 2 cards. We see Raisin Army in there. No need for that one just yet. That's much more of a late game tool for a deck like Kassai.
Putting that to the bottom along with the Iron Song response, maybe expecting his opponent's not even going to be blocking in this early game, and so put that Iron Song to response to the bottom because you don't know that it's necessarily going to help you out.
4 go again on this first Centauri Saber, threatening to generate copper. For those unfamiliar, copper, a very important aspect of Kassai's game plan thanks to her specializations. Going to try and blunt those out here with multiple copies of Sink Below.
Yeah, very important, especially when you're playing a hero that wants to kill fast or sometimes not block a lot, and therefore you can be killed fast, to shut down this Spoils of War. If you're playing against Kassai and you want to level up your game against Kassai, and you're playing a fast matchup, the most important turn to block is when you see a Spoils of War played by your opponent. If they don't have attack reactions and they just come in 4-2 or maybe 4-5 or 7-2 with a buff either in the front or in the middle, that's the turn where you should decide you want to block a bit.
We're going to see that Mask of Deceit being reached for here for Bartosz, clearly debating another transformation with that one-time headpiece while their Kassai opponent is marked. The hand they're holding, a little bit awkward. We see Persuasive Prognosis, Up Sticks and Run, and another Sink below. We are going to see the Mask cashed in here. No Tarantula on this upcoming turn cycle. Instead, we're going to see this play pattern once more. We've seen it twice on camera this weekend. Immediately turn into this Arachne Orb Weaver, generate that Graphene Chelicera, get the game plan online. We're going to see a Provoke on the other side of the table here to steal a card away from Bartosz.
Yeah, these cards just work efficiently together as a dagger buff, and a secondary effect of Orb Weaver, not just the discard, is that your Graphene Chelicera costs 0, so he's able to play a 0-cost turn on this upcoming turn, part of why he does it. Now, Provoke, maybe not what he was expecting, loses that card that might have been hitting the graveyard for the Orb Weaver activation or the Arsenal at the end of this turn. Still has a way to put together a potent turn by discarding this Shred. This is a hint that Bartosz has this version of the deck in his heart. I think the only Arachne Marvel he had was the Orb Weaver. That's the one you want to reach for on turn 2 of the game.
If you play a Mask of Deceit and only ever turning into that Orb Weaver, it's certainly the snazzy piece of cardboard you got to make sure you own. We see I believe, cold foil Graphene Chelicera here as well. So you can tell the plan is blinged out to re-emphasize its importance. Got a lot of respect for that. 8 damage coming across, courtesy of Up Sticks and Run. We'll see 2 cards reached for on defense here. Sharpened Sense is joined by Valiant Dynamo to start, currently blocking 7. We, of course, know that last card in hand here for Bartosz is a Sink below, so this dagger is unlikely to get all too much bigger.
Yeah, and Valiant Dynamo now able to get some value since Bartosz's game plan has turned into revolving around this Graphene, at least on every occasion, on some turns, especially this one where he is active as Orb Weaver. Valiant Dynamo just basically a free couple points of life for the Kassai player here. You want to block with it whenever you get the opportunity, and you're attacking twice on that upcoming turn because the -1 counter goes away, and then you're always able to continue to block with it. You think Kassai has 40 life, but she secretly has a lot more than that thanks to her Valiant Dynamos.
Want to note a couple of the cards used on defense there. Sharpened Senses and a copy of Blood on her hands. Bit of a shame to lose the latter, but they are both yellows, and building up a yellow density in that graveyard, an important part of Kassai's game plan if she's hoping to generate gold as the game goes on.
You see David shake his head there as he looks at his graveyard. I think he's actually lacking reds, which is sometimes how you get stuck, unfortunately, in this Kassai matchup. And playing the Bloodfallow's Blade, this is a really good play to have in this spot, but unfortunately might mean that continues to miss out on those reds in the graveyard for the Kassai activation, which is important in this matchup. Get some gold, have more damage-efficient turns, etc.
We see an Inertia Trap in hand, joining the Sink below that we know to be in the arsenal here. So Bloodfallow's Blade unlikely to connect. No Sellsword bought this time. A second Centauri Saber will come over the line, threatening to additional damage here. 2 damage taken pretty quickly by Bartosz, falling down to 38. Pretty happy to keep the rest of their cards available, and more importantly, keep that Sink below around for a more pressing sword swing.
Now, over the 2 games we've casted, we've explained a little bit of what this Marionette deck is hoping for. We've called it a warrior. We've talked about the importance of that turn 1 flick. One thing I want to point out is the 3-turn cycle of this deck. On turn 1, you flick. That gets the mark. Therefore, that turn, it's a little mediocre. You want to be going first so you don't have to expect to deal any damage. You get the mark. On your turn 2, you block with Mask of Deceit to become Orb Weaver, which means that your Graphene Chelicera is free on that turn. So you're in a pitchless turn on turn 2. And then turn 3, with that Graphene still around, your Tunic will come online, and you're once again in a pitchless turn because you can use that Tunic to pay for the Graphene, and as long as you got lucky and drew only dagger buffs, it's a 0-cost, very efficient play. And so that's what Bartosz was able to do here. See him hold on to all these cards that say they give the Graphene Chelicera plus power, use the Tunic to pay for it, and that's all he wanted to do.
These deck builders, they're so smart. So is 11 damage. 11 damage is pretty smart. Well, for everybody except for David, currently staring down the wrong end of it. We do see Sink below in the hand, though, so can stifle a little more of this damage if they prefer.
Of course, that Saber Bloodshed definitely powered up if his opponent starts marked. He can consider always flicking the Hunter's Clave if he wants to get that card draw, but it's not going to turn into a lot here, and it definitely wouldn't turn into a card draw with the double D-React coming out of Kassai.
4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is on defense here, thanks to the additional bolstering of Valiant Dynamo. No additional damage coming over here from Bartosz, so no reactions declared, no damage found. Defense reactions earned, and no doubt a Valiant Dynamo that will refresh in the near future. For now, looks like 2 cards available for David. Pretty happy to play these kind of smaller hands as a hero like Kassai.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a bit of deja vu. David having another Bloodfaller's Blade in his hand and a blue available as well. So he's going to be coming in dagger, Bloodfaller's Blade, dagger. Bartosz still sitting on that sink below from earlier thanks to the lack of potency on the previous turn and the inertia trap that was available as well. So he will be able to turn off this ally creation from Kassai if he needs to.
David here debating a Kassai activation to try and generate that first gold of the game. Seems to have decided against it for now, putting that graveyard back down and reconsidering the cards in their hand. Difficult choice here. This ability obviously not always available to be used if you burn through reds and yellows far too quickly. Got to pick the right timing to make these gold tokens come to life.
Yeah, and in this case, David playing one of those classic small 2/2 turns, especially with the Bloodfaller's Blade coming through, which is going to incentivize a defense reaction here. If you had activated Kassai, you're probably not getting that on hit. You're doubling up on hits on a turn where both of your attacks are just for 2, and it makes it very easy for your Arachne opponent to deny you any of the value out of that Kassai activation.
Really interesting decision point here. Bartosz declines to sink on sink below, which re-incentivizes David to consider if it is time to activate Kassai. Clearly no additional cards wanting to be changed, wants to have access to all 4 cards that are in their hand, and so worth debating if a gold token would be made if it managed to connect. Instead, choose a safer route, send the Centauri Saber, and make that Vigor token from Grains of Bloodspill.
At the same time, Bartosz was definitely maybe considering that was a possibility, seeing David reach for that graveyard at the start of the turn. So Bartosz maybe knew, keep one of these 3 blocks around, or cards that is maybe fine for the turn, fine in Arsenal, fine as a block card, and let him activate Kassai if he wants to.
A card that is quickly becoming one of the most infamous in all of Flesh and Blood, hits the combat chain, Kiss of Death. If you've never seen this before, it might look innocuous, as most assassins do, but take a look at that type line at the bottom, secretly a dagger.
Another one of these ways that Bartosz on the Arachne Marionette side can go pitchless with dagger buffs. So Kiss of Death is a 3 damage, sort of 4 damage with an on-hit card in and of itself. You're getting full value out of that without having to pitch for one of your daggers in order to play all of your dagger buff attack reactions, which can be very high value.
Going to see Kabuto of Imperial Authority and Braveforge Bracers reached for here to try and stymie this damage.
This explains the role of the Kabuto. You put it forward on the Kiss of Death. It means if they don't have a second Stealth card and they manage to give this Kiss of Death go again, they're not able to then activate the dagger in order to give you the second chain link, in order to flick the Kiss of Death and get free points of damage without losing anything on board.
We are going to see Mark, as I say, Mark of the Black Widow being pitched here, as it accidentally ended up front and center for just a moment. Stains of the red back and Scar Tissue to bump this Kiss of Death up to 9, but roll successfully played here. Kabuto of Imperial Authority shuts down either of these daggers, and therefore Kiss of Death will not be flicked. Significant damage prevented.
Yeah, Bartosz has a couple other Kiss of Deaths in the deck, and they obviously won't all be able to be Kabuto'd, but David picking the spot intelligently, reading that Bartosz is probably going for go again into another dagger, and saving himself a couple extra points of life with this Kabuto.
So 6 total life lost if things connect as they stand. 5 from the on-hit, and 1 more lost from Kiss of Death. Bartosz just going to go read Kabuto, understand, yeah, okay, I cannot send a dagger at you.
Still able to get the mark from the Scar Tissue on hit here, so 1 from the on hit of Kiss of Death, missing out on the flick, but marking and rolling and still able to do more power. Ooh, later on in future turns.
That was a rather visceral reaction, Gabe. 1 rolled, normally a bad sign in the booth if you ask Scabskin Leathers enjoyers, but for the assassins amongst us, Arachne Black Widow does arrive. Courtesy of the 1, threatens to strip away numerous cards from the opposing hand in future turns.
Importantly, does work on the Graphene. Unfortunately, would have to pitch for the Graphene this turn. It doesn't have Tunic coming online. Sometimes Orb Weaver is the better role in this deck. Sometimes Black Widow is the better role. Those are the 2 you want to see. when you're playing this new version of Marionette.
David says, foot down, gas up, draw swords, spoils of war, Kassai activation, 7, go again. I would like a gold token, please. Important turn to have this kind of pressure. Really want to deny a handful of cards in the face of Arachne Black Widow.
Especially given the Black Widow's on hit. So Bartosz thinking, you know, I could deny my opponent's copper, like we were talking about as the good heuristic and rule of thumb to take when you're going against Kassai. I could deny my opponent's gold, which is also very important. But I have an opportunity to deal some damage and then keep up tempo with this Black Widow by demanding extra cards from my opponent from the banish a card out of hand on hit with the +3 in the react step. Bartosz has some decisions to be made.
Decisions to be made, indeed. Death Touch, cut through the same cloth. Stains of the red back and Tarantula Toxin. So all reds.
Man, this is so juicy if he had a Tunic online.
If things were different, they would have been different.
As it stands, he's probably going to end up pitching that Death Touch away, but it's still a very potent turn to threaten with this Graphene Chalicerra. He's got a lot of plus damage coming through against David and the disruptive on-hit of Black Widow.
We are seeing much what you expected here, Gabe. Connecting with these on-hits. Copper tokens made, gold token generated, damage more than fine in the eyes of Bartosz as we begin to convert this hand into both damage and tempo. Drawing up here for Kassai before Bartosz leads with cut from the same cloth.
There's an added benefit here. It doesn't necessarily give the mark because his opponent is already marked, but this lets you get hand knowledge of what's to come. So not only will you understand how your opponent's going to block, you're going to understand what's going to be hitting you against this warrior. Very important against some classes, very useless against others. In this case, it's good because you know what David will be able to ping together even in the react step as a warrior. You can block with full knowledge. Good to find out that this blood on our hands is here. Can't do much about it really, except for this Black Widow, but ultimately David will be choosing what card he's going to lose.
If I'm not mistaken, that is the final copy of Blood on Her Hands that's been found here by David. A timely find, given the recently generated copper from that Spoils of War turn. However, 5 damage and a Graphene Chalicerra that can suddenly steal cards. A painful proposition.
I can react on this. And
Players clarifying that the reaction on the Graphene Chalicerra does actually give the disruptive on-hit of taking a card out of hand. It is, if it has stealth, just has to be an assassin attack with stealth, which is the role of this Graphene Chalicerra in this deck. It doesn't have to be an attack action card. Bartosz having to pitch for this turn, losing about 3 value, unfortunately, but pitching the Stains, that means he's going to be discarding the Death Touch, possibly powering up a Codex of Frailty play in the future. So getting some value out of this discard, not just from the 3 and the on-hit, but also from putting the correct card into graveyard as well.
Yeah, it looks like maybe that Black Widow copy for Bartosz is in Japanese, which does make it a little difficult to read if you're not familiar with the intricacies of the wording, but stealth is the check. If you'd like to banish a card from the opposing hand, both players now aware of that. As David contemplates how to navigate this turn, we do see Outland Skirmish, Blade Flurry alongside that copy of Blood on Her Hands. So some powerful tools, red draw swords in there as well.
The funnel web that's on the board here is just to clarify the wording of Black Widow, because they have almost identical wording, one of them being hand and one of them being arsenal, but the funnel web here in English is easier to communicate what's going on. That hand deals a lot of damage, but Bartosz is still on 27, so it's not necessarily taking the game with your Blood on Her Hands. You probably do want to prioritize playing this out and maximizing as much damage as you can in this turn cycle from David's side, so he's contemplating how he can do that. He's going to end up losing one of these cards, probably to Black Widow, and so he can't afford to block and then also lose a card, but making sure he's going to be maximizing his damage, pushing Bartosz as low as possible, and then if the Marionette player ever has to take a turn off, he can continue to threaten him through that.
Looks like David here hovering 2 cards above the table, having put the other 2 down, considering defense on this Graphene Chalicerra. Reaches for the Dynamo, maybe even the Brave Forge Braces, considering a pretty serious staunch response.
Maybe telling us that there's a defense reaction in Arsenal. He was looking at the Valiant Dynamo, which is 7 block with these 2 cards that he's putting forward, then A D-React could make it up to 11, and maybe he thinks that's the maximum that Bartosz is able to do. A +3 from hand, as well as Black Widow, would be +6. That would bring it to 11. What David doesn't know is there's a Tarantula Toxin available, which means that any buff is actually, this is going to be a +6 effectively on the Graphene Chelicera. It gives it +3 power because it's a dagger, and it gives one of those blocking cards -3 defense because it's a stealth attack. So Tarantula Toxin hitting its ideal target, which is this Graphene Chelicera. There is a D-React in Arsenal in the end, but David not able to get the full defense thanks to that Tarantula Toxin, just shoring up some life.
Sinking a card away here. I'm curious whether or not Blood on the Hands was kept or whether it was saved for a later date. Players are confirming life totals here. This was a rather large dagger, so just making sure the damage has been tracked correctly over the course of both turns is a good place to be.
I think sinking that card away is good. You have the chance of drawing a 4-block D-React, which will actually cover up the attack and mean you're not going to get hit with that Vanish. And otherwise, you protect that Blood on Our Hands and you just lose whatever random card you get on the top, off the top of the deck, and it's going to be Blood on Our Hands going into Arsenal, I imagine, here in this spot.
Blade Flurry the Banish. Immediately parking that Arsenal. We won't even get to see it to confirm. But it makes a lot of sense. Try and set up that bigger turn once you aren't staring down Arachne Black Widow anymore.
Traditionally, a heuristic against Assassin is don't Arsenal because your Arsenal can be disrupted. Maybe David thinking he can buy at minimum 2 turns before Arsenal Disruption gets presented on account of the fact that we're going back to a Marionette turn. There's no mark. So maybe there's not going to be a way to flip into Arachne Funnel Web, which is Bartosz's probably ideal way of disrupting Arsenal. It turns out we get a Command and Conquer in hand, so maybe still a way, and I'll leave no witnesses, still a way to cycle things together to disrupt that Arsenal if Bartosz has the read that it is such an important card. But kind of an awkward thing to put together, hand to put together for Bartosz here.
2 dagger buffs again, Saber Bloodshed, up sticks and run. Not exactly ideal alongside these 2 pieces of Arsenal Disruption. Tunic will tick to 3, makes this turn significantly more affordable.
Yeah, that was a bit of a late Tunic. I think it does go to 3 because it was going to 2, unfortunately, on that previous turn that we were just looking at, which was the thing we talked about. But Bartosz looking at this hand thinking, oh, this is kind of not good, and then thinking, oh, I think I should have my counter up by now, and realizing it gets quite a bit better.
Saber Bloodshed into Graphene Chelicera. 5 points of damage. I believe this is currently no go again on this attack, as there is not a mark upon declaration. Of course, Arachne Marionette with the potential to fix that.
Yeah, you can flick this Hunter's Clave. Bartosz doing the diligent thing of not playing out the pick up sticks and run, prioritizing maybe playing that later on this turn, or putting it in Arsenal at the end of this turn, after flicking the Hunter's Clave to maybe get go again here, because then he's going to be able to buy back that Hunter's Clave and not lose access to that on-demand mark. So heads up play, prioritizing, ensuring he always has access to one of those Hunter's Claves in the future as well. It's a bit riskier because it means that your opponent can, in theory, block 6 if they sniff that you don't have a dagger buff, and then that will turn off the go again. Usually Graphene Chelicera has go again if your opponent is marked to start, but in this case it's getting go again from the Marionette effect, where if it hits a marked hero, it gets go again because it's a stealth attack. So riskier play maybe from Bartosz, but works out because the opponent decides to non-block.
A painful follow-up in the end. David falling to 13, trying to keep the hand and the Arsenal together for this impactful turn. Does have to commit, raise an army and some equipment to this Command and Conquer to keep that Blood on Her Hands safe, but it will be time for a power turn for our Kassai player. Gonna suit up these sabers and get swinging.
I hate to say it, it feels just a touch of too little too late. We have a very powerful turn here from David. It's going to be free daggers for the whole turn. He's going to refresh that gold easily. Certainly with his Blood on Her Hands, one of these weapon swings is going to hit. There's probably going to be 3 or 4 weapon swings this turn. Kassai activation, gold draw, meaning those are all free. Sharpened Senses means that the 4... Sharpened Senses. So delicious on a Blood on Her Hands turn. So Blood on Her Hands, traditionally you have to use 6 copper, and that's the goal you want to hit in order to get the maximum value out of it. thanks to Sharpened Senses, you're able to sequence things in such a way, especially if you have an extra buff available in the hand, to only activate 4, skip out on the Go Again trigger or the Go Again mode of Blood on Our Hands, give +1 to both or one of the daggers, and attack twice to both of the daggers. And then Sharpened Senses can be the source of Go Again, as it gives +1 to all weapons, and Go Again if they have more than twice their base power.
So it looks like we are not playing out that Arsenal card. Maybe we did sink that Blood on Our Hands away. It's going to be Sharpened Senses, Outland Skirmish alongside the Kassai activation, sending in the Centauri Saber to follow up.
There is still a possibility it is a Blood on Our Hands. If he's choosing +2 on both of the backside daggers, sorry, doubling up the +2 on the same dagger, +1 twice, and attack twice on both daggers, but he's not activating the Go Again from the Blood on Our Hands because of the role of Sharpened Senses on this turn, he can play in such a way that Bartosz misses out on information, and he's basically doing the smart thing in Fab, which is always don't tell your opponent what you're doing, don't let them know what's going on. So very cool sequencing if this is the Blood on Our Hands that we have been secretly praying for these last couple turns.
We do see the chain being closed after that gold is generated, and it will be the Blood on Her Hands from the Arsenal. Fantastic call by Gabe there. Going to line up those buffs on that secondary sword, collect all the modes, pass go, and $200, and start swinging in these sabers, having successfully hidden that information from Bartosz for as long as possible. 5 Go Again on saber number 2 here.
Choosing only to break 3 copper. No, sorry. Breaking all 4 copper, creating 1 more off the Outland Skirmish. So this is the 4 mode where we're getting +2 twice on this second Centauri Saber. Both of them are going to be able to attack twice. This one will be 5 both times, which means it's guaranteed Go Again both times. And then if that last card is another 3 buff, that's the ideal situation for David here, just to maximize damage.
Little piece of, well, tidbit of information, I suppose, for those who aren't familiar with Centauri Saber either. Worth noting, that buff granted to the weapon is for the turn if you decide to block with an attack action. So if you are on defense with attack actions, probably best to wait until a later swing as opposed to keeping that buff around on the second one. For now, looks like Bartosz pretty happy to just take this damage. 5 more coming in. Wants to keep those cards in hand.
And I think that matches the body language of David here. He knows this deck very well, and I hinted at it earlier. This is a great turn, but it does feel just a touch too little too late, and David's a little disappointed. He will be taking a big lead here. This will be quite a lot of damage coming over into Bartosz at the end of this turn. David took a pause to have a think there about whether he was going to create a Vigor on the second last hit or use Braveforge Bracers to buff up the last hit for +1. Decided to create the Vigor and make sure next turn is still playable. David taking the lead, but with a big hand coming back, he might not be able to keep it.
We see the inertia trap there successfully generating the disease. Does put the remaining card in the hand for David on the bottom of the deck, as opposed to being able to park it in the arsenal as we make our way back over to Bartosz. We'll tick their tunic up. We'll see
Great timing for that
cut
inertia
through
trap.
the same cloth to take a look at the hand here for David.
Cut from the same cloth, only finding 1 attack reaction to give the mark here, but really it just gives information. And I think the most important piece of information is the non-block in this hand. Bartosz having, you know, it's not a think of what he's choosing or anything. He's just paying attention to what he can do on this turn. So one of the pieces of information available here is that the Riches of Tropeldani is a non-block, meaning Bartosz has an idea of the maximum amount that David is able to block here. Maybe he's doing math on, can I do a line that is guaranteed lethal? Do I have access to anything that's guaranteed lethal, or am I just trying to strip cards?
Up sticks and run is a big part of that equation. Going to grab back a Hunter's Clave from the yard, and we see a raspberry blown by David as 6 damage comes on through with this Hunter's Clave here. Should be significantly bigger, I believe. That's a 9. Turns out 6 upside down, 9, weirdly enough. 9 Go Again. Going to demand some pretty serious respect immediately here as the Riches of Tropeldani is turned back face down. Mark of the Black Widow is the follow-up. Desperate to steal away that no block Fabled.
Choosing to throw this Mark of the Hunter's Clave instead of the Graphene Chirulescu, even though Graphene represented an extra point of damage there because of the fact that he had the Black Widow on the follow-up, meaning that he can keep that mark no matter how David chooses to block and ultimately threaten the on-hit and some damage. David takes it all, banishes that Riches away. It's not doing him any good right now anyways. Then activates Kassai and with a Vigor still throws him to trying to earn some gold and be able to threaten quite a bit of efficiency, I guess, now and later on.
Efficient damage goes a long way for a hero like Kassai. We'll look at the hand here for Bartosz. It seems like it is 2-pair. Orb, Weaver, Spinneret, leave no witnesses.
No blocks.
Spinneret here looking fine. With no slot currently available, would need some creative sequencing to put things together. But the blue Spinneret does enable a dagger swing to start the turn, if that's how Bartosz wants to navigate this turn. That is exactly what we'll see as the blue Spinneret is pitched away to facilitate Hunter's Clave.
As your opponent starts to get low, these blues play the role of just getting them to block a little bit awkwardly. You could have the dagger buff here, you could have the dagger buff there, but even if you don't have the dagger buff, you're just splitting your damage and making your opponent do death by, or take death by 1,000 cuts. Another important note here is that he could have blocked with one of those leave no witnesses, but thanks to that starting point as his boots instead of anything else, he's able to guarantee the go again on this leave no witnesses if he flicks on that chain link, which means he's going to be able to threaten that arsenal, well, non-existent arsenal, threaten that 4 damage twice.
Take that, empty arsenal zone. 4 damage coming through. Top card will be lost. Starting point will be triggered. So the turn can continue. No, fate foreseen from the hand here. We're going to see the top card of the deck, but David's going to be keeping it there for now from that opt. Starting point. Going to resolve, and we will see a follow-up from Bartosz. Another copy of Leave No Witnesses. Are you still happy you kept that card on top, David? That's the question.
Still able to block thanks to that Valiant Dynamo. Maybe no go again available here, but it's good to just keep that life balance, but also that card on top of deck.
Valiant Dynamo and Blade Flurry being committed on defense here. No further reactions. And we will see the chain closed. Dynamo blocked with, should have a counter. There we go.
Gone for the flick, but able to be recreated by that other Spinneret going into Arsenal. So Bartosz not feeling like he's down on resources in any capacity here.
Again, we will see the Kassai activation here alongside Trot Along being pitched for a gold token. Suddenly, Centauri Sabers are free. And I got to pick up a small behavioral habit there that I really love. That card drawn from the gold token was never going to change David's plans. So why risk a facial expression? Why give your opponent any information? Just put it straight down on the table. Don't even look at it. Send your Saber in. I'll figure out what it's doing in a minute.
Yeah, that one card left in hand was always just going to be activate Kassai. Maybe you draw a go again. Maybe you don't. But that Saber is just coming in no matter what. Bartosz has access to tricks, let's call him that. He's got that shred in hand that really makes your opponent punished for blocking an assassin attack action card, so that can't work on the dagger, I believe. He has an attack reaction that affects daggers and, that affects stealth cards, so that can go on the Graphene Chirulescu in the stains of the red back over there. He has that surgical extraction, which can be paid for with the shred if you'd like to. Pick up the point, obviously, an assassin attack action card, 3 go again. And in the arsenal, we know he has the Orb Weaver Chirulescu. So it's not going to buff any card on board right now except the Graphene that could be created by itself. But that Graphene no go again necessarily.
No blocks declared does make Glint the Quicksilver a little less problematic, but go again, still an important factor of this turn, allows for another Saber swing, Vigor generation, courtesy of Grains of Blood Spill, and perhaps most importantly, Valiant Dynamo being refreshed for an additional block. No blocks declared here, brings Bartosz down to 5, thinks this hand is good enough to take the game away.
Thinks also maybe that this hand demands enough respect, not just that it deals enough damage, but it demands respect for the possible go over the top with those attack reactions. Both of these decks being attack reaction decks, meaning they both win in end states off of your opponent making a blocking mistake where they block in the wrong spot. Being able to come in with both daggers, as Bartosz can here, he happens to know that he can create the second dagger, means once again creating a little bit of a damned if you block here, damned if you block there kind of decision.
Tough decisions all around here. This is the kind of grindy board state we've grown to love and expect from both the Assassin and Warrior classes. We know Bartosz was so eager to take damage, and yet their turn begins with a meager 1 from this Hunter's Clave. What does it mean? It could be anything.
The mark of this on-hit actually proves quite important. It will discount the stains of the red back that's in his hand. So being able to buff up that Graphene Chirulescu will cost 1 resource less and might make the turn a little bit more efficient if this mark does come through. Bartosz has access to lines where he could also buy back Hunter's Clave before he comes in with the Chirulescu if he wants to do that with the pick of the point, given the resources he has available.
We see no blocks declared. 1 damage taken here from the Hunter's Clave. Interesting decision tree. We saw take it on the chin in the hand for David. Could have prevented this if they'd wanted to risk a buff. Does have a Seduce Secrets in hand as well. Very intriguing card for Kassai, but unfortunately not one that blocks. If that's the required goal this turn, we'll see that Graphene Chirulescu created from Orb Weaver Spinneret coming across for 5. Now with Go Again, courtesy of that mark. With 3 cards remaining in the hand here, I believe, for Bartosz. This really could be anything.
Yeah, and this is the position you want, and maybe why Bartosz took this damage to be able to present this turn. You just make your opponent unsure of what's happening.
Taking a look, fanning through the yard, trying to contemplate how many reactions of each variety are remaining for our Assassin. We do know.
Toxin.
We do know there is a Sink Below and a Take It on the Chin in the hand for David. So some reactive defensive options are available. Some reactive aggressive options lurking in the hand of Bartosz. 3 block by the looks of things currently declared, courtesy of Brave Forge Bracers and Valiant Dynamo. Possible this is only 2. Not sure if that -1 counter was previously on those Brave Forge Bracers.
I think that might be his
life.
Dynamo -1 counter, but maybe it did block earlier in the game. Currently, it looks a little bit like David is in the driver's seat. Having access to the cushion of knowing you have reactive defense on this turn means that you feel like you can get something going. Really clean play in that middle of the game where David was just constantly having his hand stripped and coming in with just 1 dagger to prioritize creating gold on those turns, making it so that going into the future, he's still able to play these really clean, efficient turns, like getting the Glint this Quicksilver off the top of the deck last turn to get in an extra 2 points of damage and a Dynamo clear. Putting himself in a good position now that he's up 7-5.
We're going to see Draw Swords joining the defensive line. We're going to see Stains of the Red back and Shred here coming down on this combat chain link. So 3 points of block removed from Draw Swords, 3 additional points of power added from Stains of the Red back.
I have to cop to a mistake. It's any assassin attack. I said earlier that Shred wouldn't be able to affect this. It would only be able to be played on the pick up the point. Incorrect. Shred can act as a Shred effect against this card defending the Graphene Chirulescu. So here we go. -3. Quite a bit of damage coming through. Flicking the Hunter's Clave.
Keep the flick here. I'll take the 1.
Okay, so interesting decision here. We know again, taking on the chin is in the hand here. So if if David wanted to force that Clave to not connect, that could have been done. We'll see take it on the chin here instead deployed on the Graphene Chirulescu.
I think David prioritizing 2 life over 1. He might have already been marked. I think he was already marked on this turn from just the Hunter's Clave hitting at the start of the turn, and therefore that Graphene Chirulescu had go again anyways. The flick was just maximizing damage for Bartosz, given that he's going to buy it back in 1 second off this pick up the point. So in this case, rather block for 2 than block for 1.
The safety of Sink Below going a very long way in reassuring David of their blocks. We will see that Tunic utilized on pick up the point, rebuy the Hunter's Clave. That Sink Below will cover the base and leave 1 card in hand here for David. We know that's enough to get something started. 2 gold tokens in play here. Could chain together to create some impressive Kassai turns.
And vigor and agility. So this pitch will be going into the gold for sure, make those daggers free. He'll have 2 float after that. A lot of options that no matter what he draws, he's going to be able to make Bartosz question. Being on 5 means if you go dagger or sword, 2/2, and you're floating one card, you kind of have to respect the possibility that both or either of them could have a +3 attack reaction that could be coming in for lethal, meaning Bartosz will probably be having to block with a card.
Chain closing, vigor and agility popping. And David immediately reaching for the graveyard to activate Kassai, realizes that that is not something they can legally do.
And I think that's the yellow Seduce secrets left in hand. So it's not going to be 2 float, but 1 float will be enough for most of the offensively damage-dealing reactions that are available in the Kassai deck.
1 card drawn from the gold. It is Sharpened Senses. 3 go again from the Centauri Saber.
I would say not a fortunate draw there off the gold. You want to be able to confuse your opponent by holding that card as a potential attack reaction. Also, if you were to get a front buff, you would rather it be worth 3 and all on 1 rather than 2 split over the 2. If Bartosz happens to have 2 3-block non-attack actions or attack reactions available to him, then he can cleanly block these Centauri Sabers and take no damage at all.
Is there ever a world where you sacrifice that 2 guaranteed damage for another spin, take the 2nd gold token, try again?
There's a world where you do it. David clearly choosing to play safe, prioritize keeping that gold around for next turn, knowing that he's not going to be able to create another one on this turn, thanks to the lack of Kassai activation. One of the downsides of Sharpened Senses is that it's an aura that sticks around for your turn, so he can't play it. Non-attacks usually go to the graveyard and then activate Kassai on this turn. In this case, it'll only go to the graveyard at the end of his turn. He could have fished, but then if he manages to live through Bartosz's next turn, he's hurting himself in the future.
Interesting hand here for Bartosz. We see Codex of Frailty, or with a Spinneret, Mark of the Black Widow, and a Sink below. It will be the latter. Playing defense on this first Centauri Saber. We will Sink to find a new card. It's a copy of Shred. Shred, not exactly a combo with Codex of Frailty, but very impressive as the opponent's life total continues to dwindle.
I think Bartosz was looking for any sort of dagger buff. His line on this turn is probably going to be dagger into Codex, and so given that he has 5 and he's not forced to block this 2nd sword, if he had drawn a dagger buff, that just becomes so much more offensively potent, 3 or 4 more damage on this turn. As it is, he drew another 3. Blue block 3. It's probably going to hit the chain defensively, and Bartosz will go into his turn with the plan he had as a backup anyways.
Centauri Saber for 3 is the name of the game here. Information fairly face up for Bartosz to consider. Decides no blocks is the route to take. We are 2-2 as both of our weapon-wielding enthusiasts grind to the edge of this game. We see 3 cards in hand for Bartosz. Arachne Marionette, a hero guilty of always being the bridesmaid with these events. Never quite the bride, still live. 4 top 8 here at the Calling in Hamburg. We'll see Hunter's Clave to start things off. Just 1 damage. Nothing to worry about.
With Shred being effectively 2 value, given that his opponent is on 2 and will be blocking some of these attacks, he's treating this as a real dagger buff in a way. His opponent will block, and Shred has the possibility to deal 2 points of damage. The other fun thing that this does is it's unknown, so it could be 4 instead of 2, and it could be something that David has to respect even more cards for on this Hunter's Clave and way overblock this first link, meaning that the Death Touch or whatever it is he searches out, that Codex of Frailty, can possibly present lethal. So Bartosz prioritizing unknown information and the possibility of a Trixie kill with a -2 defense from Shred here.
And we are going to see defenses committed here just to make sure from David. Blocking 6 with hit and run and draw swords, and we'll see a moment of contemplation from Bartosz as to how best continue their turn. Codex of Frailty notoriously punishing in turns where the opponent overcommits on blocks to other attacks. Very possibly a reward here for Bartosz if they can put the sequence together.
I think Bartosz might be feeling a bit bad that he's not able to kill on this link, but he should be feeling good that he was able to buy those cards with the threat of the +4 reaction or +3 reaction from
We
Bartosz.
will see a Flick Knives activation brings David and Kassai down to just 1 health. It will be Codex of Frailty here. Grabbing... Is that the Death Touch? We saw a Death Touch discarded earlier on, did we not? To Arachne. Black Widow now available with one resource remaining in the pitch zone. We're going to see no card discarded from David. There are no attacks available. This Death Touch, not guaranteed to... I think Bartosz thought... This, he said it himself, I forgot. You're Kassai. There's no attacks. I'm not stripping a card from your hand.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe why he wanted to flick on that previous turn, because 1 block on the boots, 1 block on the chest, and 3 block left in hand. If there had been a card stripped out of that hand with Codex of Frailty, 1 on the flick, 5 on the block against the Death Touch, does mean that's lethal right there. Unfortunately for Bartosz, he just strips the hand, takes full tempo with that Ponder, not able to kill there. Loses access to Hunter's Clave, but, you know, there's a lot of Orb Weaver Spinnerets in his hand, and there's a lot of other ways to kill. So there's an argument to be made that just flicking him down to 1 and having the opportunity to flick him down to lethal again, if he doesn't draw something like a Shelter this Storm or take it on the chin, could win the game.
And we'll see it here. Kassai activation, dagger seeps through. Just a single life remaining for both our players. David draws Shelter from the Storm. They are not out of this game just yet, and cut from the same cloth is going to make both players aware of it. Flick Knives, not a guaranteed win. If Bartosz wants this game, they need to find a way through the other 3 cards.
Card knowledge has to be one of my favorite effects in this game, and in this case, it's very important for Bartosz to know that there's that Shelter available, not able to flick for the win, and not greeting himself into flicking for the win, making himself play quite diligently. I don't think we saw that Ponder. A little bit sad for Bartosz that there's no mark off of this because no attack reaction available for David, but he does still have that Hunter's Clave he can come in with, attack with the buff, and at the worst case, end the turn with an attack for 3 or an attack for 4.
Round 11, turn 11. If you put the life totals next to each other, also 11. Hunter's Clave demands 2 cards here alongside that cut from the same cloth. 6 defense earned. Hunter's Clave. Chain will close. Arsenal is a save of bloodshed. We're going to see Orb Weaver Spinneret creating a Graphene Chelicera, which should come across. It's good enough to earn the final points of life from David in the battle of the warriors. It is the assassin coming out on top. Bartosz 9-2 with Arachne Marionette.
I know I've been representing Kassai this weekend, talking about that being my ProQuest pick. It's a good hero into the format, but I always will have a place in my heart for Arachne. I love this hero. I love the story behind this hero and the deck choices that are available in Marionette. Super well played throughout that. Just finds the kill at the end. A lot of damage dealing cards, and I guess proving, as our dear friend Kashi did say, best warrior?
I don't know, that game felt very thematic for me. It felt like the result was literally on a knife's edge throughout the entirety of the game. I think both players have played that matchup before. I think there was just indications of exactly how the flow of things is supposed to go. 2 cards committed, choosing when not to block, understanding and the importance of defense reactions, the importance of cards like Take It on the Chin to kind of insulate you from any surprises that you cannot accurately predict.
And also to play around those low life totals, getting there as late as possible by blocking, maybe even with less value than you could get offensively, just to make sure you don't get stuck in one of those attack reaction deck positions where if you don't have a D-React, you don't draw it, then you will just die to any +3 buff. So staying high for as long as possible until those last few turns where they had no choice but to start to fall to 1-1 in the last moments of the game.
Really impressive game, impressive stuff from both of our players. Most importantly, Arachne Marionette still alive as we make our way into the final round of today. We're going to start taking a look at some of the big players of the format in our next feature match. Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, story of the weekend, breakout deck, incredible win rate, one problematic matchup. Gravy Bones, Shipwreck Looter. If there was ever a pilot of Verdance, Storm of the Rose to teach you how to take down Gravy Bones, it would be Jacob Clements, who has had a never-ending toll of results on that hero. Chose not to bring it this weekend. You have to imagine there's some reason for that.
And Jacob tends to play decks he has a lot of repetitions on and really understands. So I would imagine he understands both sides of the matchup we're about to be seeing very deeply, hopefully for him, deeper than his opponent.
Well, I don't want to wait. I get the feeling this one is going to be grindy as nails. Let's get ourselves down into the feature match area to see who's on the other side of the bracket. It is Jacob Clements on Verdant Storm of the Rose, one of our biggest names to follow in the World Tour race for Player of the Year. On the other side, Antonio Kutter, Gravy Bones, Shipwreck Looter, also 9-2, still alive for a top 8 here in Hamburg.
Now, a couple months ago, you and I were sitting behind a table in Bologna casting a wonderful Verdance Gravy Bones match. Gravy Bones was a much newer hero then that was just near the start of the High Seas release. Verdance took that match down in those early days, but as the weeks unfolded after that, it ended up that people felt that actually Verdance was basically a free win for Gravy. So at the start of the format, that's how it started to evolve. However, with the addition of Light Up the Leaves, an additional 6 power spell, and also with the way that both decks have started to sort of change their approach to it, I think the general consensus has been it's getting a little bit closer to even.
Interesting stuff. Some interesting choices in the equipment suite here. Balance of Justice available for Jacob to draw some additional cards there. Arcane Barrier 2 on the side of Antonio, which will certainly help when you're staring down a Rampant Growth to Burn Bear on the first turn of the game.
Yeah, and you have 3 Rampant Growths in the deck. Without having Plume of Evergrowth available in the deck anymore, it means you don't need to use them all on one big combo, and you just want to be chipping damage in. So getting that Amped Burn Bear, maximizing how much you get through on turn 0, getting even just 1 extra point of life could make or break the game for Jacob here. So a great turn 0 for him. Happy to take that 6 life lead already. Good stuff.
Antonio taking a peek with Compass of Sunken Depths. We'll see the Saltwater Swell. Too many S's in this deck. Pitching away that blue copy of Tip the Barkeep that was found on top with the Compass. 3 points of go again damage for now. 5 resources to work with.
Jacob taking stock of the game, helping his opponent out as he's doing some of the fidgety stuff that Gravy has to do, putting the 3 die down and immediately taking it. He's happy with his hand, and more importantly, he needs to know what comes next with 4 resources available. It could be 5 resources available. It could be just so many things, including Conqueror of the High Seas, so Jacob's not going to block that Saltwater Swell.
It is Call to the Grave that is the follow-up, so it can be any ally Antonio Kutter wishes. Now, typically, what do you expect to be finding here, if not Swabby, the biggest, chunkiest boy in town?
5 resources is also just exactly what you need to play out the Swabby. Swabby is the biggest hit. It's 7. It's also not that easy for Jacob to clear without committing a lot of cards into it because it is 3 life, so you can't use a Verdance Ping to clear it. So you have to either use a Go Again card if you have something like Scar for a Scar in your sideboard, or possibly an entire spell. Swabby is one pick, I think Chum is the other, but Swabby is probably the better offensive tool in this sort of grindy-ish matchup.
We do see some interesting cards in the hand here for Jacob Clements. Multiple copies of Enlightened Strike available to go very wide. Channel Millennium Tree also coming back into fashion right now. Going to see that first Enlightened Strike heading directly towards Swabby to take care of the problem, and no doubt the second copy going directly at Antonio Kutter.
Yeah, and so having a good timing on that E-Strike's existence here puts out the Swabby. It's one of the must-respect allies, I think. If you let it live, because of the fact that you're sort of this deck that can't threaten too many cards out of Antonio's hand, you're just giving Antonio a Titan's Fist that attacks for 7, a 2-pitch 7 weapon available on board, which is way too powerful. So you have to take that Swabby out when you can with cards like Enlightened Strike and good timing to find it immediately.
Second E-Strike coming in for 7 here. We see multiple copies of Saltwater Swell alongside a Chart the High Seas and I believe a copy of Chum in the hand here for Antonio as well. So a few options available. Both Swells appear to be red. Compass, of course, going to peek at the top card of the deck, hopefully find a blue for that Saltwater Swell.
For that Saltwater Swell, or guaranteed for the chart the high seas, depending on which way you want to sequence the turn. Gravy Bones is not an easy deck. There's so many different ways to navigate a turn, and in this case, 3 different cards you could play first, depending on what's on top of your deck and how you want things to go.
Is definitely one of those most appealing factors of a deck like Gravy. If you enjoy deck complexity, if you enjoy decision trees, feeling like your decisions are ultimately what got you your results, it is the perfect deck to select and become a master of. We see Antonio doing a great job of that so far this weekend. 9-2 with the Undead Buccaneer choosing to block with Saltwater Swell for now, falling down to 31 alongside Jacob. No need for that second swell in their plans this turn.
An important thing to point out in terms of what's changed for Gravy Bones since the last ban update. Having no golden tipples, or 6 fewer, I should say, golden tipples, means that there's a lot less gold generation available in the lists. And we see Antonio here stuck with this chum in hand and no gold on board. So at the current view of things, he doesn't have a way to get that chum into the graveyard, meaning maybe it turns into a pitch card, maybe it turns into a card you hard cast using the rest of your hand. It's not an ideal situation. So one of the challenges of this new Gravy Bones list is maximizing your gold generation early in the game. And if you don't draw the right cards, it can be quite a challenge.
Looks like another Saltwater Swell in the arsenal here. This one is blue. Going to see Antonio umming and ahhing about whether or not that is the correct way to sequence this turn. Chooses instead to go with the red, changes their mind, goes with the chart. We'll find a blue off the top, no doubt. Conqueror of the high seas underneath. No yellow, no gold, and no big boat.
So many options available to Antonio. He knows if he wants to get this chum into grave, maybe somehow if he was able to have created gold off of that chart, then he could Gravy Bones it away. He needs to have resolved the blue in order for it to be playable, so either play out the chart or play out the swell. But if you play out the swell, then maybe your chart misses after this blue that you knew was on top. Too many options. Really painful to see the Conqueror of the High Seas. It's, I mean, generally one of the best cards available to all of the pirate heroes. Maybe least of all Puffin if she's going very mechanologist. But in these matchups where your opponent is doing a whole lot of blocking, it's one of those ways to swing together a 20 or more damage turn that Gravy can do with cards like Conqueror of the High Seas. Get some gold generation, threaten some disruption. Very important to punch through the block and life gain that Jacob's going to be presenting this game.
Swell finding swell, resulting in chum being played from the hand as the immediate follow-up before we make our way back over to Jacob Clements, who will find the third Enlightened Strike here. 5 go again at Antonio here. How important is chum in a matchup like this one?
I think it's a little bit less important. If you don't have a trigger at the start of your turn, something going away like an embodiment of Earth at the start of your action phase, then there's not many windows like to activate chum and force the attack to go into it. And Jacob will most likely either be presenting Arcane, which doesn't matter whether the chum is on board or not, or presenting one big attack on the turn. In this case, E-Strike coming through, chum could have been activated and forced the next attack to attack it, but Jacob knows he's following up with a spell anyways, and so it doesn't matter. So Jacob happy to play with this chum on board, much better than throwing away an entire 4-card hand to just E-Strike for 7 into the chum and then do nothing with the remaining 2 cards. Maybe could have discarded the fruits, gain 2, but prioritizing dealing damage to the face of Gravy Bones here, and I think that's the way to pilot this the best.
Pulsing Aether Life is the follow-up. We will see 4 damage taken down to 25. Waning Moon activated for 2 more points of Arcane, likely falling to 23 as a result.
Antonio is still stuck with no gold and now a life deficit, so not only is he behind on life, he's one of his best ways of getting back up ahead is gone or is not available to him.
Let's try and see what it is that Antonio is so eager to keep. Prismatic Leyline in the hand there, alongside Call to the Grave, as well as Portside Exchange. So plenty of permutations here again. We'll see that Saltwater Swell reach-draw from the arsenal. Compass, of course, does foreshadow the top card of the deck. We're going to see another Portside Exchange joining one in the pitch zone. 5 resources floating once more here. Red Swell deployed without the Prismatic Leyline. Seems like that's the card we're parking in the arsenal to line up better in the future.
Yeah, I think this Call to the Grave is just... The play here is going to be Call to the Grave and then get another ally out. It looks very familiar that he picked Swabby in the last time he had this same position where he had 5 resources floating after the Saltwater Swell into the Call to the Grave. Call to the Grave will be the blue, of course, that will enable the Gravy ability to play out that ally. And yeah, I agree. I think Prismatic Leyline goes into the arsenal. Both heroes are doing this thing where generally they're playing a sort of attack for 8 kind of game plan, or attack for 6 kind of game plan, but they have these ways to make these really big turns. Conqueror that we saw get milled off the top of Antonio's deck earlier is one of those ways, but Prismatic Leyline, especially if you can resolve 1 or 2 for 5 or 6 value on a turn, is definitely one of those other ways. So Antonio arsenaling this Prismatic Leyline and trying to get something that can punch through the defenses of Jacob on a future turn.
Mental block discarded. Swabby coming in sideways. Doesn't even enter the yard. Put straight into play. Straight attacking Jacob Clements, and will be met by Heartbeat of Candlehold and a decomposition from, I believe, a yellow copy of Rootbound Carapace.
Does look it, which I think would mean 1 more damage leaking through on top of the 1 that was leaked from the Saltwater Swell.
Taking 1.
1 damage indeed taken, down to 28. Swabby and Chum chilling on the board. We got 1 card in hand, 1 in the arsenal here as we make our way back over to Jacob Clements. We'll have Felling of the Crown, the perfect 2-card hand here. More Earth cards gained on defense there between Rootbound Carapace and Heartbeat of Candlehold will facilitate a full 8-power Felling of the Crown.
Jacob giving his opponent opportunity to respond. Of course, you can respond to the attack trigger of Decompose in order to maybe gravy a card away that he doesn't want on the, or he wants to put another card on the bottom, draw an additional card, see more information before this comes in.
Real mixture of tools in the hand here for Antonio Kutter. Loot the Hole, another Prismatic Leyline. Blue, gold, and Tipple there alongside the 3rd copy of Call to the Grave. Don't really want to be putting any of these on the bottom. I'm not entirely sure you want to be taking 8 damage either.
Yeah, I mean, double Leyline with blue attack and an ally staying on board is where you want to be. That deals a whole lot of damage. Each of those would be worth 5 on 1 card, but unfortunately, having to bottom a card and take 8 for it means you might not be able to piece things together so perfectly offensively, lacking the resources for the golden tipple, not getting the gold off of it, that being your blue attack. So ultimately deciding bottom a card and then just block this whole thing.
I think this is a very controlled choice from Antonio Kutter. Very easy to get blinded by power in the hand. Instead, why not block out, preserve your life total, stay out of range from Verdance, and simply swing your rather undead Titan's Fist? Not a bad place to be.
And this is the power of that Chum being disrespected by Jacob, which is something that Jacob has to do based on the deck he's on. But of course, it gives access, Gravy Bones access to some of these cards that will just stick around on board. And it's the reason I think that a lot of people have felt this is an unfavored matchup in the past. So Gravy can just do this efficiently, block Jacob's sort of capped damage potential, and then keep attacking throughout the game.
Jacob working with a handful of Earth here. We see Cadaverous Tilling, multiple Orm's Touches, and a Heartbeat of Candlehold. Plenty of resources, Red Orm's Touch in the mix there even. So plenty of large attacks available. Plenty of block 3s as well, if we ignore that Cadaverous Tilling.
Currently, no Decompose available. He would have to block with one of those Earth cards to turn it on for the Cadaverous Tilling if that's the line he wants to take. There are alternative lines, playing out Heartbeat of Candlehold and Waning Moon, of course. Could also be considering blocking with several cards, playing a smaller hand, and getting even more Earth cards into the grave and taking less damage here. Could also depend on what's in Arsenal, of course.
We'll see block 6 from the Autumn's Touch and Cadaverous Tilling as the follow-up. Nice, quick, and punchy. 2 Earth cards decomposed. I believe that's now Verdance online and activated here with 8 Earth cards in the Banished Zone. Nice and timely for Jacob. Just going to double-check that themselves to make sure all their life gain will convert into arcane damage moving forward. For now, Cadaverous Tilling, 8 points of damage coming at the face of Antonio Kutter. Jacob continuing to do a good job of providing pressure regardless of the crew that is slowly building atop the board.
Jacob blocking 6 on 4 there because he knows nothing else is doing with that extra blue or extra Earth card being stuck in hand, but more importantly, it means he's able to preserve a close to Decompose in his grave, so keeping himself able to play a Felling or a Plow Under that he may draw on the following turn as well.
Difficult decision here for Antonio. Interesting card in hand. We see Sunken Treasure here alongside a Conqueror of the High Seas, Jittery Bones, and a Vasti. So Conqueror, very powerful tool. Sunken Treasure potentially turning that Felling of the Crown face down to disable another Decompose. Also capable of creating that first gold of the game by turning down one of your own yellow cards. Lots of options available here for our Necromancer.
Does have that Prismatic Leyline that he blocked with last turn engraved, so there is a yellow available to create a gold. Obviously lots of lines here, maybe to use that Avasti and come in with both allies as well. So he's definitely thinking, how can I maximize my damage? Want to come in with a Conqueror, I want to swing with my allies. Do I just take all this damage and try to swing back?
Take 7.
19.
26.
Hook blocked, 7 damage taken. Antonio Kutter falling to 16. Now, there are a few magical numbers to be aware of against Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. The big one, of course, 9 damage, Light Up the Leaves or Burn Bear alongside Waning Moon, but Rampant Growth can cause things to get slightly out of hand. Arcane Barrier 2 available here for Antonio. Does have some breathing room, but well worth considering as their life total goes a little bit lower. We'll see Avasti partnering up with that Chum swing. Rootbound Carapace successfully decomposing due to Jacob's diligence with those Earth cards in the yard. It will be followed up by Conqueror of the High Seas. Defense reaction already earned here leaves Jacob with 3 cards in hand, and we see one of them is Felling of the Crown. Not a card you want to play on defense, but joined by multiple reds. Really awkward hand here for Jacob.
Supremely awkward. It's very unfortunate timing to get all these reds when he has some amount of tempo and he's also facing down, you know, Antonio trying to swing for the fences. Could be all right, given that Antonio is swinging for the fences. This is the turn with the Avasti. This is the turn with the Conqueror. That means 2, I think, Conquerors out of the game, 1 Avasti out of the board without access to a Gold Kiss Rum right now, meaning that Antonio is maybe hitting the board for a whole lot of damage right now. Jacob will just say, okay, I'll block you out, and I'll hope you don't draw another one of these Avastis next turn, and I hope you don't draw another one of these Conquerors, and if I draw next turn something that can deal damage, then we're back into the game.
A really interesting decision point here from Antonio. If you didn't notice the pause, they were debating a gold-baited hook activation. Jacob, only with 1 card remaining in hand, could theoretically stop Swabby from connecting. But if Prismatic Leyline was played, it becomes even more difficult. So Antonio taking the right moment there to contemplate if their Leyline is worth scoring a gold for the first time this game. Instead, Swabby connecting with Jacob's skull, falling down to 21. Jacob eager to keep that Channel the Millennium Tree they have in their hand and the card that is currently in their arsenal. Need it as a pitch resource to play out Pulsing Aether. The damage will continue until morale improves for Arcane. Directly at Antonio would bring them down to 12 if they choose to take it all.
There's just too many defense reactions available to Jacob to risk throwing in that 7 with the hook on a game where you've been so gold-starved the whole way and you would lose that hook immediately without having created one. In this case, Jacob getting a little, or ending up a little happy that there was no gold-baited hook. He is able to keep some of those defensive equipment for later on in the game, and also, more importantly, still continue to push Antonio lower and lower. Prioritizing Arcane at this point in the game is probably very important and a part of Jacob's game plan, because he knows at least 2 will come in over the top of this Arcane Barrier 4 against Antonio, of this Arcane Damage 4 against Antonio Kutter.
Take a look at the hand for Antonio. Fearless Confrontation, another Prismatic Leyline, Sawbones, and Murderous Rabble available here. Looks like we're debating pitching away the ally to prevent some arcane damage here. With some options available for Antonio. We'll see Chum activated to discard Sawbones. Dead Threads utilized to pay for one of the arcane.
Even without access to gold, this is a very good way to get that Sawbones, which is possibly the most important ally in the matchup, onto the table. So very cool and understanding his deck way of getting minimum damage taken by getting access to 1 free resource from the Dead Threads on his opponent's turn. Also, he's not going to be attacking with the Chum. He's probably going to end up attacking with the Sawbones or Swabby, thanks to the plethora of allies he has available. And the Sawbones is very important to develop. It takes that kill range of 9 that we keep talking about down up to a kill range of 10 or 11 or 12, depending on the number available.
It is time for double prismatic ley line. Unfortunately, yellow copy of Scuba found on top of the deck. So not maximum damage here coming in for Antonio, but still double damage stacked up from these ley lines. 8 points of damage coming in. And we know at the very least there's a yellow attack coming after this one.
Yeah, Sawbones does develop, cost 2 to develop and 1 to swing, so Jacob may be contemplating the possibility that there's another yellow in hand, and that this can't be developed thanks to the dead threads already being activated on this turn cycle. As it is, Antonio does have a blue, he will be able to put it out.
No blocks.
No blocks declared here from Jacob Clements. 8 damage coming on through, brings us equal on life totals for both players. 13 plays 13. The turn will continue for Antonio. Fearless confrontation pitch, Sawbones established, and the swing will come in. Sawbones, not just 6 here, juiced up pretty heftily by 2 copies of Prismatic Leyline, a whopping 10 damage.
And that's the power of having held on to that Prismatic Leyline in Arsenal. He found the other one. We had this turn earlier where he had the opportunity to use 2 Prismatic Leyline together, choosing to block instead because he couldn't maximize the offense from it.
Jacob Clements has 2 healing potions in hand. Potions apparently part of the plan in this matchup. They do not block, and therefore 8 being blocked here, courtesy of Stonewall Gauntlet. Falling down to 11 and stuck with 2 healing potions in play. We will see 1 established. The other either in the arsenal or fuel for Waning Moon as the undead army continues to grow. It will be the former, arsenaling that healing potion. Momentum going all the way back to Antonio Kutter. Sawbones on board, Sawbones in hand. The remaining 2 copies join Chart the High Seas alongside that Scuba we already knew about. Chart reached for here, no compass activation yet. Let's take a look.
Jacob desperately hoping that there's no go again available for Antonio here so that the swing is limited to less than his life total. Maybe he can deal some damage and get his opponent into the kill range on top of the Sawbones, but a great hit off of Chart the High Seas here.
Antonio Kutter hasn't made a gold token. Whaler Humperdinck found with Chart the High Seas, but gold not yet generated. Let's see if they spot the issue. They do. Oh,
there you go.
My heart was in my mouth. Gold token finally generated for Gravy Bones, immediately cashed in with that hero ability to draw an additional card and discard 1 of these copies of Sawbones. The wall of prevention continues to get larger. Tip the Barkeep, the find here for Antonio.
A really good find. I think it's going to be interesting to see if he prioritizes playing it out now. Maybe he arsenals it so it can turn on his hero power and be played out next turn. But it's going to be good to be able to attack with this plethora of allies that are available. You need that Tip the Barkeep or the Gold Kiss Rum that results from it.
Second Sawbones established. We will see Tip the Barkeep played. Gold Kiss Rum will be available on the following turn to enable some go again for these undead allies. Sawbones and Scuba remaining. Hook activated for the first time. What does it feel like to make gold? It's pretty good. Swabby swinging. If this manages to connect, additional gold token will be generated.
Jacob looking at some plow unders in his hand, meaning he is able to find a card that disrupts his opponent, maybe slows down the next turn available after this one for Antonio. Unfortunately, he has a card in his own arsenal, so if that's one important part of the combo piece, I think we know it's a healing potion, then he would have to sacrifice that off of the plow under if he wants to prioritize playing one of these out. It only deals 6. Antonio's able to block it and continue to play this I have allies on board game, maybe use the Sawbones to eat up some of that damage and keep cards as well, not getting himself into kill range. Jacob stumbling a bit here.
Definitely an awkward hand for our Player of the Year advocate, Swabby, standing between them and additional World Tour points at this moment in time. 7 damage, not easy to block cleanly or efficiently. More tempting than you'd expect when a gold-baited hook is attached. Coming along for the ride. Jacob really in the blender here. Tough decision tree to follow. Let's get a better look at that hand if we can. The plow under, as you alluded to. Cadaverous tilling red, also part of the equation, alongside a blue copy of Arcane Twinning.
Arcane Twining, of course, able to become a 4-block if he wants to throw this chest piece in front of this attack as well, but that's 2 + 4 is 6, and it's still an awkward way to reach the 7 to deny this gold.
I do want to draw attention to balance of justice once more. We have noticed the incredible gold denial over the course of this game. Never has Gravy had the opportunity to draw multiple cards. We'll see the Chum activation in Antonio's own turn to bin the additional Sawbones instead of having to park it in the arsenal. And so it will be available as the army grows. Another healing potion played from the arsenal here for Jacob Clements, trying to find a way to build a grand finale. For now, we're passing back over to Antonio Kutter, who has a whole wall of friends and the gold-kissed rum to start a party. Hand containing Chum, Swabby, blue copy of Golden Tipple, all kinds of goodies lurking in the wings. It will be that Tipple as the first play. Antonio debating if it is the right target for gold-baited hook. Seems to be.
Antonio must have been happy when he saw that golden tipple come up. Not only does this get him back to 1 gold, it gets one of those awkward allies out of the hand and into the graveyard. Counts as the blue that's going to hit the grave to help get this 3rd all-important Sawbones onto the table. Definitely feels like the Undead Army has control of the game right now.
Antonio taking a moment to breathe, as you should in these spots. It's not every day you find yourself in the feature match area against a renowned player like Jacob Clements. Has the opportunity to not only cause an upset, but keep themselves alive for a top 8 berth here in Hamburg. It will be the Tipple alongside that gold-baited hook, debating which card to pitch, really struggling as to whether it's supposed to be one of these allies or this jittery Bones to fuel this turn. It will be the latter here, discarding Chum.
And you've activated hook.
Yes.
See, thinking he does have access to that Chum on board, meaning the 2 allies that were left in hand, one discarded by Tipple and one could be discarded by Chum. He can get them into the graveyard if he wants to. If he wants to take an alternative line, pitch one of them, then the Jittery Bones can act as a starter on his follow-up turn that deals a bit of damage and makes sure he can activate or play out a whole nother ally. So quite a hard decision for him there. Ultimately decides get all of these allies into
the card found by Antonio, the 3rd and final Conqueror of the High Seas. No go again just yet, but with a compass activation, we can take a look at the top card and see if chaining gold together might be our route to victory. Blue on top. How does Antonio Kutter sequence this turn?
There's a way to be able to pay for this Conqueror. Draw that blue, use Dead Threads to create a 4th resource with pitching the blue. Then you can pay for the Conqueror and come in with maybe one of those free attacks like Chum at the end of the turn.
Gold broken, blue drawn, portside exchange added to the hand, albeit briefly. Of course, portside exchange could discard that remaining ally. If that's the line Antonio would prefer to take, make another gold, draw a fresh card, continue to put the puzzle together.
The ally could also join the portside exchange in the pitch zone and might end up doing that anyways when he wants to develop an ally later on after this Conqueror later in the turn.
On Jacob's side of the equation, the 3rd healing potion has made its way into the hand alongside Burn Bear, Light Up the Leaves, and Emeritus Scolding, so only 9 block value available. If Antonio wants to board the ship they are known for, we will see portside pitch to gold. It's going to be a vast Yi drawn from the gold here, adding an incredible number of permutations to this turn. Allies can have go again. Conqueror can come swinging in. The possibilities.
Oh, the
are
possibilities.
endless.
Allies can have go again, but then you can't attack with a Conqueror because you don't have enough resources available for it.
There's a Gold Kiss Rum in the mix here. Gravy, of course, has not used that hero ability this turn, can still get a little tipsy to send multiple friends across the line if he is so inclined. All the momentum here with Antonio Kutter will have to find the perfect sequencing. It will be Gold Kiss Rum to start. Gravy, mildly intoxicated. Swarbones, Dockhand will be the first choice here. Balance finally cashed in as 2 cards have been drawn for the first time. Additional 3 block, I believe, found there by Jacob. Looks like another copy of Light Up the Leaves. We'll see Barkskin and that copy joining the combat chain here in order to block 4/6.
A lot of offensive potency still available to Antonio, even through these buffed up blocks that Jacob's going to be throwing down throughout this turn.
Conqueror of the High Seas is the immediate follow-up. 1 resource floating as the big bad boat of High Seas makes its way onto the combat chain. Immediately demands 8 block from Emeritus Scolding and Burn Bear. We'll see Dead Threat activated and Swabby swinging in as even more pressure mounts against Jacob Clements here. The hand, Light Up the Leaves and Healing Potion, desperate to be kept together, will take 7 damage, falling down to 3, trying to send enough arcane towards Antonio Kutter to tie this game up.
The healing potions are on board, and they are a way to not just buff up an attack with rampant growth, but of course they could just buy Jacob some of this life back that he's just lost. He uses those action points earlier in the game to count basically as a 2-block carried forward. If he wants to pop them here, go up to 7 and not be threatened so heavily by the effect from, or the board from Antonio Kutter here.
Love to see this embodiment of Earth breaking at the start of turn. Gives Antonio Kutter a window to respond with Chum. No felling, no plow will be going at Antonio this turn. These healing potions will break. 2 life gained. Verdance triggered for Jacob Clements here. This arcane damage looking inconsequential, but very important to the overall damage cap of Jacob Clements' next few turns. We'll see back alley break line pitched away to pay for that first arcane. Now Jacob will need to debate if that second pot is worth its weight later on. Decides it is better to hold. 5 life is enough. Light Up the Leaves coming over the line here for 6 arcane.
Now here's where it's important that Jacob understands the Gravy deck so much. He's taken 1 card off his opponent with the Chum activation, 1 card off the opponent with the commit to AB1 on the ping and AB2 on this Light Up the Leaves, meaning he knows Antonio only has 2 cards left. Most likely he feels safe at 5 life against this 2-card hand from Gravy Bones, no matter what it could be.
Limited cards left to work with. Sawbones activations potentially available if Antonio decides that preventing this arcane is the be-all, end-all of their turn. We see them reaching for the powerful ally. We'll activate both copies momentarily, just 1 and the second. 2 more. Prevention coming across, 2 damage taken, down to 11 here for Antonio. Sawbones out of action, at least for a turn.
Jacob now understanding probably the exchange is just the Swabby coming in to face that. Those Sawbones having been tapped defensively.
Compass activation takes a peek at the top card of the deck. We'll see another copy of Back Alley Break Line here pitched away just to facilitate that Swabby attack. No. Second thoughts here for Antonio. We're going to activate the gold-baited hook here before sending in that Swabby.
He wants to buy more than 1 card.
Or give me your cards. Antonio Kutter understands that the hands that are most dangerous in this moment are the ones that Jacob Clements will want to keep all those cards, and says, hey, my gold-baited hook had a good run. If you want to give me multiple cards to stop a gold token, I'm fine with that. Jacob Clements here working with another slightly suboptimal hand, but we do see Channel the Millennium Tree, Plow Under, Punamu Amulet, and a copy of Burn Bear.
Yeah, I think part of the thought process for forcing this gold-baited hook is also not letting Jacob maybe think what if I Storm Strider's here? He doesn't have the Sawbones. He only has maybe 1 pitch available or 2 pitch. Don't know what that last card is. I get a little bit of damage through, and then I can just kill the normal way in my action phase. With this hand, it doesn't look like that's going to be the play. Getting these Burn Bears and these Light Up the Leaves is very important, not just because they're the way you win the game, your opponent only has AB2, but they're also going to tap that Sawbones defensively often on Antonio's side, meaning he can't attack with it, and more importantly, he won't be able to tap it again defensively on his own turn. So if Jacob draws a Burn Bear, plays it, and then draws one on his opponent's turn, he can kill possibly in a 1-2 punch.
Did you hook this? Asked, yes, I did. And so the reevaluation will begin. Momentary block of 6 for Jacob Clements. Now needs to reevaluate the gold token that they have made themselves aware of, how that plays into this equation.
Still got that Plow Under in Arsenal, so if he wants to block 2 and the chest piece, leave that Burn Bear as a card floating in his turn that he sticks into Arsenal for the kill shot. The unfortunate thing is he'll be giving his opponent a start of turn trigger, so he could end up risking this Chum activation again. Plow Under does nothing but kill the Chum and doesn't actually threaten his opponent's life total meaningfully.
Hook shattered. Embodiment of Earth playing its role. Staunch defense here for Jacob. Does a fantastic job at blunting that input. Embodiment of Earth will break prior to the assault we see this turn.
Look at Jacob's body language as he taps this Embodiment of Earth and asks if it goes away. Very relieved when that does go away without a Chum activation. Very stressed before Antonio drew up that hand. Now he's able to have some choices. Does he want to deal some Arcane? Does he want to gain some life?
Healing Potion broken, 2 life gained. Verdance trigger incoming. Antonio will have to decide whether or not this Arcane damage is inconsequential to the future of this game.
I don't think he can afford that. He has to respect this Arcane damage and stay above this 11-ish life threshold. The double upside of this is that Jacob's probably going to follow up with the Plow Under, maybe, meaning that this whole card that's gone to AB has just AB'd one resource defensively, and Antonio is going to be a bit limited on his turn again.
I have Ophidia seeing Golden Tipple blue and Jittery Bones blue. The Plow Under will be the follow-up here. Decomposition happening. Arsenal will not be remaining, and you see Antonio bite their lip as part of their plan sinks to the bottom of the ocean. Eye of Ophidia spent on that 1 point of Arcane, now 6 physical damage that must be respected in return.
Cannot ignore the 6 physical damage. If you do, you just die to the blow-up that's being put into Arsenal just here. Probably thinking block 6, swing with Swabby, something like that. But now Antonio thinks, if I do that, oh, wait, suddenly I'm the one who's behind on tempo. And now my 11 doesn't look so good if I give Jacob a full hand and then a full my turn hand as well.
Impressive sequencing and reserved decision-making by both of our players over the course of this game. An impressive showing for the possibilities of Verdance, Thorn of the Rose in this matchup. These healing potions looking a little awkward early have definitely been the savior of Jacob Clements as this game has continued. And now Plow Under causing havoc with the arsenal of Antonio Kutter and forcing even more cards out of the hand. 7 plays 11 as cards are reached for by our players, both sitting at 9 and 2 here in round number 12. Still very alive for a top 8 finish.
Of course, if Antonio does want to keep a bigger 2-card hand, he could use these Sawbones defensively on the physical damage. It means he does lose access to those Sawbones defensively on the Arcane damage that might come, but only might come on his own half of the turn cycle.
We'll see Chart the High Seas and Dead Threads reached for here. Big fan of utilizing the 1 block on this piece of equipment while you know an attack is still coming in your general direction, and we will see the Sawbones reached for here.
Now the thing is, tapping these Sawbones is really good if your opponent doesn't Arsenal or draw up a Burn Bear or light up the leaves, but if they do, then you feel like you've maybe put yourself in a risky position.
2 damage prevented by Sawbones. Dockhand, Burn Bear locked into the arsenal for Jacob Clements as they try to reach those final points of damage. There is a rampant growth life in hand next to Pulsing Aether Life, Mental Block, and Rootbound Carapace as this saltwater swell comes across into the red zone. 1 go again. 5 resources floating. Pretty easy, no blocks here declared by Jacob Clements.
Ideal to start here with a swell, meaning Antonio is able to float damage, float resources, sorry, even through attacking with something like a Swabby, or in this case, developing another Sawbones in this matchup. Jacob could reach, I think, up to 11 with an amp, or 10 with an amp. Could be threatening Antonio, but with all this resource float, he's going to be protecting himself against whatever Jacob chooses to do on Stormstriders, if he could do it.
The third Sawbones adding another theoretical layer of defense to Antonio Kutter's position. The army defends the captain. 3 resources floating as we see that pulsing Aether, root-bound Carapace, mental block rotating through the hand of Jacob as Swabby is the attack. Antonio happy to expend 2 resources to send something just a little bit more importantly here, keeping that third Sawbones activation available as well. So theoretically 2 damage preventable as things currently stand.
Jacob continuing to be able to enact the game plan of present a little bit of Arcane, tap down these Sawbones defensively on his own half of the turn cycle, and then hopefully draw the hand that can kill Antonio if he drops low enough on the other side. He can block with Rootbound and maybe one of those pulsings, in this case choosing to keep. Oh, sorry, one of them is a pulsing and one of them is a rampant growth. So in this case, prioritizing, playing out that pulsing Aether and the Waning Moon activation that's going to follow it up next turn, presenting Antonio with a bit of a puzzle and having to tap those Sawbones, and then continuing to hope maybe I chip him down to something like 9.
We do see Rootbound Carapace decomposing, Jacob Clements falling down to 3 here. To keep their follow-up coming together, pulsing Aether life will be the choice for Arcane. 1 life gained and another point of Arcane coming across the line as a result here. Multiple pain points for Antonio Kutter to consider.
Also holds on to this Rampant as it's maybe a Waning Moon, that could be 2, but it also could be Amp 2 here.
Good spot, Rampant Growth. Definitely the card that throws off the traditional math in a matchup like this, can lead to some surprising victories. Ranges that neither player believed to be possible. We do see a Fiddler's Green here in the hand for Antonio Kutter. No gold available to bin that at instant speed with Gravy Bones, but a card that could theoretically gain some life if a way can be found to discard it, a la perhaps Golden Tipple. But a red, for now, not ideal at soaking up arcane damage. It's certainly not a card you want to pop in your arsenal.
With 3 Sawbones on board, there's no clean way to try to use some of this amp on maybe one of the pings in order to kill the other Sawbones, or on the Pulsing Aether to kill a Sawbones, and then not waste some of the value that you get in this turn. So Jacob just, I think, pushing it all to face and asking Antonio a question.
Difficult hand to navigate here for Antonio. Murderous Rabble, Rigor Mortis, Golden Tipple, and the aforementioned Fiddler's Green here. It will be the Rabble they're reaching for to pay for this point of arcane damage. And then, of course, Pulsing Aether immediately afterwards. Going to be responded to by Rampant Growth here. Additional point of life gain going to happen. Will trigger Verdance an additional time before amping 2 on the Pulsing Aether, trying to bring it up to 6. Going to try and, once again, aggressively tap those Sawbones so the Burn Bear left in the arsenal can do the rest of the work.
1 float from this Rabble, 3 possible prevention floating from the Sawbones. Of course, Antonio could also pitch an additional card to pay for his 2nd point of Arcane Barrier. Makes his turn a little weaker, but maybe that's the way it has to happen. Of course, we happen to know that his turn is not supremely playable as it is anyways.
We'll see that Fiddler's Green reached for, currently being added to the stack. Multiple Sawbones activations here. So 2 prevented, 3 more prevented courtesy of Sawbones. Therefore, 1 point of arcane damage coming through brings Antonio Kutter to 10. Now 10, just got to double check my math. 7 points of damage coming up and over the line. Let's see what we're working with for Jacob Clements. Heart of Fiendel in hand here, alongside Fruits of the Forest, Emeritus Scalding, and an Everbloom Life. Taking a moment to fan through the decomposition figure out how many of those big arcane effects are left, how many earth cards remain, what other cards are still in the deck. Similar story here for the Yard. Jacob knows that slowly but surely the amount of gas remaining in their deck is running out, and they do need to sneak over final damage through this wall of Sawbones and the remaining tools of Gravy Bones, Shipwreck Looter.
God, it would have been sick to have the Heart of Findle and the Rampant Growth on the same turn, but no Rampant Growth here for Jacob. Contemplating the way he's defending, probably going to push 2 cards, I'd imagine, in front of this and continue to try to play this ask for some blocks kind of game out of Antonio.
A attrition battle, no doubt, as both players continue trading resources turn after turn. Worth noting, there is about 10 minutes left on the clock here in round number 12. Both these players have been playing at a pretty reasonable, brisk pace with so many complicated decisions to be made, but not infinite time remaining as we dwindle down to the final resources in each of their decks.
And one of the things to point out there is not just that these players are risking going to time or that they're taking their time on these very important turns, it's that they might continue or might start to stress themselves out as a result of the time being lost in these upcoming turns. So Jacob starts to have to rush himself while making some of these deep decisions, or Antonio taps something in the wrong timing, like taps a Sawbones for not much value and then misses out on it to protect himself. These are risks that you take as you let the clock run down.
Fantastic call out as we make our way back into Jacob's turn. Did decide the line was to fall to 1 life here. Only briefly, of course. Fruit of the Forest, Heart of Fiendel, even Everbloom Life likely to play a part in that equation as Jacob contemplates how to utilize these cards to their best effect. A couple of life gain effects available, a couple of Verdance triggers no doubt incoming, but wants to smoke screen that information as much as possible for as long as they can. So Fruit of the Forest, 2 life gained, Verdance trigger. Let's see how Antonio chooses to respond.
Target Sawbones with the Verdance trigger.
Interesting. Targeting Sawbones with the Verdance trigger. Jacob decides the best solution in this spot is to start getting rid of this extra layer of protection. Pitching Heart of Fiendel for Burn Bear, targeting you. Heart trigger, triggers Verdance, targets Sawbones. Now what do? You can save a Sawbones if you want, but it will cost you the Sawbones activation, which is less life you're preventing from the Burn Bear that is going at your face.
And there is still a life available on that Everbloom life that's kept in hand. So if Antonio commits all of these Sawbones to protect the Sawbones and to protect himself, then that Sawbones will still have 1 life left available at the end of this thing, and Jacob can just ping it down at an instant speed at the end of the turn.
Scuba, Rigor Mortis, Saltwater Swell, and a Murderous Rabble here for Antonio as the Sawbones machine continues churning to prevention. Scuba pitched for 2 more Arcane Barrier. 4 damage soaked up. Antonio Kutter falling to 8, now in range of the big Verdance finish. And now Jacob Clements must pause and think. Is the extra point of damage going directly at Antonio Kutter worth the card it will earn? Or should this Sawbones be eliminated while the opportunity is available?
I think it went exactly as he wanted it to go, to give him at least the choice of killing that first Sawbones by having all of the other Sawbones tapped to protect Antonio's face. The true life totals, by the way, right now are 4 to 8. They're not updated on the screen. Gained a life off the Heart of Findle and lost 2 life off this Burn Bear. Jacob now thinking on where he wants to throw that Verdance ping, or whether he wants to possibly hold it and deal a bunch more damage to face, or next turn, or in this case, Waning Moon.
Interesting decision here. Waning Moon pushing additional damage towards Antonio's face. Can, of course, just relinquish a card if that's how Antonio wishes to play. Keep playing this battle of attrition with limited resources. We'll see a compass peak before we decide how to navigate the 2 arcane damage found within. Dangerous territory here with all 3 Sawbones tapped down. 6 damage spells from the top of the deck, particularly lethal should Antonio Kutter run themselves out of resources in their own turn.
And that's what taking an extra card helps you with as well. I really like that Jacob took this line. Obviously, you could look back on the turn and say, oh, you missed 1 point of damage because that Verdance trigger could have gone face, given that it didn't successfully kill the Sawbones. But what he gave himself the opportunity to do is respond to the way that Antonio protects things. He gave himself the chance to kill that first Sawbones if he wanted to, and ultimately he decided, actually, now that it's played out this way, I want to force you off a card.
It's worth mentioning, of course, that decision tree puts doubt into the mind of Antonio Kutter as well. Suddenly, your Verdance opponent, who has been happily ignoring Sawbones for the entire game, decides now is the moment to try and remove one from the board. What could that possibly mean? And as a result, affects those decision trees. Maybe you pitch differently. Maybe you play around arcane pings differently as you try to figure out exactly why they have changed their mind. For now, Antonio Kutter is our active player. 2 cards in hand, Saltwater Swell and Murderous Rabble. Chooses to play it safe once more. Swabby will be the only attack of choice this time. Going to keep a blue in hand and make sure we stay out of range of any of those big arcane effects.
More life gain available here for Jacob if he wants to play it on his turn with that Heartbeat of Candlehold turning into an awkward interaction with Antonio. There's going to be 3 life gain, 3 AB, 2 Waning Moon if he wants to buff it up as well. That continues to push Antonio deeper into that kill range for Jacob Clements.
Antonio taking a moment to pause and see how many of these effects are left, how many they have to respect, and whether or not Murderous Rabble is a worthwhile risk to take. And this is a hand they need to take cards from Jacob Clements. We see Heartbeat of Candlehold and Felling of the Crown, 2 of the most powerful Majestics in these endgame scenarios. If Antonio Kutter plays this safe, Jacob Clements has the breathing room to mount a serious comeback. We'll see Golden Tipple here from the Arsenal, pitching Saltwater Swell.
Trigger's good to resolve. Yeah.
Trigger is good to resolve, no trigger. So just 1 damage, Jacob more than happy to allow that to come on through. Falling down to 3, it will be the Swabby attack to finish. So Murderous Rabble kept around, playing safe, not falling victim to any arcane effect here, but a good Arsenal nonetheless for going wider in the future. Jacob taking 1 damage, falling down to 2. Sawbones army readies up to defend their master once more, and they'll need to because there's a Felling of the Crown on the other side of the table.
The importance of that Golden Tipple was that it demanded 2 blocks out of Swabby, or onto Swabby out of Jacob. He couldn't just throw down maybe a D-React if he had drawn it. It would have been lethal through that. So in this case, Jacob finding that the avenue of the turn demanded that he throw 2 cards down, and he's preferring to block with one of those blues, not hold on to the Heartbeat of Candlehold for life gain, but instead hold on to the Felling of the Crown for disruption. And, I mean, 8 damage. 8 damage is lethal. It is demanding blocks, and it is, if you only block 6 here, it is turning into actual damage.
Blocking 6, double Sawbones as 3 minutes remain on the clock. We'll see a Compass activation from Antonio for information. The last card in hand, Riches of Tropal Dani. We're going to see a Call to the Grave on top of the deck for this Murderous Rabble as Light Up the Leaves makes it into the hand of Jacob Clements. The big arcane effect is here alongside an arcane twinning.
Not able to pay for it all, unfortunately, as there's a blue and a yellow as those last 2 cards, which can't pay for the boots, the Light Up the Leaves, and the Waning Moon, and discarding the Arcane Twining. He could, of course, pay for it without the Arcane Twining, but I don't think it's lethal here. Through 1 Sawbones and possibly AB3, that would be 12 damage needed to kill Antonio.
Ring of Roses declared on blocking duty, does soak up 3 damage. We're going to see Riches of Tropal Dani in the hand here for Antonio Kutter. If they blink, if Antonio spends 2 resources to attack with Swabby, they're undefended.
Then he takes 9.
Even with the
Takes
1
8.
Sawbones that's active, they would take 8,
And
which would be enough.
I mean, he could also alternatively attack with the Sawbones, but then it's gone, and then he could possibly be risking death as well. Maybe he wants to attack with a Chum, but that only demands 1 card out of Jacob, allowing Jacob to continue his turn onslaught and set up that Light Up the Leaves into the arsenal. Antonio deep in thought here.
the Richard the Trebledani, the deep breath, 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining on the clock as Antonio Kutter needs to decide which of these allies will decide his fate. One of these players remains alive for our top 8. The other one is eliminated based solely on this choice. Richard the Trebledani pays for the Swabby to attack. There were no resources floating. A gold token not yet made. Jacob gonna respond here. Stormstrider's activation, pitching to light up the leaves. It's Waning Moon, it's enough! 8 damage over the line, beats the last Sawbones. 1 minute on the clock, it's more than enough for Jacob Clements to remain in this event. World Tour points on the line, they're in the race. Verdance, Thorn of the Rose.
Jacob Clements dancing away from the commentary area there as he wins that game. Incredible game, incredible celebration. Antonio feeling the pressure of having only 90 seconds left on the clock, has to commit to a play that he thinks will win him the game, has to hope that Jacob doesn't have that 5th or 6th arcane effect left in his deck, or in the hand at least. So pitching away, trying to kill Jacob there or on the next turn, since he only has 90 seconds to do it and doesn't want to take the draw. Unfortunately, Jacob had the card, and Antonio understands as soon as the trigger is being responded to, puts the fist out, and Jacob Clements dances literally away with the victory.
You paid for your seat, but you only need the edge. What a game. What an absolute remarkable showcase of Gravy Bones, Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, just two of the biggest heroes of the game currently in this current format. I think I'm going to be studying that one before PQ season. I feel like there was plenty to learn there.
Absolutely. That's definitely one of the masters of these, probably both of these heroes, showing off how to pilot these decks. And this will be the matchup if you're bringing either of these decks that you might be playing in ProQuest Top 8s or in the World Championship or in any calling that you might be attending this month. So definitely learn from these guys playing this game. And those Sawbones are important, but even with 3 Sawbones on the board, you're still getting them forced to block defensively against the Verdance, and you can die through 3 Sawbones on board.
Really big calling here, which means we have a round 13 to look forward to before our quarterfinals. Now, we've got quite the win and in on this table. We've joked a few times about the best warrior in the format right now. It's 2 real ones this time. In the red corner, Dorinthea Iron Song. In the blue corner, Fang.
No!
Drakai of Blades. We'll see you soon.
just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap, rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could've been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra.
There is just one round remaining between our main event and our top 8 of the first calling here in Germany, in Hamburg. And while all the events who have been, all the players I should say that have been with us this event have been Warriors, it's 2 actual Warriors who are joining us in that win and in. Gabe, I'm not going to lie to the folks at home. That was an incredible game we just watched, but I'm slightly older than I used to be, and I'm feeling it. How are you?
Yeah, that was a long match. I'm hoping maybe we get a little bit out of a little faster out of the Warrior Mirror match, but frankly, this is a match that could go quite long too. Very tense near the end of that. Some gray hairs definitely popping up. I want to see who has the ability to make it out of this round other than these Warriors, and who can make that top 8?
You don't make it to the top of these standings without the stamina, which is why you're sometimes there, and I'm not. Hopefully, these players are doing just fantastic as they make their way into the last round of the day. You'll see the top of the list, Brody Spurlock, 11-1. We'll be seeing them in the top 8, of course, now guaranteed to be joining us for that portion of the event. A little bit further down, Axilleas in Johan Klaus, Cindra in Lukas here in 3rd place as well, and then some more Verdance, some more Dash.io.
So with 5, then I think games at 10-2. There's several of these heroes that are players that are on a real win and in, and some of them are on a semi-fake win and in, where the first 3 players I think here can even make it if they lose this last round. But the rest of the players here are on a win and in, and they need to win this performance. There's a lot of Verdance, like you pointed out on the page. Some Dio, we might be expecting one of those then in top 8. Some Warriors that we've already talked about. Of course, also that Axilleas that has been the subplot throughout the weekend. Victor, probably the standout on this table.
Yeah, Kirill here down in 10th, playing for a chance to join us in the top 8 on Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, a hero many people would tell you is a unbelievable dog into Verdance Thorn of the Rose, and yet finding a way to find success this weekend. Regardless of that, very happy to see these players. All of these names will be the ones battling for our slots in the top 8 this weekend.
Yeah. looking at page 2, we're going to take a look just now and find out how many more players are on that X and 2 bracket. It turns out just 1, so that is indeed 5 games that are going to be win-and-ins. The losers of some of those will still be able to make it depending on who wins which games. So some of those players can expect to lose and hope to make it in, but for all of them, they should go into the game saying, I need to win in this spot.
100%. Some big names here playing for World Tour points still as well. Francesco Giorgio, 9-3 on Cindra, 13th. Michael Fang, 9-3, Gravy Bones. Thomas Preyer, the last caster pick standing, still charging diligently towards the prize money, and I couldn't be prouder from behind the table here in the booth. However, Bartosz, our lovely marionette player, slightly out of contention there for the top 8 now, but still very live for prize money as well. Good run on that hero. I'm looking for a good run on a different warrior this round. So let's make ourselves known in the feature match area as we get ready for our win and in game. It is Gianluigi Leah on your left-hand side. Dorinthea Iron Song on the right. Lukas Proske, Fang, Trakayev Blades. Let's see how these players got here. Gianluigi, Cindra, Vynnset, couple of Verdance splitting the difference there. Managed to get through Kassai, but just mowing through Cindra's over the course of their first day.
No surprise there as a Dorinthea in general, but also we've talked about he leans towards the more defensive way of building this Dorinthea deck. No surprise he's 3-1 against the Cindras. Quite impressive a performance against Gravy Bones. I think 3 wins against Gravy Bones this weekend so far, and 2 wins against the Verdance as well. That's really showing up against the top end of the meta.
Big decks falling. Let's check the other side of the bracket. Lukas Proske here, getting through a wide variety of heroes. Kassai, RKO, Markni, Katsu, Verdance. This is 8 different heroes on day 1.
Yeah, he copied us on stream, and he was managing to play against every different hero available on day 1, getting to a great 6-2 record and keeping the dream alive of going 6-2 and winning out the rest of his rounds here on day 2 to end up at X2.
Dorinthea there as well, another hero that happened to fall Lukas in the way. Gravy, Cindra, plenty of options there all around. Pretty well-rounded performance by Lukas here to get themselves into the spot they find themselves in now. We'll get down into the feature match area, and one of the big pressing questions of this game answered immediately. It will be Dawnblade as the weapon of choice here for Gianluigi, and we do see that all-important Kabuto on both sides of the table.
Yeah, I mean, it's a match. It's a warrior mirror match. That's half of what this card was printed for, was for the warriors to get an angle into the mirror match and really just, I guess, protect themselves against the grindiness of these games. Of course, it's very relevant in other matchups as well.
Okay, first going to kick things off here with this Obsidian Fire Vein. We'll see significant amounts of dagger buffs to jump on up over the 6 block dedicated to this. 7 coming on through from Lukas here on Fang.
+2 from that Imperial buff and 1 from the Obsidian Fire Vein brings it to 4, and then Scar Tissue to 7. A very important number here. It's only dealing 1 damage, but most importantly, if the Scar Tissue, it comes through with that 1 damage, so that Scar Tissue gives you a mark, which dances you quickly towards the 3 fealty point of the goal of 3 fealty for the Fang player here, which is probably going to be the most important metric of how this game goes, is how quickly can you get there.
Sigil of Solace in the opening hand here for Gianluigi. Does find themselves back at 42 after that first point of damage managed to come across before drawing up their first real hand of the game. Finds 2 more Sigil of Solace for the trouble.
It's a fun card in the deck because here he presents Lukas with a question. It's 5 on hit, go again. Lukas doesn't know whether those 2 cards and 1 float represent any amount of buffs. As it happens there, it represents 6 life gain, but he can play tricksy stuff against his opponent Lukas here.
Lukas' hand consisting of Smoke Out, Oath of Loyalty before it hit the table once more. So a couple of impactful reds there, including the defense reaction.
I also saw an Overcrowded, so there is a blue available, which is ever important for these early game turns where those 3 fealty are not online yet, so those daggers still cost you 1.
Blocking 5 with the equipment suite here to keep access to that full hand. No reactions from Gianluigi, of course, so we will see another Sigil deployed, 3 more life gained, 45 available, and another copy parked in the arsenal for later shenanigans. For now, back over to Lukas, who no doubt will be looking at that Oath of Loyalty as a strong start to their turn. 4 go again. Good place to start.
careful approach from Lukas there, where he blocked 5 on the equipment and still had the smoke out defensively in his hand. So maybe you look back on that and you feel like he wasted the equipment, but he didn't know that those were Sigils of Solace in Gianluigi's hand. If they had been a +3 buff, then that smoke out would have covered it perfectly, and that Dawnblade would not have hit to start off the game. So Lukas using that equipment to get an early advantage in terms of tempo in this game.
We see some of the pain points here of Gianluigi's hybrid deck list that facilitates that Decimator Great Axe. Hand is full of Ripple Aways and Provokes and other blue block 3s, but normally would be pretty substantial if you're trying to fatigue an opponent. A little more problematic if they have to line up alongside Dawnblade.
And Fang, famously not that easy, I think, to fatigue. You've got a lot of damage that comes through on these big turns, but also more importantly, so much of that damage comes through in the react step that if you're just playing with these 3-block attack actions or 3-block non-attack actions instead of a bunch of defense reactions, then a dagger that comes in for 1, it could be anything from 2 go again to 12 on that link, right? So you have to be able to block it correctly, and you risk both leaking some damage or wasting some cards, which means Fang can probably get around fatigue in most matchups.
Gianluigi there debating the refraction bolters to deny the hit from this Oath of Loyalty, trying to keep that fealty at bay for just a little longer. Decides they probably won't successfully deny a hit this turn one way or the other, would rather just be more efficient with their armor and their cards. We'll see Obsidian Fire Vein blocked by another copy of Ripple Away, juiced up and over for 4 points of damage and a second fealty token.
Oath of Loyalty and Affirm Loyalty working very well together as they're designed to do. This is part of Fang's core kit, and getting very happy to get that second fealty on just turn. It's turn 1, but it's turn 2 his second time attacking here. So very early for Lukas to already reach 2. Happy, hopefully, to reach the 3rd within a couple turns.
Gonna see Obsidian Fire Vein coming across here for 1 point of damage.
And I said within a couple turns. This is now. We have 3 fealty available for Fang already. This is an incredibly fast start for Fang. This is the turn 1 of the real part of the game, not turn 0. We have not a lot of damage leaking through. The life totals are still almost at the original life totals of 40-40, but 3 fealty and a vigor going into next turn means Lukas is comfortably able to use his hands offensively for the rest of the early game at least. And he has a D-React in Arsenal. It's also going to act as a protective element against some of Gianluigi's possible front or reactive buffs, which we happen to know he doesn't have available in this hand.
In my neck of the woods, we call this Emperor Time. You can refer to it as achieving Voltron if you prefer. Whichever terminology catches your fancy. Fang, the Drakai of Blades, now up, active, and online, and will be swinging those fire veins relentlessly for the rest of the game. For now, Gianluigi, with a difficult decision tree to follow, does just choose to swing Dawnblade. We know it's a Sigil of Solace in the arsenal, so if they prefer to hang on to that remaining card, they can do so by gaining 3 life instead. Of course, Lukas once more not aware of the exact situation here around Dawnblade.
He also had the opportunity to play this trot along and give the Dawnblade go again, but then it's risking getting blocked out, and maybe Lukas has an idea that the Arsenal is not a reactive buff, so would have been able to block it out easily. Instead, just deciding to cycle that Sigil, 3rd Sigil, the players laugh already, and put a card into Arsenal here.
Grains of Blood Spill going to generate a Vigor token, courtesy of the spare resources that were left floating around for Gianluigi's 42 life to work with as we make our way back to a fully activated Fang. And we'll see what cards await in the hand here for Lukas Proske.
We can call this a bit of a mini game now. Now that Fang does have the 3 fealty, something he might be searching to do is get a couple more fealty at some point in the game so that he can turn some of these non-draconic cards like Scar Tissue and Glint the Quick, well, yeah, even Glint the Quicksilver into more powerful versions of themselves by activating or by triggering the draconic buff +1 on the Obsidian Fire Vein.
Glint the Quicksilver here coming in clutch was blocked by Nip at the Heels and therefore will draw a bonus card. Going to move that damage around, juke to the side, and save those extra buffs for the second Obsidian Fire Vein. Currently coming in for 1, but I'm gonna hazard a guess this will be slightly larger given there's 5 total cards for Lukas to work with. We'll see Searing Gaze, Scar Tissue as the first 2 attack reactions here. Currently 6 go again, and on hit will be marked.
I think we also see a Pledge fealty there in the hand of Lukas. It's unfortunate that That didn't come one turn earlier to save him even a quicker onset if that came on turn 0 maybe. But that's one of those cards that these Fang decks really need to run in order to just maximize their consistency of getting to 3 fealty. In this case, he realizes, I don't actually need to play this out. Or I can, but I want to hold it till the end of the turn. It's only getting me 1 fealty worth of value. But that's still important down the line.
On-hit mark, also important, enables for the Drakai, which will make yet another fealty token that can later be expended to turn one of those scar tissues or similar reacts into a draconic attack reaction. 4 damage going to come on through here. Mark token lost. Gianluigi down to 32. Pledge fealty, 5 fealty. If there was ever any doubt, Lukas Proske is incredibly loyal.
It took a turn and a half to get to the real mini-game of getting to 3 fealty, and it only took 1 turn that to get the mini-game of I have enough of a barrier over that 3 fealty that I can use some of these and not afford and not lose out on my hero ability making my daggers free. So Lukas is now fully in the driver's seat of my deck is designed to deal as much damage in this position as possible. Obviously, Dory can do a lot of damage against a deck that that doesn't block a lot, so he risks giving too many counters to the Dawnblade if he under-respects the power of Dorinthea, but he does have a very potent set of cards available to him, both now and in the future.
Warriors Valor into Dawnblade, met by Glint the Quicksilver and Smoke out here to try and blunt the incoming assault. We will see the Steel Blade as the follow-up as a result. Going to go searching for an additional attack reaction due to that reprise trigger. Blade Flurry is the find here. Going to make this first Dawnblade swing just a little bit bigger and provide some additional value to the second one. Of course, go again granted from Warriors Valor if Dawnblade manages to connect.
Leaving himself a bit vulnerable to a possible second smoke out here or a D-react, but I think even an Iron Song response would have left him vulnerable to the sink below here. So maybe better to get this Blade Flurry and have the buff on the second Dawnblade swing if you happen to get through.
Not a bad final card to have for Gianluigi. Does find a Provoke as the last card. Not enough to get the Dawnblade over, but does force a full 4 damage out of Lukas's hand by pulling Cut from the Same Cloth onto the combat chain. We'll see that Vigor token popping, 1 resource available as Obsidian Fire Vein gets back to work.
And important, that Provoke takes an extra card out of Lukas. Lukas has to be careful to hold on to at least 1 card or Draconic card that he can play on every turn, otherwise he loses the entire stack of fealty. So unfortunate for Gianluigi not able to take out that whole hand, but Lukas protecting himself holding on to that extra card against any possible Provoke there.
Long Whiskered Loyalty, the reaction was available in hand. We'll rebuy the Vigor token before resending the second Obsidian Fire Vein. Very easy no blocks declared here for Gianluigi. 1 more point coming across, falling down to 27. Finally has a full hand of cards to work with. We'll kick things off with the classic. It's Warriors Valor into Sharpened Steel. If you squint, this is Welcome to Wraith Limited.
Luke is very careful. He clearly understands his deck, the way he's both presenting damage and also playing his turns quite fluidly, understanding the deck and possibly the matchup quite a bit as well. You saw him look through his graveyard on that last turn when he hit with the first dagger, thinking, do I want to create a Vigor or do I want to use my resource for Braveforge Bracers? What is this Vigor possibly giving me on my next turn? What's left in my deck? Decides to create the Vigor based on what's left available. Now Gianluigi coming in. Big numbers.
So both players here just confirming life totals beforehand. Lukas should have been on 37, now eating 11 points of damage from this first Dawnblade swing. Second swing is worth 5. This is the one worth fighting over. Deny that counter on the Dawnblade, prevent it from snowballing out of control. Valiant Dynamo, of course, likely to refresh as these Obsidian Fire Veins get back to work for Fang. 27 plays 27, I currently believe. No, Lukas on 26, a little bit of extra damage coming over the top. Before that Vigor token will expire, we'll see Obsidian Fire Vein come across, a handful of Searing Gaze, and additional attack reactions by the looks of things. Hunt's End and Scar Tissue. Plenty of damage to front load onto these daggers here.
This is the advantage of having that excess fealty. You're able to turn this Scar Tissue into a +4 buff that also semi-refreshes itself, because a mark on hit means that eventually down the line you're going to get that fealty back. So Lukas being diligent playing that here. Maybe he'll play the other react on the other, or one of the other reacts on the dagger, and then play the careful game of arsenaling a Draconic attack reaction so that you don't risk losing all your fealty if you're not able to keep a hand.
Very heads-up decision-making from experienced Warrior players. Obsidian Fire Vein number 2 likely to be met by at least one of these reactions. It will be Searing Gaze for Lukas Proske, met by Shelter from the Storm, blocking that 4 damage and preventing an additional fealty being generated. But we are going to see that very powerful Hunt's End tucked away for a future turn here from Lukas.
Safety on the future turn, making sure that he can play some Draconic attack reaction no matter what, but also possibly one of those very powerful cards that if he gets a couple of those and a couple other Draconic attack reactions, it's a +5, and it can just make one of these big over-the-top turns that Fang is capable of doing once he's online.
We look at the hand here. For Lukas, you'll see the kind of hand you were just alluding to. Shelter from the Storm, overcrowded, smoke out, glint the Quicksilver, not exactly aggressively slanted, and not exactly Draconic, so that Hunt's End in the arsenal might be a bit of a godsend here.
Definitely a happy accident that he has here. This overcrowded actually is going to end up probably being attacked with at the end of this turn. It could end up being pitched towards Vigor and Braveforge Bracers. That's another use of it, but he has access to these extra cards and not a lot to do with it given how small, germane Gianluigi's turn was the last turn.
We will see Glint the Quicksilver benefiting from a sharpened steel, playing defense, and a copy of Twist and Turn found here.
I break the chain.
Chain will close to play said Twist and Turn as the second Fire Vein comes across. 4-4 on hit. I will hit you again.
Of course, this is very likely to hit with that +5 coming through from Hunt's End and the passive +1 from Obsidian Fire Vein. This pushes this to 9. Go again. He's going to be able to attack with the weapon again if there's not 2D reacts here. Get more use out of that turn.
So you're blocking 7. No
You see blocking 7 here. Hunt's End big enough to force through a Fate Foreseen. Gianluigi falling to 24. Fire Vein will be eligible to attack a second time. We'll see a Vigor token generated courtesy of Grains of Bloodspill. And you are no longer marked, says Lukas, before Overcrowded gets its offense on. 3.
I was hoping this would happen. It's 2 more points of value than attacking again with that Obsidian Fire Vein off of the Twist and Turn on account of the fact that that is a defense reaction left available to Lukas and not an attack reaction. But who expected that? Overcrowded coming in at the end of a Fang turn.
It's got an attack value in the bottom left-hand corner. And there's also another copy in the hand here for Lukas Proske. Gianluigi head in hand as they navigate these turns. We'll see Oath of Loyalty as the first play of the turn. We see some interesting ones on the Dorinthea side here. Twinning Blade, Warrior's Valor, Bee of the Iron Song, and a red copy of Fiddler's Green.
You were catching Gianluigi head in hands at the start of this turn. I was catching Lukas at the start of this turn, draw his 4 cards and just laugh. I don't know whether that's a laugh if he keeps drawing D-reacts while he's in tempo, or whether it's a laugh of, oh my gosh, I just drew a lot of damage. But given that we see the Oath at the start of this turn, I'm going to anticipate it's that.
Very Fang behavior to laugh at your opponent's demise. But I won't judge. Twinning Blade on defense here. 1 point of damage going to come across from the Oath of Loyalty. Fire Vein will follow, will be met by Fiddler's Green. Obviously a pretty convenient block for the base power of that sword. I can't imagine it'll stay that small for very long. Oh, as we do see Blade Flurry, Imperial Intent, and another copy of Overcrowded in hand. It will be the Blade Flurry to juice this up to 4. Going to see those fealty tokens again. Worth their weight in gold as they do allow this non-draconic attack reaction to be played on an Oath of Loyalty turn.
And also to give go again to this Obsidian Fire Vein. I think maybe actually the laugh now that I'm having seen his hand is that he's going to be able to play this Overcrowded again at the end of this link with 2 go again daggers, ending up with an Overcrowded doing nothing except this time attacking for 1 or 2 depending on if there's a Vigor created. Sorry, 2 or 3 depending on a Vigor creation.
6 go again, courtesy of the Imperial Intent. Warriors Valor playing defense. Gianluigi falling down to 17. It's too many people in the feature match area. 3 more damage from Overcrowded, earning the last card out of Gianluigi's hand. 20 plays 26 here. Lukas with all the tempo.
All the tempo in the world. Gianluigi just hoping he's able to draw something that can get him back in the game, or more importantly, maybe Lukas draws something that doesn't do a lot of damage. Opening again with Oath. He's pretty potent, though.
Certainly is. Oath of Loyalty, the spectacular, majestic card available to this deck. Rewards you for your loyalty to the Emperor of Volkor if you're willing to play Mostly Draconic cards. I guess sometimes you can bend the rules a little with a fealty token, but all in all, a very potent 4 go again option for these Draconic decks.
Lucas's goal once he's online is to get 4 value out of every card, and then possibly 5 out of some when they come in combination with an Obsidian Firevein. I'm looking at this hand. It's got Oath of Loyalty. It's got Blaze Headlong. Those are both 4 power attacks. Of course, Blaze Headlong will have go again after this Oath. It's got Savor Bloodshed, which will be at least 4 points of damage, maybe a draw card if there's also a Mark Creator somewhere in here. Of course, Savor Bloodshed does have to eat a fealty, but that's what that fealty bonus, that fealty excess was for earlier in the game.
Going to see Provoke on blocking duty here. Soaking up the damage alongside Refraction Bolters. As the Oath of Loyalty closes the chain. Going to see a fealty cashed in to enable this turn with Savor Bloodshed. So +4 to this first Obsidian Firevein swing. Currently coming in for 5. No threat to draw a card currently. There may be an unknown way to mark in the arsenal here for Lukas. We'll see 5 defense committed with Braveforge Bracers. Pledge fealty, going to juice this up to 6. 1 point coming through. Extra fealty rebought, courtesy of that instant. And we can save all of our damage for that secondary Firevein once more.
With the last Oath having been played, Pledge Fealty, while still good, is not necessarily the most important thing it is in this stage. It still can make a scar tissue bigger, of course, but what it is really important for here is giving go again on that Obsidian Firevein. You just want a density of all of these Draconic cards that are played as instants or attack reactions over these Obsidian Fireveins in order to give yourself the widest and highest damage turn possible.
These Obsidian Fireveins proving to be a pretty significant pain for Gianluigi Lea. Defense Reaction's been doing a great job at soaking up some damage, but when you're not pitching to swing those weapons, there's just additional cards to push damage with. Those tend to break the math in Fang's favor. Gianluigi will park the arsenal, draw on up. We see another selection of defense reactions in hand as Sworn Vengeance kicks things off here alongside the first Firevein. Going to come on in for 4 on hit, will mark the opponent.
I believe players verbally checked that life total is 1826. I think I heard, taking 1 from the last Obsidian Firevein last turn. We'll have to see if they have that, or if I heard wrong when they come to check the life totals later in the turn.
We'll see Imperial Intent jumping this Firevein to 7, met with Shelter from the Storm to keep the damage in check. Second Firevein will test Gianluigi once again here. 1 point of damage right now, but 2 cards remaining in hand. It will be Long Whiskered Loyalty as the attack reaction of choice. Going to go 4, go again. Additional attack mode selected alongside the buff. Sink Below will do their best to stuff that in a box. So pretty successful turn here for Gianluigi. Those 2 defense reactions lining up well. However, more damage coming on through on this final swing. Take it on the chin, going to prevent just a little bit of it. Falling down, I believe, to 15.
Lukas takes these D-Reacts so in stride. He doesn't really care when his opponent is blocking efficient damage like he is this game, because he's also dealing such efficient damage that it's just about the numbers at this point for Fang. He knows, he understands his game plan. So it's damage out from Lukas and damage blocked from Gianluigi, and eventually the cards will stop blocking 4 and they'll start blocking 3, and Lukas will continue to get that edge.
Gianluigi just having a giggle there, understanding that Shelter from the Storm that was deployed on defense had been stuck in that arsenal for quite some time, as he was stuck not attacking.
And it nullifies that take it on the chin extra added advantage from the agility there for sure.
Cut from the same cloth will mark Gianluigi this time around. And we're going to send in Obsidian Firevein for 5. Handful of goodies once more here for Lukas. We see Blistering Blade front and center at the start of that hand. So no hiccups on the train just yet. Going to keep flowing these Draconic hands turn to turn and presenting above rate damage that Gianluigi will have to do their best to stymie.
Lukas drawing 1 of these blues that doesn't do a whole lot on this turn, but it's good that it's just 1 of them instead of drawing 2 of them at a time, so he's not really going to be slowing down. He does have the ability to, I think, attack 3 times with his daggers this turn.
6 defense deployed here in the face of this 5 power Obsidian Firevein. From cut from the same cloth, and we see Lukas being diligent here, taking a moment to review their graveyard, see which buffs they're already through, how many Draconic cards they have remaining.
And the big question is, if my opponent continues to just block me here, do I have enough buffs to actually get over this 15 points of life, especially considering the Kabuto that's sitting on board and could protect him quite well, for example, against a Tooth of the Dragon to come later in the game. So he's having to choose where he places each card so that he makes sure he can finally, down the line, get Gianluigi down to 0 instead of ending the game with no real buffs left in deck while Gianluigi's on 2 or 3.
Forcing through some damage there, pushing Gianluigi down to 13. Klein is chose. Relentless Pursuit will mark Gianluigi and go back to the bottom of the deck. And then we'll see the second Fire Vein coming up and across. Gianluigi reaching for either hit and run here in the blue on defense. Debating perhaps taking the hit instead. So no defense offered on this 1 power Obsidian Fire Vein. 1 damage coming across brings Gianluigi down to 12, and we'll see that final card pocketed for a bigger turn next time around. Dawnblade coming on in. 1 card remaining in hand here for Gianluigi, no longer marked, courtesy of that final Obsidian Fire Vein swing. Valiant Dynamo reached for here by Lukas, happy to play defense.
Lukas slowing down and just being careful there, making sure he's not missing anything. He probably doesn't care about the number that's on this Dawnblade, but he wants to be diligent about the way he approaches things. So he throws the Dynamo, even though with that shelter it might not end up seeking, saving any damage, but still important to be safe.
Gianluigi attempts to find Go Again with that Glint. The Quicksilver is met by a Shelter from the Storm as the offensive assault continues from Fang. Drakai of Blades, the first Fire Vein here met once more with a blue copy of Overpower. We'll see Hunt's End Scar Tissue as the reactions of choice here. Going to jump this up to a rather healthy 8, and we'll see 5 damage coming on through here, striking Gianluigi down to 7.
And again, Lucas's responsibility now is to take those tall opportunities where he can and get over the block that was committed by Gianluigi. Having seen so many of these defense reactions earlier in the game, he knows not so many of them remain at this stage of the game. So any damage he does over the initially declared block will be true damage, so to speak, or for most turns against Gianluigi, which is the way he needs to win this game. Just get through this staunch defense where Gianluigi will probably be throwing a card or 2 cards every chain link for the rest of the game.
Long Whiskered Loyalty enabling an additional attack here. We'll see Dawnblade swinging on in from the last card in hand from Gianluigi here. 6 to 26, quite the life disparity. Desperately clawing back with just a Dawnblade as we see Lukas drawing up another hand of options. Debating whether any of those are better spent on defense here.
Of course, he always has the boots to block a bit. Kabuto to shut off the second swing if he wants to.
We're going to see 1 block dedicated from Valiant Dynamo. Sure thing, says Gianluigi, no reactions. Going to fall down to 24. Going to make a Vigor token here from Grains of Blood Spill. Take a moment to assess the situation we currently find ourselves in. How many defense reactions are remaining? How many potent options are available for Gianluigi? We're going to see Refraction Bolters cashed in after that has been considered, and go for this second swing of Dawnblade. Try and snowball a counter onto this weapon. And we will see the damage happily taken here. 21 from Lukas. You cannot be happy about that. If you are Gianluigi, counter here, normally pretty good for you as your sword gets bigger. But if Lukas is keeping all the cards, it's time to push some serious damage.
I think he was counting cards like that Iron Song response, trying to see whether he has the ability to keep this counter after getting it on this turn. Luckily, he drew 2, although he's reaching for them on defense. Not quite sure what the other cards are. Of course, Lukas does have access to that Kabuto, so if you can find a way to stiff the first attack, and even a Twinning Blade and Go Again won't get around the Kabuto's ability to turn the Dawnblade counter off.
We do see 2 cards being reached for on defense here. Saber Bloodshed starting the turn, making this Obsidian Fire Vein base 5 before any of the other 4 cards available to Lukas are played. This is finally time for that Kabuto to come in clutch. Gianluigi going to make a stand and try and keep that Dawnblade around just a little bit longer. We'll see a block 4-8 here. Try and play around the 1 buff and prevent a future swing from the second Fire Vein.
Yeah, there's 2 benefits here. One, he's overblocking, so he's not going to die to a total big buff here, although he will be actually brought low by this. I think this goes to 10 or 11. And then, of course, he does have a 4 power on the following chain link, so he is still able to deal some damage through this Kabuto turn. Gianluigi not expecting him to block maybe on next turn, thinking those Iron Song responses are basically red titanium baubles. Let's just block with them. Trying to hold some cards to deal some damage, though.
For the Drakai, the perfect follow-up when your opponent tries to blunt your assault with Kabuto of Imperial Authority. Going to see 4 block dedicated from Brave Forge Bracers and a copy of Unsheath to keep the attack at bay. But just 1 card and that Vigor token to work with here for Gianluigi. It's a nip at the heels left in the hand. And so we'll swing on in for 4. We do see Sink Below on the other side here for Dawnblade. Pretty happily blunted. We will see Nip at the heels to knock this over by 1 and Smoke out to decline that interaction.
Such a funny decision by Gianluigi to not keep the Unsheathed, which is 2 more points of damage than the Nip at the heels, to try to protect the counter by just having that tricky +1 if you get an exact block out of Lukas, who still has quite a bit of armor block available to him as well. Unfortunately, the second D-React drawn, so not much doing there.
Blade Flurry here alongside the Fealty token is going to juice this first Fire Vein swing up by an extra 3 points, up to 8. We do see 8 block there in place. Second Fire Vein comes across for 3. We'll earn another card here from Lukas, and we will see the Searing Gaze knocking this up to 6. Sink Below will keep Gianluigi alive, but at this point, the whole hand is being earned pretty consistently by Fang, Drakai of Blades. There are a few defense reactions left in the mix, but Gianluigi's going to have to find a pretty impactful chain of defensive tools to stymie the damage from our Draconic Warrior.
I think Lukas getting a little bit stressed here. That was one where he wanted to kill right there. He did get one of the few remaining defense reactions available from Gianluigi. Lukas's deck is quite thin, so though he is demanding cards on block, if he's not able to string together big enough turns, he will be losing tempo to Dorinthea and start having to give up maybe cards on block, maybe not having that many offensive cards available. The advantage of these non-draconic cards is they're actually quite potent as pitch cards early, and then they, like the yellow Scar Tissue, and then they come back around where you can use your Fealty excess late in the game to still get good damage out of them.
Scar Tissue does leak a point. We'll see Searing Blade trying to jump the second up to 5. Fate Foreseen will buy another turn, and for Drakai is the following attack. We'll see 4 block from the remaining defensive tools here from Gianluigi. Both these players playing at a pretty startling pace. They understand the assignment at this point. It is all defense for Gianluigi and just a handful of cards. That is 5 cards remaining for Lukas Proske. If there is ever going to be a chance to survive, Gianluigi has found it. In fact, they'll be able to take a moment to fan through the graveyard of Lukas Proske here and do their best to decipher which attack reactions are remaining. Twinning Blade blocks the first Fire Vein.
Now, it's hard to fatigue a Fang player on account of the fact that he's got such an ability to demand tall blocks from you and then go around your blocks. But in this case, Gianluigi having so many defense reactions, he's able to disrespect the height of your possible attack and just come in with a little bit of block and then hold on to his defense reaction and that Take It on the Chin to block around things.
Take It on the Chin, manages to keep us alive once more. Overcrowded! It's the third and final. Overcrowded. It's an attack action, it has power, and it can follow a second Obsidian Fire Vein. That potent blue Majestic has just earned Lukas Proske a spot in our top 8 with 1 card remaining in deck.
Absolutely insane, that Overcrowded coming in as the second last card in his deck for 3, thanks to the Fealty on board and the agility created by that Take It on the Chin. You saw Gianluigi throw down that Take It on the Chin, saying, I've blocked out your second dagger. If you don't have another card you can play this turn, I win on the spot. But unfortunately, there was exactly 1 more damage dealing card left for Lukas, punching his ticket to a top 8 through that new amazing card, Overcrowded, and great in this Fang deck as we saw today.
Well, if you didn't want your copies for top 4ing ProQuests already, I felt the feeling you might want them now. Turns out, good on offense. All 3 copies thrown offensively over the course of that game. I'm sure that's exactly what Overcrowded is intended to do. However, we do have 8 people who intended to join us in the top 8 this weekend, and let's find out exactly who they are as we look at the bracket for our single elimination rounds. Top of the bracket, Brody Spurlock, Verdance Storm of the Rose is our first seed. Will be against Johannes Klaus on Axilleas Constellar Intelligence. We saw Warre Stevens yesterday in the feature match area. Dash.io, lovely time. Going to be staring down our newfound Fang, Drakai of Blades, the other half of the bracket. I'm slightly surprised, shall we say.
Well, I'm not surprised by the Cindra mirror. It's a bit of an unfortunate pairing for those two pilots. They wouldn't have hoped for this, and certainly the one on a lower, Kinga there on a lower seed won't have hoped for this because she won't have access to the turn choice in this round. But the other one, there's a Victor present. Definitely wasn't expected to be found here. Paired into Arthur, I think will maybe be their least favorite pairing in this bracket, having the Verdance on the other side. I think they would have been super happy playing into the Cindras and the Dash.ios. Not super happy, but okay against the Axilleas, and the Fang could have gone their way as well. But Verdance definitely not the quarterfinals match they wanted to be facing up against here.
2 Verdance, 2 Cindra, Axilleas, Dash, Fang, Victor. Quite the variety when all is said and done. 8 people left with a chance to join us as a brand new calling champion, claim all that prize money. I think we've got a pretty easy place to go for our feature match, don't you? I think Lukas put on a pretty phenomenal show there. It's overcrowded in this bracket. I don't want anyone else to be on my screen. I'm looking forward to seeing if they manage to take down Dash.io on the other side of that equation.
We also saw Warre, this Dash.io player, earlier in the weekend, and we saw him absolutely demolish Pro Tour champion Michael Fang with that insane back-to-back turn with max velocities, one of them having 3 boom grenades pop. So I would love to see Warre back on stream, throwing down those boom grenades, and this will be, I imagine, a pretty fast one, having Warre and Lukas just go head-to-head with their high damage decks.
Warre 7 somehow in 4th. It just doesn't add up. Keeps moving around in the wrong places. It's starting to become frustrating. Hopefully they get to finish the weekend in 1st if they're able to take down Fang. However, I mean, this is quite the bracket. If you've got to pick a winner in the dark, Gabe, I want to know who it is.
I am actually going to give it to Axilleas. My reasoning here is I actually quite like that Axilleas Verdance matchup that he's got in this quarterfinals. I'm going to give it to him on the event that Lukas takes down this quarterfinal match. Then he's got a favored semifinals. Instead, if it is Dash.io, that's one of the worst matchups, I think, on this board for the Axilleas player. I'm also banking then on Arthur being the one to come out of the bottom half of the bracket, because I think all of those other 3 matchups are probably not so happy to see as Axilleas, but if Arthur is able to make it into the semifinals, the Axilleas might be able to win. My money's on Johannes.
I'm not one to bet against Arthur Trehet personally. I'm expecting a victory last weekend to be followed by a victory this weekend, but we'll have to wait and see if the Pro Tour champion can manage it. Let's take a look at the standings for this event, see who came close, but no cigar. 9th place, Jacob Clements. That's a really big deal. Brody Spurlock is sitting at the top of our Swiss this round. Jacob Clements misses out just by losing their last round and will not have a chance to earn more World Tour points this weekend.
Brody already getting to put a couple points on that gap between him and Jacob by already making it into top 8. Every win here in top 8 will be another 2 to 4, I think, points in gap of that Player of the Year race. Of course, Alex Kitsu down there in 10th will get a healthy dose in order to try to lock up that 3rd place in the European Championship.
Another juggernaut of the game over in Great Britain, Alex Kitsu, former national champion as well. Good pick for them this weekend. Dash.io, a hero they're more than familiar with, and seems like it was a good choice overall with Warre making the top cut as well. Seems like we might have to keep an eye on Dash throughout the rest of our ProQuest season.
Absolutely, and through into Worlds, of course. It has some decent matchups. It's traditionally good against Wizards as well, which is a deck we've seen, or a class we've seen way too much of this weekend.
Way too much. Someone has no taste. Let's take a look at the second page. Gianluigi finishing up in 11th there after their performance in that final round. Did not manage to quite make the cut. Thomas Preyer, the final caster pick, managing to secure 12th place also on Dash.io. Bartosz we saw in the feature match area. Very good showing for Arachne Marionette. It's a hero we've talked about a few times, being massively underappreciated. Happy to see them finding some success here.
Yep, Irish National Championship champion there down in 20th as well. Dylan Thompson, of course, Paul van Gijsel, a Pro Tour top 8. We have those 2 Florians we saw on stream this weekend as well, not playing Florian, but making it to 10-3, getting themselves some money and some World Tour points. And Antonio Kutter, we saw him on stream. I feel like we've seen almost all of these players.
Yeah, quite the conversion rate for Florian here, and I mean that in the nicest way possible. 2 heroes I think a lot of people had mixed feelings about heading into this weekend. KO, not the old KO. Brand new Reviled RKO. 10-3 is an impressive showing. I'm looking forward to seeing how this deck comes out in ProQuest season at the World Championship as more people figure out the ums and ahs. And then Puffin Hightail, a deck I think a lot of people wrote off entirely from High Seas. Pretty clearly, Dash.io was a great pick this weekend. We've seen 3 in the top 12 of a deck that was not a huge contender at the start of the day. Puffin has some different upsides, some different downsides, but similarities in the Mechanologist class, and it seems to perform very well for Florian Van Brekel this weekend.
Absolutely, these two Florians showing us what can be done with these B-tier or C-tier heroes, so to speak, as people cycle them, and as people we saw at the start of the weekend when they were on the second, or maybe I think actually the third or fourth row in terms of player representation. But these heroes coming in strong and proving that they are just one win, apparently, away from a calling top 8 this weekend. Hopefully maybe able to make another one next week or in a couple weeks over in Sydney, and maybe make a splash over in Philadelphia later this month.
You convinced me you were a fan of curveball decks, Kassai this, I'm a fan of the second choice that, and then you have the audacity to go with B-tier deck. Those players bubbled. B to C tier decks.
Those are the curveballs. These are how people call them. If they're B to C tier decks on the tier lists that go up on YouTube, then they're the curveball picks that you show up on and prove everyone wrong. There's no greater glory in the game of Flesh and Blood than being the guy who pulls it together on one of those decks.
Chat, I'm going to need you to do me a favor really quick and make this happen for me. The crowd boos you. We'll be back for a quarterfinal very soon. Stay tuned.
People there quick, now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, no.
Turn up the lights, my friend. On the floor, we'll take a chance. Feel the beat, it's in our veins. Nothing moves to break the chains. Get wild, let's lose control. Dancing till we seal the show. Edge of light, we're in the zone. On this floor, we're never alone. We're the star, running bright. Faster till the music plays. Weapons strike a fever charge. Let's feel the fire's roar. Let's dance floor. Everybody's cool. Sassy, edgy, time to glue. Borderline, we're on the edge. Every glass a stolen pledge. One last in the night, our friends. Dancing wild until the end. Raise the roof, hear our song. We're unstoppable all night long. Catching fire, hearts entwined. In this dance, we feel divine. We're the star, running bright. Faster till the music plays. Weapons strike a fever
where there were once 584 players, just 8 remain. HowlingMines in the booth, Gabe Sher. We have a very exciting top 8 for this first calling here in Hamburg.
You know, the standout for me is that no Gravy Bones made this top 8. So the quote-unquote best deck in format, hero of the format, and actually maybe villain of the format that people love to hate, not able to make the crossover, that final edge this weekend and make it into the top 8. But we do have, I think, 6 different heroes represented in this top 8, which is very exciting to see.
Let's take another look at that bracket before we get things started here. Top to bottom, Brody Spurlock, Jonas Klaus, Verdance versus Auxilio. Battle of the Wizards at the top there. We'll see our feature matchup next. Varre Sevens against Lukas Proske, Fang Drakai of Blades, Dash.io. Both these players been on camera this weekend, doing a phenomenal job on their off-meta picks of choice.
Off-meta. I don't know if Dash.io counts fully as off-meta. Maybe that's even more colorful than me calling some of these decks B to C tier, but Dash.io definitely dancing around just outside of the top end of the meta there and showing up this weekend quite strongly with Warre representing it. That's going to be an interesting match on the feature table, of course. Next up, we have Cindra. This is a mirror match for the ages, but from what we know and from what I've played against Kinga, who's the Danish player down there in the 7th seed on this half of the mirror match. This is not necessarily the most typical Cindra match, and so this won't be the second always wins, I always go face and eventually we all die on turn 2 kind of Cindra match. It's a bit more defensively slanted and maybe able to deal with the onslaught and come back from going first in this Cindra mirror. Yeah,
I've been informed Kinga, big fan of that more blue-centric, happy to play a more defensive role in the mirror match. And I mean, the title of Danish national champion certainly backs up that belief as being somewhat true. It will be Lukas Nidgerson on the other side of the bracket. They will have to get through if they want to continue their tirade with Cindra. Our final match, one to watch, the underdog, Kirill Antropov on Victor Goldmane, High and Mighty, will need to get through one of their worst matchups against one of the best players in the form of Arthur Trehet.
Yeah, speaking of champions, Arthur Trehet, Pro Tour champion down there, definitely one of the favorites in terms of player name going into this weekend, also being on what has turned out into being the strongest deck with Verdance, but also in this top 8 bracket, looking to have a comfortable way, maybe into the final if he can get through this semi-final and show off like he did earlier this weekend against Cindra.
Absolutely worth noting, Arthur part of the winning team in Battle-hardened Paris last weekend as well, so coming fresh off a victory, looking to secure another. We've got giants of the game and giants of the meta game joining us in this top 8, but some stories remain yet to be told. Fang Dash.io. Now, I know I'm more of a Dash enjoyer from that side of the bracket. I have my own feelings on the matchup, but I'm curious as to how you think this one tends to play out.
I think it could lean towards Dash.io. He has the advantage of having 3 block on a lot of his cards, and Fang can deal some very efficient damage, not necessarily super explosive damage. Relies a little bit on getting those fealties to get online early, but Dash.io can deal explosion that Fang might not be able to deal with early in the game if he gets some of those boom grenades that we saw him get together early on in our last time we had Warre on stream. So I'm giving my money towards Dash.io. I think it's a little bit favored, but obviously this Fang is fun to watch.
All right, well, should be an interesting matchup. Will it be fealty, tokens, or boom grenades that manage to take out our top 8? Let's make our way down into the feature match area in order to find out. We'll kick things off here in the single elimination rounds with Varre Sevens on Dash.io. Will be going first. A pretty significant boon here for our mechanologist. The other side of the equation, Lukas Proske, Fang Drakai of Blades. Looking forward to an incredible game.
Cool. Not huge with the Spark of Genius into Teklo Pounder like we saw the last time we had him on stream, but there are still some options available to Varre here, including this null time zone that he was reaching towards trying to play out on his turn. What card do you think you play or name when you play a null time zone against a Fang? It's such a difficult choice. Thankfully, Varre beats it for me. I think this makes a lot of sense. Scar Tissue, a card that is typically played as a 6-of in these decks, is a very potent card, likely to turn up in his hands. And you can't really name something like Pledge Fealty because your opponent will just play it in response and makes you look rather embarrassing if they're worried about naming one of those instants. I do want to take a moment to take quick note of the equipment suite in this matchup. Somewhat what you'd expect from Lukas here. Balance of Justice. Gonna kick that kind of trigger occasionally because of Spark of Genius, Cerebellum Processor to draw some extra cards. On the other side of things, however, we do see the Teklo Industry Gear Shift in the feat slot for Varre Sevens.
This is an old one. Used to see a lot of play in the Cindra format. Happy to see it finding success in Warre's list. Does offer an additional point of block, allows you to find a way to create extra action points to enable cerebellum processes and similar effects with some amount of consistency. Most importantly, don't have to boost first to enable this one, so you can control the top card you're drawing with a processor significantly more easily.
Of course, and this can also dig you deeper into your deck to find the correct, so to speak, card off the top of the deck that you want to act or play with the -IO ability. So you can, if you don't like what's on top, you ditch it and then you get the action point. If you just need the action point to start the turn with a Cerebellum, then you immediately start the turn with that. And of course it blocks one where Achilles Accelerator does not. So this is an interesting start. I also quite like the Scar Tissue announcement, not just because it's a 6 of, but because it's the way that Lukas gets online early by getting these on-hit marks that Warre, let's be honest, is not most likely blocking early in the game.
Going to swing in with Obsidian Fire Vein, pitching away a firm loyalty to do so. We see a second copy in the hand, alongside some smoke out for Lukas. Those defense reactions going to play a very important role in preventing damage from -IO. We'll see a firm loyalty. Jumping this up to 4 with Go Again.
Now, of course, Lukas had the option to pitch away both smoked outs, one for each dagger, and then the second Affirm Loyalty would have created him one fealty, but I think he's prioritizing keeping one of these smoke outs in the arsenal, which is also sort of a way to create a fealty in this game, because he's able to use it against any red attack that gets played against him. It'll create a mark, which will later on down the line turn into fealty. So prioritizing just creating this vigor, keeping the D-React in arsenal, and it's ultimately one fealty one way, one fealty the other.
Another smoke out found in the hand alongside Shelter from the Storm here for Lukas. Worth noting, Metex is the attack of choice here. In the hand for Warre, we see multiple copies of Spark of Genius, the big haymaker specialization that lets some of these turns truly fly into overdrive.
Yeah, we can expect that balance. If not blocked with this turn, it will definitely be able to be destroyed. So maybe Lukas will be reaching for it once he sees what's happening later on after the Spark of Genius gets popped for a draw a card. Cerebellum maybe will be able to be popped with an extra action point should he get an item off the top of the deck as well.
Smoke out and Valiant Dynamo covering up the Matex, so no on-hit scored there immediately. Warre taking a look at the top of the deck, deciding if that card needs to stay where it is. If it is time to Teklo Foundry Heart, if there is an item to be found, no, instead, Throttle from the arsenal here is the choice. Will require those 2 resources and come on in for 6, quickly met with a Scar Tissue, which is otherwise looking a bit unimpressive.
Wants to take a look at the top of the deck before he plays the Spark of Genius in case there's an item that he wants to play here. So might as well go Throttle now, take a look, and it influences the way he plays out these last 2 Sparks.
Throttle covered up here by the Scar Tissue and that copy of Shelter from the Storm. Warre will go back into the tank to consider the new implications and possibilities of a card like Spark of Genius. This is the chain being closed here. Dynamo's going back where they belong. And Warre here looking to pitch one of these to play another Spark of Genius.
We know he does run 1 copy of Penetration Script, so maybe he decides this is the best way to get over Lukas's defensive capabilities. These Fangs tend to run quite a few defense reactions, and maybe Warre evaluating that having 2 Sparks here is not actually going to help him that much down the line. Let's get one of these Pen Scripts out. Maybe he'll see a Boom Green off the top of the deck next turn, and the Penetration Script will help it connect. But more importantly, let's just get these items that can be a little awkward off the top later on out into play in a time where they're relevant. It's even a possibility that he doesn't crank this, then he gets to draw a card, arsenals, and passes. But
Penetration Script, definitely an interesting choice in the deck. Happy to see it finding success this weekend. Looks like we may have an item on top, given the deliberation here from Warre. Looks like they have drawn, I think that's a BIOS update going into the arsenal there. Not entirely sure. Chooses to keep that one around, as opposed to manipulating the top of their deck in any meaningful way. And we can see as they drew the hand, I believe the top card was a Cerebellum Processor. So they did have the ability to play that item out and continue. Chose instead to prioritize the card in arsenal.
looks like several of these boost cards that were drawn were blue, so not necessarily exactly what Warre wanted to see, but of course there are ways to draw cards on this turn with that Cerebellum. Maybe if an item is on the top of the deck. That BIOS update is basically drawing a card if it is the BIOS update in Arsenal.
Obsidian Firevein following along from this Oath of Loyalty, which did earn some block value here in the form of T-Bone and those Teklo Gear Shift. Of course, this is pretty suggestive of wanting to use Cerebellum Processor next turn to draw an additional card. Going to be using those legs to generate the extra action point. We will see the first fealty made here for Lukas as this Obsidian Firevein connects, and we'll make our way over into Varre's turn. We'll see Null Time Zone expiring, Scar Tissue back online for Lukas as the other items do make their way down to 0. 1 turn left of value on each of the above. We'll start things off with a boost from hand here in the form of a yellow copy of 0 to 60.
Of course, even could draw 2 cards off Cerebellum Processors, one being in hand and one on board, having access to Action Point from Boots and possibly Action Point from Dash.io off the top of the deck if he finds an item to crank. So lots of ways that these cards that we see right now in hand cannot end up being just what Warre has available to him. This hand could still go quite a further way than we see right now.
Both players just confirming this is in fact a red 0 to 60 in disguise, courtesy of that penetration script. Brings this up to 4 go again. This one is a red 0 to 60 not in disguise, coming in for 5 points of go again damage. Fast and Furious trigger striking serious value here, buying a whole additional turn of penetration script.
Yeah, that can be really big. That penetration script was of course played as a turn ender last turn, so though not cranked, it didn't get 2 turns of value as it would maybe off the top of the deck, but it is, of course, getting 2 turns of value now, having hit that Fast and Furious. Very big for Varre's plan of hit face as fast as possible.
Good plan. I like that plan. Difficult defensive decision here for Lukas Proske, now staring down the 0 to 60. We see Smoke out as the play of choice as Varre now reaches for those gear shift, looking to banish 2 more cards from the top of the deck, find an additional action point, and no doubt activate that Cerebellum Processor to find an additional card. Fast and Furious lost there. Bit of a shame we couldn't boost that one away first and put yet another counter on that penetration script.
I think that was part of what Warre was hesitating and thinking about. Does he have access to a free boost card in hand? I don't think he did in order to get that second Fast and Furious activation. You're right. Of course, it's the second Cerebellum.
Would you find a backup Protocol Red on top of the deck? Will crank it for a 3rd action point. 2 resources floating, just enough to rebuy any red action attack of choice from the bin.
4 resources floating because I think... No, we didn't activate the chest yet. Sorry, I thought he pitched to activate the chest.
We'll see Cerebellum activated, card drawn.
Yeah, no, it's 2, sorry.
Both players just confirming it is in fact 2 resources floating, not 4.
Yeah, of course. I thought Warre made exactly that thought, where 2 cards came off the top, and you're so used to that being Teklo Foundry Heart that he just, if you pitch a blue for that, that gets you up to 4, but of course not here. And players clarifying that. Cerebellum draw.
Might be time for Teklo Foundry Heart now as this turn continues. Warre here pretty happy to aggressively expend resources, I should say, to boost this turn up even further. We don't know that card drawn from Cerebellum Processor just yet. Looks like a red copy of Outpace coming off the top of the deck here. 5 go again, another beneficiary of this penetration script. Leaves us with still enough resources flowing here to crack back our Protocol Red and continue the assault.
And of course, with 2 floating, this backup protocol can be a bare minimum of 5 damage. I think that's what's going to be presented. You just fetch that red 0 to 60 we saw this turn and attack with it again.
So 5 will come on through, no armor blocks available, courtesy of Outpace. Backup Protocol Red cashed on in. We'll grab that 0 to 60, come boosting on through for another 5 points of damage.
I will flick chain.
Okay, the clutch chain being closed first of all here. We will be playing out that Arsenal. It is a copy of BIOS update joining this 0 to 60 here. So we're going to be coming in for 8, and we're going to be finding a Teklo Pounder on top of the deck. That is maximum profit for our resident mechanologist.
And this is one of the ways that you get over the top by having that BIOS update hit this Teklo Pounder, basically getting a Teklo Pounder for free because the BIOS update is already a good card to play on its own. Warre being very careful, not popping that BIOS update early in the turn when he knew there was no item on top of deck, and actually maybe specifically holding it for when he sees a Teklo Pounder off the top. So rewarded that the last boost card he sees on this turn is a Teklo Pounder. Triggers on... doesn't trigger on this turn, it'll trigger on the next turn, but this is still 8 off the 4 from the base, 3 from BIOS Update, 1 from Penetration Script. And of course, having to boost in order to get the benefit of the BIOS Update means he's going to get 2 more on the back end thanks to the weapon. Actually, 4 more. I think he has an action point floating. 2
action points still remaining here for Warre. Yeah, absolutely. Represented on the Dash.io hero card there. So multiple Symbiosis shots available. No blocks said. With a surprising amount of cheer from Lukas there as they fall on down to 21. And we'll see Symbiosis shot coming across for some more incidental damage here. No doubt going to bring Lukas down even further. If they were willing to stomach that 0 to 60, got to keep these cards in hand. Need to get that engine online. Going to see some of the armor coming across. Braveforge Bracers sucking up a shot. And we'll see 2 damage taken from the second Symbiosis shot here, falling down to 19 as we make our way round back to Lukas Proske.
Now, if you'd believe it, that's only 1 card drawn on that turn, even though it felt like it totally changed the deck. I might be wrong, but I think I'm not wrong.
No, I believe
so
you're
no
correct.
balance popped.
Maybe that was a part of the sequencing choices there from Warre, deliberately avoiding routes with the second Cerebellum processor they could have played from the top of the deck that would have enabled Balance of Justice, instead chose to sidestep and find a way to keep that powerful piece of equipment turned off as the game continued. We'll see twist and turn as the first play of the turn here for Lukas Proske. We'll see Obsidian Firevein coming in, courtesy of Relentless Pursuit. On hit, swing an additional time is the name of the game right now. We see Blade Flurry and Searing Gaze locked up in the hand here. So we do have a Draconic attack reaction to continue this turn, keep that fealty alive.
Blade Flurry also working well here with the Draconic attack, of course, attack reaction. Of course, you don't have enough fealty to use the fealty on the Blade Flurry, so you want to play these together, get the full 4 off of the Blade Flurry, and use this 2 floating to maybe create a couple of vigors on this turn as well. Make sure he can pay for next turn, even without having his fealties online yet.
See Warre here taking a moment to contemplate their defensive options. Hand is on the table, so we can't get a peek, but I'm sure they understand how much aggressive power is available. Worth noting, quite a lot of cards were expended on that previous turn to make it all come together. There's going to be limited resources left in deck as the game continues. We see Adaptive Plating cashing in Cerebellum Processor, joined by Teklo Foundry Heart in order to block 5. We'll see the Fealty token cashed in here for an additional dose of damage on this Obsidian Firevein, knocking it up to 7. Will manage to connect and allow an additional swing with the Firevein this turn, going to bring Warre down to 29.
Wow, I really like this. I think Lukas is showing basically, I know I might not reach 3 fealty, so I just have to beat you the normal way a warrior beats you. So I'm going to go over the top, get a couple points of damage, Trixie in here, maximize my damage, but pitching for my daggers, I have a blue this turn that I know I can get. And of course, Mark will create 1 fealty here, and the Searing Gaze being able to be pushed and saved to the second link means he's going to create another mark, which will create a fealty down the line. So ultimately, it expends 1 fealty to create 2, but it is a more efficient way to play out the turn to try to deal Warre damage early on.
Some good sportsmanship here from our players. Lukas forgetting momentarily that Blade Flurry had increased the size of Obsidian Firevein, corrected themselves, said no. 3 before the Searing Gaze in case that changes anything. Warre, of course, then laughed and said no before the turn continued. And additional damage came across from the Searing Gaze. Does mark our Dash.io player. We find ourselves with another fealty in the future. For now, just 1 remaining alongside that Vigor token as we make our way back over to Warre 7s, who will tick down Penetration Script and have a 4-card hand to work with alongside Teklo Pounder. There are 3 copies of Zipper Hit in that hand to follow up on this Expedite. Does get turbocharged by Teklo Pounder.
Penetration Script, of course, continuing to pay dividends this turn as well, getting plus maybe 3 or 4 points of damage this turn. Looking like 3.
And we'll see Teklo Foundry Heart reached for here. His yellow copy of Zipper Hit pitched away to it. Love to see this. Will banish top 2 cards. Means there will be 3 resources available. That pays for Zipper Hit, and the item that is absolutely, definitely on top of your deck at some point throughout this turn.
It doesn't have to be on top now. It can be on top after any of these 2 boost cards. It'll also, if it is an item with Crank, so it's not, but if it is an item with Crank, of course, enables 2 Symbiosis shots, which is something that helps him push this damage over the top this turn as well.
Teklo Core found on top of the deck, deemed good enough here for Warre. Will provide resources for the next 2 turn cycles. We'll see another Zipper Hit, red this time, coming in for 6 with Go Again. Penetration Script really proving its value in this game so far.
His penetration script has been worth a lot, and with that Teklo core out, this makes Varre's next turn just so efficient. He's able to block if he has too many blues, or if he just needs only a couple points of pitch on his turn. Maybe he can also block with Crown to manipulate the color of his hand and maximize the offensive damage, given that he has 2 resources for free.
6 more damage coming across the line in the form of red zipper hit, and you can see the pain in the face of Lukas Proske, realizing the sheer amount of damage they are taking and how much pressure is on them in this top 8 game. I believe it's just 1 card here left in hand. Does need to consider whether it is better placed on defense, letting that vigor and potentially fealty go to waste, or whether or not they need to make a stand and keep that card to stay in this game.
Varre playing such a quick game, which is to be expected with his Dashayo list, especially in a matchup against something like Fang, that of course he's super happy to pay that 2 resources, sorry, that card off the top of the deck for the boost in order to get 2 more damage on this turn. Sometimes you have to deliberate on decisions like that if you're needing to get over the brick wall of a very defensive deck. Here, no, he needs to kill as fast as possible, and he thinks he can with the propensity towards 2-block available in Lukas's deck, and also Lukas's challenge with actually dealing damage if he's not able to keep many cards.
We see 6 connect, brings Lukas to 10. Grains of Blood Spill will hop in front of a Symbiosis shot, soak up some damage, and make our way back over to Lukas, who will use that Vigor token and run out this for the Drakai here is marked. You understand why this was such an important card to keep. Does threaten 4 damage. If it manages to connect, we will achieve Emperor time and become Fang, Drakai of Blades. But good.
Of course, Varre aware of the card available on the top of the deck, so maybe he could have considered crowning here, given that he has a couple awkward cards. He's got a Teklo Core and a Teklo Pounder. He could also find a way to sequence this turn together, or could choose to maybe take 1 turn off, use his life total as a way to eat up whatever Lukas is able to throw back at him, thanks to with a full card hand, attack for a little bit, trigger that Teklo Pounder, play out another one, and hopefully kill next turn with +4 available from Teklo Pounders on the following turn.
We're going to see 5 go again here, blocked by overcrowded and 2 pieces of equipment to cover up all the bases. Make sure no sneaky boom grenades come in to ruin your day. Teklo Pounder, the follow-up to front-load that damage for yet another turn. Symbiosis shot counter gained, Arsenal card parked, and we'll make our way back over to Lukas, who for the first time this game does seem to have some amount of breathing room to work with.
Yeah, but of course this Crown of Providence representing a free card that he can turn that Teklo Core in Arsenal into. So Varre, if attacked, can get a 5-card hand, ignoring that Teklo Core, which right now is sitting a little bit dead in Arsenal, hoping to draw any number of attacks to take advantage of these Teklo Pounders and just go over the top of Lukas's possible defense, and of course 10 life right now.
You want to see the type of hands I draw as Dash.io? We're going to take a look at Varre's 7th hand as this Crown of Providence rebuys a fresh one. They find Pulse Wave Harpoon before putting their hand down. It's rather rude, Varre. Bad news, there's some boom grenades and a backup protocol red in there. So plenty of items to be found in the hand this time around. Less attacks, but Pulse Wave Harpoon, definitely worth a little something from that Crown of Providence.
Some good news, Teklo Core going to create 2 resources off the top of this turn, so also able, of course, to use those core resources to either play out that Pulse Wave Harpoon or maybe play the backup protocol, crank it, and then use those 2 resources to fetch like a 0 to 60 red from the graveyard. So still a playable turn, though not necessarily what Varre wanted to see with a 5-card hand and his opponent on 10.
With a bit of luck, those boom grenades might be able to force their way through. Let's see how our top 8 competitor manages to navigate this turn sequence. Teklo Core ticking down, 2 resources will be made. Both Pounders primed and ready to go.
I'll attack you for...
Let's see. Okay, Varre reconsidering how they want to sequence here. We might see that boom grenade run out before the throttle at the back of the hand here.
I think he's thinking about either the boom grenades first, or maybe if he wants to lead with the Pulse Wave Harpoon and keep a resource floating for the Teklo Foundry Heart, which will pay for throttle without having to pitch an additional card out of the hand.
Difficult sequencing decisions to be found here on this 5-card hand from Varre 7s. Does have 2 resources floating as well, of course, so we will play out the red. Boom grenade is cranked ahead of time, so the turn will continue with 4 additional damage being threatened. It will be throttle coming on through for a whopping 10 points of damage on hit explosion.
keeping the yellow boom grenade in hand, maybe prioritizing the ability to pitch for this turn, whether it's pitch for the Pulse Wave Harpoon or pitch for an item to come off the top of the deck, or most likely, probably, hopefully both.
We'll see a block for 6 from Sworn Vengeance and Oath of Loyalty here. We'll see if there's any reactions to follow to blunt that boom grenade for now. Looks like Warre is the one pausing on reactions. Might have found another item on top of the deck worth exploring this turn. Might smell out the defense reaction, given the willingness to block 6 here from Lukas.
Certainly thinking about boom grenade here, even if there's a reaction on top. Yeah.
And it's a red one. No crank on this boom grenade here. Unsurprisingly, the defense reaction smelt out by our veteran mechanologist, Siskopoulos, covering up the throttle, and therefore this grenade not being cranked will survive to try again on the following turn cycle. We're going to fan through that graveyard now, find out the options that are available for that backup protocol red, and see how best they wish to continue this turn. Going to close the chain for this Teklo Foundry Heart, banish away 2 more mechanologist cards, make 2 resources, and find a way to facilitate some additional damage.
Not able to play both the Pulse Wave Harpoon and the backup protocol and search for an attack. I think that's part of what his hesitation was playing that red boom grenade off the top, was if he wants to play 2 attacks to try to trigger the first boom grenade, then of course he's sacrificing his ability to play out the second, and it will get boosted away. So he had that debate in his head and decided prioritizing playing the one off the top of the deck, and therefore, because of the not crank decision, he keeps it around into the next turn, still threatening
such
damage.
a big fan of this choice. Chose to back up Protocol Red for Outpace. The armor, no good. 1 card in hand for Lukas means that the grenades will connect. They fall down to 1. They are forced to spend Balance of Justice, preventing a Symbiosis shot. Found a way to make those grenades come on through.
Quote-unquote card negative for Warre. He had to pitch an extra card to pay for that when he could have gone for a 0-60 and keep that Pulse Wave in arsenal, but heads up play, as we say, keeping that effect of Outpace alive. And of course, Lukas only had so much defensive equipment that he could have thrown, but it wasn't enough on that turn.
Full damage coming through from Long Whiskered Loyalty. We'll see a cheeky
Immediately
copy
take it.
of a Sibian Fire Vein. Never seen someone so eager to take damage in their life. Is that? I believe that's 2 copies of Maximum Velocity in the hand there for Warre. So very much a needs-must kind of situation. We're going to be starting things off with T-Bone here. There is a Zipper Hit waiting in the wings as well. This is going to be 5. Go again, Fast and Furious. We'll take a peek and see if we find an item on top to place that counter on before it's far too late, but no such luck. So T-Bone, 5, go again.
Possibly even happy to pitch one of these max velocities. He just needs to keep up as much offensive with break points as well. He wants to attack for 5 or 4 as many times as possible, because eventually Lukas will have to throw his whole hand. So yes, he's not going to kill on this turn with those awkward 2 max Vs, or I don't think he will. He might be able to, of course, but it doesn't matter to him because his ultimate goal is just continuing to strip hand until he inevitably finds one of those super high-powered -IO turns.
Reaching for that Teklo Foundry Heart once more. Deck disappearing into the gas tank to keep things flowing for Warre 7s. We'll take a peek at the top card of the deck, trying to find an item to put it together, score additional gunshots with a little bit of luck. Does so. It's Cerebellum Processor off the top of the deck. This one cranked for the extra action point. Can draw a card, can provide an additional shot with Symbiosis Shot to try and take away the entire hand here. Depending on what Warre is able to find, we'll see Zipper Hit for 5. 2 cards earned on defense here. Symbiosis Shot comes across the line, earns the Oath of Loyalty, and it will be enough with the additional action point. Symbiosis Shot takes Warre 7s into the top 4 of the calling here in Hamburg.
2 very joyful players we saw, and both times they've been on stream, they're having a lot of fun with this game, which is the ultimate goal, of course, but really well played from Warre, twice winning on stream, twice showing off the power of this -IO deck, continuing into this meta. Lukas, a very good sport. Super happy to see him play that game. Unfortunately, didn't go his way, got a bit rolled over by Warre, which seems to be the theme of the weekend.
Yeah, -IO, definitely the kind of deck capable of doing that. Fantastic performance from Lukas on Fang. A lot of decks people weren't talking about heading into this weekend. Fang was definitely one of those. Happy to see it finding some success and making the top 8 here in the hands of Lukas.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by Warre, and I think I might have to adjust my vote on the bracket towards him. Of course, it's because partially there's a bad matchup for Axilleas that I voted on earlier. Let's take a look at that bracket and see how my vote shook out.
Good news for you. Axilleas on Jonas, Klaus, continues the charge, makes their way through to the top 4, and will stare down Warre 7s on Dash.io. The other side of the bracket, Kinga, Piper, Balázs on Cindra, Drakai of Retribution, the Danish national champion, that more defensive take on Cindra, more blue heavy, beating back the mirror without the choice to go first or second. However, if they want their run to continue, there is a champion from last weekend and a champion from Pro Tours past on the other side of the table. Arthur Trehet remains on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose.
That bottom half of the bracket is a force to be reckoned with. Of course, traditionally, I think people might say Cindra is a little bit favored in the Cindra-Earth matchup, even in Cindra Verdance, but we've seen Arthur beat Cindra's this weekend on camera. It was the first round today that we saw that happen, and that was really well played from him, so it could happen again here in the top 8. Of course, my vote was the Axilleas earlier today. I think I will be sticking with him, but my backup vote is Dash.io as well in that top half. So even though Arthur's there on the bottom, I know you repped for him already, so I have to go for the underdog. I'll go for the top half of the bracket to win the whole event.
Yeah, you know what? I'll stick with Arthur as my primary choice. If we're taking backups, it's only fair that I'll take Kinga as well. I'm sure that means that we'll both have one representative in the final. That's how the tournament works. Sounds like a good idea to me. Excited to see 4 different heroes in the top 4 here, and cannot wait to see which of them comes out on top. Now, you might look at our metagame breakdown, you might look at the names of our players and the World Tour competitors in the room today and think that this is the biggest event of the year. You would be incorrect, because there's something coming in roughly 6 weeks that we're all looking forward to. The World Championship of Flesh and Blood. Philadelphia will come calling on November 13th, and I cannot wait to see how things play out on the grandest stage.
I think this is such a fun way between last week's event in Shizuoka and then this week's event here in Hamburg to set the scene for Worlds. We obviously have a couple more events going into the season. We're going to see how Living Legend shakes out, but more importantly, the meta is still wide open. We thought maybe it was a Cindra Gravy meta. No, there are so many heroes that you can represent here. Verdance looked like the strongest this weekend, but only has 1 copy in the top 4. 3 other heroes still represented. Anything to play on and everything to play for at the World Championship in November.
Other factors to consider in that main event, of course, not just Classic Constructed, Living Legend on full display. Top 8 will feature both formats in a best of 3 shootout. Calling $30,000 US, open event, anyone can enter. Living Legend on full display there as well. 2 Classic Constructed Balhardens. I'm reliably informed they've both almost sold out after the sheer amount of popularity for these, if you're looking for your fix of Classic Constructed. Of course, there's plenty of other things to enjoy at the World Championship. Events are fantastic, but souvenirs are better. This gorgeous promo set of hero cards.
Yep, definitely Americana in here with the World Championships returning to America in Philadelphia, and these cards are a fun way to celebrate that.
Couldn't agree more. If you want to secure one at random, you can do that by playing the main event. You'll get one distributed alongside your Warmongers Diplomacy playmat for World Championship players. However, if you've got to have all 3, easy enough to do. Pick up the souvenir package to celebrate your time at the World Championship. You'll receive this Panorama playmat, a Super Slam art deck box, and of course, a full box of Mastery Pack Rosetta to boot.
Lots to get and lots to buy and lots to play for in this tournament, but of course this Fabled package, one of the best ways to take advantage of all of the events, whether you're playing in the main event or playing side events throughout the weekend, and you get a whole bunch of goodies. You get this Calling Season promos with either the Reviled pack or the Revered pack of 3 Comeback Kids or Mocking Blows, and of course the special copy of Bully Tactics or Card Goes Wild. But aside from the event entry, of course, the best part of this package is that foil sexy playmat.
Absolutely. Nothing says bling like Lyeth Goldmane, Reviled all the way through. If you like a little bit of glamour, you're going to have to pick one of these up by joining us at the World Championship in Philadelphia. It's the biggest event of the year. It's not one you can afford to miss. Hopefully, we will have the chance to see you there.
I will be there. You will be there. We'll be able to see everyone watching there if you're able to make it. This will be very exciting. Of course, we have an ever more exciting matchup this weekend that we have to worry about. Worlds will happen in 6 weeks. We can get excited in 6 weeks. Right now, 2 more matches of semifinals and 1 final later in the day to play out. What are we going to see?
Sounds good to me. Well, of course. I mean, if I get to choose, it's going to be my pick, right? We're going to go with Arthur Trehet on that side of the bracket. They have felled Cindra once at 8-0. Now they need to do it again to continue their charge to back-to-back wins on the weekend. I want to see how that plays out. You want to see how that plays out. and you want to see how that plays out. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. two Goliaths of the format have stood tall for the last few weeks and across our weekend, but only one of them can make it to the final of the calling here in Hamburg. Cindra, Trehet of Retribution, Verdance, Thorn of the Rose. The matchup typically is believed to be quite favored for Cindra from what most people believe, but we have seen Arthur do the impossible once already today.
And they were the two most represented decks in the tournament, I believe, starting on day one, and now they are two of the 4 heroes remaining. Almost impossible to predict.
I think I'm more interested in this game. That's a really bad way to put this. I'm interested in this game in general, but I'm more interested than I think I would be because we've heard so much about Kinga's slightly unconventional Cindra build. It's more blue-heavy, more defensively inclined typically, gives them an edge in the mirror, has way more resources to work with. I'm curious if that allows for some Arcane Barrier. I'm curious if that allows for additional tools in the matchup, or if it should just play in a way that I otherwise wouldn't expect.
Yeah, so these blues could be paid into Arcane Barrier if she wants to run cards like the Tide Flippers, which will be an Arcane Barrier 1 on the boots, which I think we might be expecting to see given that it's a relatively side grade in terms of what it can do for you in this matchup. It's still defensive, and it can still give go again to a finisher like a Lava Burst. But of course, maybe they just enable something like a 1-for-4 type of deck, and that could still be good against a Verdance. It could still turn into more mask triggers, whether that's mask triggers if she's running Mask Momentum. We'll have to see what she is running, but it's going to be interesting to see how that shakes up against Verdance.
I'm definitely going to have my eyes out specifically for Spreading Flames, which I think is a card that definitely shines significantly more in a deck with more blues to pitch to enable it. But I don't want to wait any longer, so let's get ourselves ready for the action. On one side of the game, it will be Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehet. On the other side, Danish national champion Kinga Piper. Looking forward to seeing how this game plays out. Verdance going first. Let's see how these players got here today. Arthur Trehet, of course, was our last undefeated player in the event. Took an incredible streak throughout the first day of competition through a variety of heroes. Got to pay attention there to round number 6. It's not the only Cindra he's managed to get through so far.
Of course, we know on day 2 we saw him beat Walter in the first round of the day, so that's a second Cindra win. One Cindra loss there in round 11 against Lukas, who was also in the top 8 at the end of the day. Also, Johannes also in the top 8. However, very good showing throughout the weekend for Arthur.
Got to pay real close attention to that round number 10. Johannes Klaus still live in this tournament, could be the undoing of Arthur Trehet. Let's take a look at the other side of things for Kinga Piper. Started off with a Cindra mirror, found multiple marionettes along the way. But again, surprising variety of heroes. In fact, 2 copies of Prism, not something I expected to see on this breakdown.
And Kinga doing the thing where you end up 6-2 after day 1. It's a stressful position to be in. It's very hard to make top 8 after that, but she managed to put it together, taking no losses today, coming in to the top 8.
Was the dream killer for George Roger there on Pleiades, but also several other British talents. Matthew Brown fell to Cindra. Francesco Giorgio lost the mirror there as well. And Sammy Wex, notorious Prism player there on Gravy this weekend, managed to come up just short at the hands of Kinga. Let's see which of these 2 players is capable of putting it together as we get this game underway. So we do see Tide Flippers available here. We also see 3 red cards being pitched away for Lay Up the Leaves. It feels like I'm home already.
Arthur laughs as he reaches into his bag to get his life pad ready and get set up for this game. It's still the right play. You get a couple points of damage in at the start of the game, and of course, you're just taking advantage of your turn 0. That Rootbound Carapace not necessarily doing so much in Arsenal with not a lot of Earth cards in the graveyard. So get rid of those reds, set up for the future, get a couple points of damage in this case 4, I believe, with 1 card pitched to AB. We do have confirmation on what the equipment suite is on the other side. Last time we saw this matchup, it was Mask of the Pouncing Lynx, but maybe with Kinga's 4-power blue 1-cost heavy list, Mask Momentum is more likely to hit. And of course, those Tide Flippers we talked about in the pregame, enabling her to actually be able to prevent some of the arcane.
We see Warmonger's Diplomacy being pitched away here to facilitate Kunai of Retribution to start things off. We'll see no blocks declared pretty quickly here from Arthur, happy to fall on down to 39 at the hands of the Kunai. To correct those life totals, of course, for the leaves that were lit on the first turn of the game. Enlightened Strike for 7, the follow-up here. Not a typical inclusion in Cindra either.
Yeah, not turning Mask on this turn, but not necessarily needing to. Happy with just getting these sort of awkward breakpoint damages to come in. Arthur checking whether Tide Flippers could give a card like E-Strike go again. Maybe not on this turn, but maybe down the line. But of course, know that card needs a base power of 2 or less to be able to give something go again. So not applicable to Enlighten Strike, but Arthur just having the thought triggered in his mind by having this E-Strike come in for 7 here.
It would have been quite the statement, I think, to start Arcane Barrier 1 and start the game by immediately breaking it to provide go again to a 2-power attack, and I'm kind of wishing it was possible. Instead, we will see 6 block declared here for Arthur Trehet. We'll see those daggers rebought, including that Claw of Viserikai for Kinga. Parks the remaining card in the arsenal. We go back over to Arthur, who will be playing Felling of the Crown here. 2 Earth cards available, courtesy of those early blocks. Just 4 points of power coming across, but disruption either way.
Now getting a little bit of an advantage for that really awkward turn 1. Having, of course, attacking with the Light Up the Leaves, or swinging, casting the Light Up the Leaves to deal a couple points of damage on turn 0, but also getting 1 Earth card into the graveyard. So Arthur knowing that maximizing those early Earth cards in graveyard will help enable these early Fellings of the Crown if he can draw it. And frankly, I think Arthur's pretty happy with how this is shaken up. He took 2 points of damage to some break points, got all the Earth cards and action cards he needed to into his graveyard, and Felling of the Crown perfectly with just 3 cards available.
Some cards we got to talk about here for Kinga. We see Kunai of Retribution from a blue Dragon Power being pitched, red Dragon Power in the yard. I think there's a Devotion Never Dies in the hand here for Kinga. This one phenomenal into Gravy Bones if you've never had the pleasure, but threatens to become a repeatable attacker if you manage to find a way to chain Draconic chain links together. There's also a copy of Command and Conquer in the arsenal, also not a card typically associated with Cindra.
No, the benefit of running these blues is you are able to play these cards like Command and Conquer, and of course Devotion Never Dies. Devotion Never Dies not going to be changed too many times this turn, of course, because it's not Draconic itself, so the first one has the on-hit where it will be able to be attacked attacked with a second time, but the second one won't have the same on-hit unless she can make it Draconic somehow. But, of course, that CNC is going to be very important. If you smell a D-React in Arsenal or a setup type D-React turn from Arthur, you can just take a half turn and just go straight dagger into CNC, blow up that defense reaction, or force Arthur into defensive stance. It's really good against these decks that are probably running 6 or 9 4-block defense reaction.
Even on value alone, this Kunai into Devotion would theoretically represent a 2-card 9 alongside a Flick Knives activation. Would be pretty incredible value gained from that selection. We see a selection of options available to Arthur Trehet, another Light Up the Leaves joined by Burn Bear. Never really want to see those two together in the same hand. Fruit of the Forest and Scour rounding out that hand. Seems like we're earning a block here from the Balance of Justice.
And this Devotion Never Dies with the dagger to lead, of course, creates a mask trigger of its own. So Kinga may be proving to the world that this bluer deck has some legs. Of course, there are trade-offs with having these blues. You can sometimes hit a lot of them together, and that makes you have to take a stumble. But Kinga probably having worked on this deck for so long since the Hunted release, and of course, proving it with a national championship win, means she's got those ratios right, and she's comfortable with the way she's going to be drawing.
We will see the resources. So Cindra Drakai of Retribution really wanted to get in the red zone there, personally, and instead will be swinging Claw of Viserikai. Was confused myself for a moment there as to exactly how desperately Cindra wanted it, but enough resources left flowing here, importantly, to buy back Kunai of Retribution with Cindra's ability. And of course, as you mentioned last time around, that Claw of Viserikai doesn't break when you choose to attack with it, so still sticking around here and having a full weapon suite available.
Trade-off doesn't break, but also doesn't have go again. But Kinga, of course, prioritizing getting a full weapon suite, like you say, therefore using the Blood Splattered Vest resource to both attack for 1, get a couple points of chip damage in, and buy those daggers back. Once again, we're in a game of death by 1,000 cuts, especially maybe with these 4-power, 1-cost cards that are going to be more in Kinga's deck, hinted at by the blue suite.
Light Up the Leaves is the choice here for Arthur once more. AB1, Spell Void 1 is the counter. Taking 4 here, falling down to 31 as the second big arcane effect comes in clutch. And we'll see, I believe, that Burn Bear parked away in the arsenal to enable Arthur to do so again in the near future. For now, we'll make our way back to Kinga. Has a 4-card suite to work with, including that arsenal. Will be time for that Command and Conquer, pitching away a Blood Runs Deep and an Ancestral Empowerment.
Of course, not afraid to pitch that one value Art of Dragon Flame down to the bottom of the deck just for AB. It might come back later. We could get this late with this bluer build of Kinga's Cindra list, and of course with Verdance comfortable going that late, but also knowing that she wasn't really doing this go wide turn anyways. She was just planning to throw the Command and Conquer. Happy with all this exchange of cards, continuing to delay the assault from either player.
2 cards on defense, including Ring of Roses there for Arthur Trehet. Will keep the arsenal safe for now. Keeps Pulsing Aether and a blue Aether twinning in the hand. It will be the Burn Bear we knew about, facilitated from the arsenal. Pulsing Aether going to be tucked away for later. We'll see a similar story here once again. No Claw of Vynnset this time, but AB1 is the name of the game with Art of the Dragon Blood. Kinga Piper falling to 26, but once again keeping 4 cards to work with to put their turn together.
Kinga understanding that the way this game ends poorly for them is by taking too much damage early and then ending up in that kill range. So even though those cards are only converting for 1, keeping that buffer above the 9 or 10 range, given that she has AB1, is quite important for the way she's going to approach it.
Spreading Flames to start the turn here, of course, pairing very well with Kunai of Retribution. But I do see another copy of Command and Conquer in the hand here for Kinga. Have to wonder if this is a bit of a bait and switch.
Maybe the spreading is just being played out as a semi-head jab. Art of Dragon Blood being pitched away sort of hints at the fact that Kinga has a second finisher, so maybe Arthur can stretch his expectations of this deck and see that a CNC's been played already and now adjust to maybe expecting a CNC in this spot as you might with 2 float.
Instead, we will see the most of Spreading Flames used after that initial block has been declared. Kunai of Retribution now coming in for 2 damage as a second Draconic Chain Link, and therefore makes itself just a little bit bigger. We see Scour and a pair of Fruits of the Forest in the hand here for Arthur, who's taking a moment just to remind themselves exactly how silly Spreading Flames can be.
And of course, that Command and Conquer is as good parked in the arsenal as it is played on this turn, maybe. So King is happy maybe to just get a decently sized turn, buy back that Spell Void dagger that has been saving her some life, and then arsenal that CNC for the next time it's relevant.
Let's see if we can peek at what else is next to it. Looks like a copy of Ignite to me, alongside that Command and Conquer here. So it does theoretically have the potential to grab back Claw of Vynnset and send it in. We do see that Stonewall Gauntlet immediately cashed in here to bring this chain back to normality. Ignite will be played here, gets the benefit of Spreading Flames as well. Unfortunately, Stonewall Gauntlet once again doing its best job to just sink this additional power and take care of it single-handedly.
Great read on throwing the Stonewall on this Spreading Flames turn. Of course, Kinga couldn't afford to break the chain and then come in with Ignite because she wouldn't be able to buy back those daggers.
Big fan of this decision. Blood-splattered Vest utilized to the maximum here. Gonna make 2 resources, close the chain, throw the Command and Conquer. So coming in for 6, Vest utilized to provide disruption and interaction immediately after pushing some significant damage.
I wonder if her plan was different before the Stonewall came out, and then once it did, she decided this is a good way to push through some damage in it, and get around you getting maximum value of that effect.
Arthur here stuck with a pair of 2 blocks in hand as well in the form of Fruits of the Forest. That's Scour. A 3 block, if requested, will buy more equipment or the entire hand if they would prefer to save that Pulsing Aether that's lying in their arsenal right now. Been a joy to watch this game navigated so far by King, and we do see Barkskin of the Millennium Tree earned here for next to no value. Just needs to blunt a single point of damage to prevent Command and Conquer from hitting.
And it's the 2-block version of it too, the 2-block use of it. So it's very little value extracted off of that bark skin.
We will see Pulsing Aether live deployed from the arsenal here. Just the Pulsing Aether mode activated to enable Waning Moon alongside it. Claw of Vynnset will continue doing as it does best. Blunts a point of damage from the Pulsing Aether. Waning Moon coming across here for 2 additional points. This time Kinga very willing not to pitch away any cards to Arcane Barrier. A hand that appears to be fully operational and aggressive.
The last couple times we've seen her do that, she's had multiple no-go-again cards to play. In this case, another Spreading Flames coming down, already throwing offense on this turn.
Blue copy of Exposed pitch to facilitate this turn. Spreading Flames, again, the marquee card for this powerful blue-centric version of Cindra. You're just so much more capable of leveraging Kunai of Retribution alongside this original all-star from Uprising, doing a pretty solid Art of War impression as the turn continues. We'll see that Kunai coming across, 2 more points of damage following the Spreading Flames. Arthur's Ham, we see a Plow Under at the front, willing to take that 2 points of damage from the Kunai, as Brand with Cinderclaw will keep things continuing here. Is a red copy, so slightly too large in order to facilitate an extra buff from Spreading Flames. Will demand some attention here from one of these defense reactions of Arthur's if we want to deny Mask of Momentum.
A lot of cards this could be for Kinga. I haven't been able to grab a picture of that final card, but I think the name looked a little bit long, so it has me thinking, could this be Wrath of Retribution on a Spreading Flames turn, which would be just beautiful with that Stonewall Gauntlet already gone. We saw it gain so much value, Stonewall Gauntlet, against the Wrath of Retribution turn in the first round of the day for Arthur Trehet. Not this time.
If Wrath of Retribution is the final card lurking in the hand for Kinga, we're going to see quite the explosion of damage. And we'll see Flick Knives here, keeping the Mask of Momentum chain going, as you would expect. Punches through the sink below with 1 point of damage, and we will see that final card is just a Brand with Cinderclaw. However, it's a little bit bigger. 4 points of damage will go again this time, threading Mask of Momentum. Unfortunately for Kinga, another defense reaction waiting in the wings here to circumvent their evasion. We'll rebuy the Claw of Vinserakai. Comes on in for 2 damage thanks to Spreading Flames. Not a bad little rate. Arthur happy to take that incidental damage as this turn comes to an end.
And of course, that claw sticking around thanks to its Spell Void Destruction effect instead of on attack or on attack delayed destruction effect. And so able to get maximum value out of that second Spreading Flames for sure on that turn.
Plow Under, not optimal here, but will decompose on behalf of Arthur Trehet. We'll just see 6 vanilla damage coming across despite the lack of arsenal here for Kinga.
Players clarifying the decompose count, the earth count in Arthur Trehet's banished zone. This is an important one just to come in for 6, just to be able to get to that 5 earth and hopefully soon that 8 earth the next time he can draw something like a Rootbound Carapace or maybe even, ideally for him, a Felling of the Crown.
Couple of copies to demonstrate Devotion available in hand here, but a non-functional one for Kinga. We'll see defense played by these cards just to buy a better window. No doubt going to park one of those powerful reds in the arsenal to try and set up for something a little bigger next time round. We do see Mentor Block, Emeritus Scolding, Rootbound Carapace, and Burn Bear once more here for Arthur Trehet.
Rootbound gearing up to be the card that turns Arthur online, unfortunately, in this spot. Kinga choosing to block a bunch and not attack. Arthur's kind of fine with this. This is a natural Burn Bear play, arsenal that Rootbound, and he'll be online soon. Burn Bear, obviously, as we know, a good card for Arthur's game plan here. Chip Kinga down towards the kill range, even though Kinga can get a couple more points of value out of the defense here.
We see Overcrowded playing defense by preventing that arcane damage. Multiple copies available. Going to see a second copy pitched away here to rebuy the Claw of Vinserakai and use it to prevent arcane damage once more. So a blue heavy hand here with multiple Overcrowded. It has to be used somewhat inefficiently, but does manage to prevent a little bit of extra damage in the process. We'll see Ignite emerging from the arsenal to start off Kinga's turn. 2 points of go again damage, 2 cards remaining in hand.
Somewhat inefficiently, and yet Arthur seemed still a little bit disappointed by the fact that Overcrowded was pitched to buy back that dagger. I think he knows his goal is to get her as low as possible, ideally towards 8 or 7 soon as possible. And even just 1 point of damage being bought, or prevention being bought back by Kinga, is frustrating for Arthur because it's stopping him from doing that.
A free copy of Kunai of Retribution, the follow-up to this Ignite. Cost, of course, reimbursed by that powerful Majestic. We see an interesting hand here once more for Arthur Trehet. Enlightened Strike, Autumn's Touch, Mental Block, and Felling of the Crown. Of course, that Rootbound Carapace lurking in the arsenal does allow Arthur the ability to go online, but may deny him the required decomposition fuel for the Felling if he chooses to do so. We'll see Kunai connect. 1 point coming across. And Display Loyalty is the follow-up here. Fealty Made will threaten Mask of Momentum.
Arthur never going to want to block on that one kunai earlier in the turn. So of course he's carrying it over for now. Maybe he'll start contemplating how many Earth are exactly in that grave here. Perhaps he has a better count than us, and he just knows that he's able to do both the Rootbound and the Felling of the Crown.
3 points of damage. Not the best target for your premium defense reaction either way. We're going to see Lion Strike pulled out to play defense here. More than happy to block 3 in the process. We'll see a flick of the kunai to keep the Mask of Momentum threat up and active. 1 more point of damage leaking on through here. We'll rebuy both daggers here as the chain closes, and we see Imperial Seal coming out of the arsenal here for Kinga. This one, a unique inclusion. Action, destroy this. Defense reactions cannot be played. If you are Royal, the next time you hit a hero, destroy all cards in their arsenal. Now, I need to be clear, that is a hit trigger. If you're unfamiliar with flick knives, that would count as a hit.
Yeah, of course. You could still respond to the hit of a Flick Knives or the activation of a Flick Knives with a defense reaction in Arsenal, if that happens to be what you're sitting on, which we happen to know Arthur is sitting on that. Of course, he's also forced, because of this non-attack action being played at the end of the turn, to sort of IP1 through this Felling of the Crown. He's also bottoming one of those cards, as Kinga does as well from this Felling of the Crown effect. Could have used Mental Block, the card that just went to the bottom, to prevent 1 point of damage from the flick, but of course didn't know that Kinga was following this up with just an Imperial Seal instead of some 0 for 4 or possibly even a Snatch. So Arthur playing it safe and paying 1 or 2 damage on account of that.
Felling of the Crown, a very dangerous card to stare down in this spot. Card stripped away from hand already. Kinga Piper sitting at 17 life as things stand. Will need to take a hit to keep the remaining 3 cards. Unfortunately, 17 minus 8 is a rather dangerous 9. Would leave Kinga rather susceptible to Burn Bear and Waning Moon if ever that Claw of Viscerakai is caught in the wrong spot.
Definitely can't afford to take the full. Oh, wow. She must have a hand. I'm excited to see what hand she's putting together here. Of course, she knows she's not exactly in kill range because she has access to Spell Void 1 and AV 1. So even going down to 9 by taking the full 8 doesn't mean she's going to die on this turn if Arthur happens to draw the spell. But it's still getting very low, not just for this turn, but for future turns. If she does take any damage, then she's setting herself up for a future death.
Imperial Seal activated here. Arthur taking a moment to make sure they understand exactly what may happen to them as this seal is active. Fealty token is cashed in to make Art of the Dragon Blood somewhat draconic. We do have to note the copy of Light Up the Leaves in the hand here for Arthur Trehet. So range is believable. Multiple Rootbound Carapace available to play defense as well. This Art of the Dragon threatening to take away the Rootbound Carapace in the arsenal alongside those Flick Knives, should Arthur choose not to respect it.
Of course, Art of the Dragon Blood maybe hinting at that high power turn that we think Kinga has, given that she decided to say no blocks against that Felling of the Crown, probably using all, well, maybe not all 3, but 2 of these discount effects of Art of the Dragon Blood to have some very potent offense and hopefully maybe a mask trigger from her point of view.
Well, you could have an instant.
She's certainly got to have something impressive here. So the damage goes through. Arthur allows it to happen. Rootbound Carapace will bite the dust, and we will see Blood Runs Deep throwing both daggers here. And Arthur, of course, going to take a moment to contemplate if they would like to respond while Claw of Viscerakai is absent.
Arthur staring down fair amount of damage this turn on account of the fact also that he has a second defense reaction which can't be played this turn. So he's got the one that he's already lost out of Arsenal from the effect of the Imperial Seal of Command that he couldn't play, and then now another one that is looking like a little bit of a dead card.
Defense reactions getting locked in place by Imperial Seal of Command. And Kinga Piper, she's trying to force through an impressive turn while those defensive capabilities are locked off. We'll see Blood Splattered Vest cashed in for 1 additional resource from those daggers connecting, and then 2 points of physical damage left to be respected, or otherwise from Arthur Trehet. That information now face up. Ancestral Empowerment. I'll go naked, says Kinga, as they try to dodge, light up the leaves. Does successfully do so, thanks to the resource curve in the hand for Arthur. Draws a fresh card.
We're still in the react step, right?
She also knows she's not naked there on account of the fact that she did have the blood-spattered resource from earlier in the chain link before the react step. So she was able to float that one, which could either pay for AB1 or buy back the Claw of Vynnset and keep her perfectly alive on one in that spot.
Still in the reaction step there. Activated Cindra, pulled back both daggers, used the throw dagger that was drawn from Ancestral Empowerment to flick another point of damage across and draw a fresh card for the trouble. Both players just confirming where life totals currently are. Seems like Blood runs deep, not currently being blocked, not currently threatening mass. We're going to see Balance of Justice cashed in here, thanks to Ancestral Empowerment and Throw Dagger drawing additional cards. Provide some extra context here for Arthur.
Could be very important if he's able to draw enough resources, as the Twining available in his hand could be an amp 1 on top of the normal 9 we see from this kill finisher.
We see Twining, we see Rootbound Carapace, we see Light Up the Leaves. I believe there's a Cadaverous Tilling in the hand there as well.
What color is that Rootbound?
It's yellow, I think. Everbloom Life is a blue here. So the Claw is available. AB1 is available. The target is 11, which as things stand is ever so slightly out of reach.
6 pitch available, plus if the Twining is discard for amp 1, so if Kinga passes to end, Arthur might be able to kill if he thinks that Kinga doesn't have a blue left over, but of course not willing to take that risk because AB2 could be used, one on the Waning Moon and one on the Burn Bear.
We'll see Everbloom Life played out here. Life will be gained, courtesy of that effect. Pulling Arthur back to 12. We'll see the Arcane prevented from Verdance's hero ability, courtesy of a red copy of Dragon Power.
And I like that he's doing this. First of all, this is turning on Waning Moon, but second of all, this is just making those awkward arcane pings that Kinga has a very tough time preventing if she doesn't draw blue. So maybe one of these will tick her down just closer to 6 or 7, which means that when Arthur sticks that Light of the Leaves into Arsenal, it's much closer to guaranteed, and he doesn't have to sort of take the question mark he would have had to on the last turn if he wanted to go for it.
Waning Moon active and online here. 2 more points of arcane damage coming across, threatening the life total of Kinga Piper. Pitches away Art of the Dragon Fire, and Claw of Vynnset is activated to prevent these points, and we will see Cadaverous Tilling as the follow-up. Action point remains. You see the shock in the face of Kinga Piper. Of course, Everbloom Life does have go again, so the turn will continue, and we know the final card in the hand here for Arthur is another copy of Light Up the Leaves. We're going to see blocks declared on Cadaverous Tilling for 8, trying to stay at that 9 points of life.
Once more this weekend, the concept of holding information for the last moment in the turn pays off in Flesh and Blood. Of course, Arthur knows there was go again.
Before you draw, I would like to so we see Enlightened Strike. It's going to be enough. Okay, Enlightened Strike. I thought for just a second we had too many reds, but this Sirens is a blue. Storm Strider's going to be popped here to leverage this hand. We do see 2 reds here in the hand for Arthur Trehet, but it should be enough to send 9 points of damage across. Light Up the Leaves into Waning Moon will lock up the game for the Pro Tour champion, who manages once again to fell Cindra, Drakai of Retribution.
If he's anything, he seems to be the Cindra killer. He was a draconic hero when he won the Pro Tour on Dromai, but now he's knocking down that Cindra deck, of course. 3-4 times this weekend. I think he's shown a very incredible job, also adapting to the different type of deck that we saw from Kinga here. Arthur understands how he has to adjust his game plan, and he does it on the fly perfectly in order to get the kill in there, in just at the last moment there against Kinga.
well, commiserations to Kinga. She played a fantastic game. I really enjoyed seeing that slightly different take on Cindra. Goes to show you the potency of having additional resources, having access to Arcane Barrier, and I was just really impressed by Spreading Flames, I think, all around, and just how good it can be in that deck.
Yeah, for sure. And Arthur prioritizing every point of damage he could get through because it was a kill right down to the wire, 9 against 9, exactly as it was. So those points of damage prevented with things like pitching a blue for overcrowded did end up mattering, but unfortunately not enough to get Kinga over the boundary. So well played for Arthur. Congratulations to him into the finals. Your pick is live.
Absolutely. Shall we see who waits on the other side of the bracket for
love.
Pro Tour champion Arthur Trehet? It will be Warre Sevens, somehow 4th in Swiss, at least 2nd in the tournament, might be 1st if they can fell Verdance, Dawn of the Roads.
We've seen so many great games from Warre this weekend. He's had some gas in the games we've seen on stream. And of course, traditionally, we have a mechanologist who is favored against Wizard in the tradition, in the history of Flesh and Blood. So we'll see whether Warre can close things out on account of that favorability, or if Arthur can show that he is the master of Verdance, and this is the deck to beat, and Arthur is the player to beat going into the World Championship. A lot more to see in this final still.
Remember, Arthur Trehet, battle-hardened Paris just last week, managed to fell that with the assistance of his team. Looking to claim another calling title here. I'm looking forward to seeing if they're capable of getting through the prowess of Dash.io and the mechanologist class. I think, more than anything else, I'm becoming less and less certain about what I'm supposed to play during ProQuest season. Hopefully you're not feeling quite the same way. ProQuest Yokohama is on the way. We're up and active. These events are live already as of October 4th, all the way through till November 9th. Your best way to join us in Japan for the next Pro Tour.
Pleiades, the marquee hero of the marketing here, and you said you would be representing her at the ProQuest, so hopefully you're able to bring her once, but of course there's so many other options and options that you love to represent, Dash.io and Verdance, of course. But great prizes to be won if you make the top 8 or the top 4 of your local ProQuest. Hopefully we'll both be able to pull that off of one of these heroes in the next couple weeks.
Yeah, I shouldn't really complain that all the heroes I enjoy are finding success, but here I am in the booth, not playing the games with them, so I guess I'm going to have a little bit of complaint equity in there one way or the other. Gem Pack 3 available for participation in your local ProQuest. Playmats to both the finalist and the winner. We've got some coveted promo cards we'll talk about in just a moment, and of course, that gold foil envelope for the winner. Top 8, top 4, definitely the points of conversation this season, as there is some incredible additional prize support.
Yeah, more use of this extended art, small text box card art that we've been seeing in these last couple sets. Of course, Swing Big, a brute staple. It's been hard to get since it was released many, many years ago, and Overcrowded, one of these new generic staple M's that we've seen printed in this last set, and we saw on camera win a game earlier today on offense, which is not necessarily how it's intended to be thrown, but very important cards to pick up and very cool ways to get them from the top 8 of the ProQuest.
Seeing these two together recently in some versions of our Reviled KO deck as well makes me wonder just how close we are to a full extended art micro text box deck over there. Plenty of options for the brand new hero out of Super Slam, especially if you can find success at the ProQuest level. It's going to be in Yokohama next year, but you can qualify right now. Find a ProQuest event near you and find a route to Japan. Looking forward to hopefully seeing you there. Well, maybe a little less than I'm looking forward to this final.
Yeah, this final will be a very exciting end to the weekend, and I think an exciting end to the story of the weekend, with Verdance making it to that last battle. It's been the hero to beat all weekend, and of course, up against an uphill battle against Dash.io, which is maybe one of the breakout stars of the weekend.
So will it be the insurmountable Arthur Trehet alongside his Earth Wizard of choice, or will it be the people's champion, the laughing, jovial nature of Warre Sevens on the breakout Dash.io? Only one way to find out. See you in a sec.
If you come on over here, we could be on the same side.
Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side. Same side, same side.
I'm here, breaking my neck, looking over my shoulder. Stepped into your skin, got me tripping over myself. Thinking I would say something, passing the time. If you come on over here, we could be on the same side. On the same side.
It has been the first ever calling in Germany. We've seen so many other firsts across the weekend. First standing ovation, extra turn on camera. First time I don't feel particularly confident in my PQ choices. And we will see a first place finisher at the end of this final. One match remaining of the calling here. Arthur Trehet on Verdance Dawn of the Rose. Incredible household name of a player on the hero of the format right now. On the other side, Warre Sevens, breakout deck of the weekend somewhat. Dash.io, been steamrolling opponents on camera all weekend. You got to flip a coin. Who are you picking?
I think I'm going for Warre. He was my backup pick earlier, and of course, I am in the top side of the bracket gamer today, or voter today. We're going to take a look at this bracket. I voted for Warre as my backup pick earlier. I just think Dio is a little bit favored into Wizards and therefore has the advantage, and I think he's got a little bit of the storyline on his side. I know Arthur, big name. Of course, we like to say that those people are the storybook heroes, and Arthur has won a storybook finals before, but this guy's just been such a joy to watch.
I understand the appeal, but I said it on day one. I said it on day two. I said it in the top 8. I said it in the top 4. You do not bet against Arthur Trehet. Won the Battle Hardened in Paris last week alongside their teammates and intends to add another notch to their belt, taking down this final. If someone's got to play the bad guy, it's going to be me. The Frenchman's taking down another calling. I love not agreeing with you, Gabe. It's like my favorite part of the weekend, how we constantly differ on opinions. But I have to admit, it's been a lot of fun to be in the booth with you so far this weekend. I hope you've enjoyed the show equal amounts.
It's been a great show. I've had a lot of fun watching all of the games from here. It's, very fun to play, but also very fun to cast, not just because this is a good time to spend with you, but because I get to see all of the wonderful games we've seen throughout this weekend, and hopefully one more stellar final game coming up between Arthur and Warre.
I couldn't hope for a better dance partner, so as long as you're ready, do you fancy one more?
Let's do it.
Down to the feature match we go for the finals of the calling here in Hamburg. On your left, the underdog, Warre Sevens in fourth, Dash.io on the right-hand side, the Frenchman, Pro Tour champion, and the titan of this feature match area, Arthur Trehet on Verdance Dawn of the Rose. Starting things off here a little ahead of time. We have Fruit of the Forest being discarded to enable some life gain alongside Heartbeat of Candlehold. Arthur going to be starting this game at a very healthy 45.
What a turn 0. Arthur, of course, getting pick of the turn order there because he's the higher seed. Choosing to go first, maybe because he can do stuff like this, but especially to deny the ability of Warre to develop something like a Tekla Pounder on turn 0. Arthur, though, finding 5 points of life gain to build on top of the built-in 4 health advantage from the Dash.io hero starting at 36. That's a big mountain to climb now for Warre.
T-Bone to start here. Does boost away a Fast and Furious. Unfortunately, no item found underneath, so no extra value from that counter. Stormstrider's moved out of the way just in time for a second copy of T-Bone. Will force one of these blocking pieces of equipment to be expended right now.
Naturally, I think Arthur's going to reach towards that balance of justice. It's the least cost to get rid of. I guess going for the Stonewall Gauntlet without a Teklo Pounder. You know what? Stonewall Gauntlet's kind of the same amount of block as Balance of Justice, maybe even less if we never get one of these buff cards like Penetration Script, Teklo Pounder on the board for Warre. Of course, Warre always able to break the chain between attacks as a mechanologist, so reaching the Stonewall Gauntlet, not wasting block value on this T-Bone itself.
We'll see Backup Protocol Red found on top of the deck here. Will come on into play, debating on the crank on this card by the looks of things. We'll pop a counter on the Symbiosis shot. That's definitely happening for sure, but currently a red T-Bone would be the only available option, and that Stormstriders would be back in the way before it comes to fruition. And so Warre happy to take a slower route here. Use dash, no crank on the Backup Protocol Red, and contemplate the best way to use that final card. I believe is a copy of Heist in the hand here, so could be used just to send damage alongside those two resources left floating, or could be parked in the arsenal to try and go a little bit bigger.
Yeah, of course, Heist gets stronger the more cards are available in Varre's Banish Zone. No items available there yet, so Heist not going to have an on-hit. Otherwise, it's just a 2 for 5 with boost, which is not exactly what Warre wants to be doing, throwing in damage this game.
Going to see Backup Protocol cashed in immediately with those resources. Going to rebuy the red T-Bone. Pop it back into the hand. We'll be intrigued here whether or not we are sending it. We certainly are. So 3 more damage coming across. Just looking to earn an additional card here from Arthur. Going to put those Stormstriders right back in the way where they belong. Interesting spot here for Arthur. Of course, dash already activated this turn, so no fear or threat of Boom Grenade from the top. Going to see that Shelter from the Storm soaking up the hit from T-Bone before Symbiosis shot squeaks on through to bring Arthur back to 43. We'll see that copy of, I believe, Heist parked away in the arsenal for later on. And we'll move our way back over to Arthur, who has a blue copy of Sirens of Safe Harbor in the hand alongside Pulsing Aether Life.
Warre trying to see as much of his deck as possible by boosting some of those cards away, even boosting that last T-Bone when he could have gotten that action point from the crank of the Backup Protocol. But he wants to get some of those items on top of deck and maybe into the Banish Zone as well.
Pulsing Aether here for Arcane presented. Waning Moon will send 2 more for the trouble. Warre not interested in preventing any of that damage for now. Has presented AB3 in the matchup, so it does have a reasonable amount of prevention and reach as the game goes on and life totals get lower. We'll immediately make our way back to the Mechanologist main, who will be pitching away a Boom Grenade to facilitate their turn. Looks like a pair of Zipper hits and a Fast and Furious in hand. Seems like that may indeed take the lead here instead.
And not a lot of pitch available on this turn, and that's probably why just taking all of that damage down. Having the Boom Grenade yellow, I think, is the resource card for the turn. He was reaching to pitch it for a Zipper hit earlier. So just trying to play aggressively, having access to some awkward cards that are hard to block with these 5s and 5s and 4s.
We'll see 5 go again on the red Zipper hit. Copy of BIOS update makes its way into the Banish Zone for now. Another fresh card on top of the deck to be peeked at by Warre. Will have to make a decision should they find an item to play. Will they be willing to activate Teklo Foundry Heart in this matchup? For now, Sink Below coming from the arsenal. Will pocket a card for later for Arthur. Refresh it with a new one. Finds a copy of Light Up the Leaves from the top of the deck there. 4 on 5 currently. Does mean 1 point leaking through. We do see Mental Block in the hand for Arthur Trehet. Will be discarded here to cover up that additional breakpoint. 1 point of prevention remaining and a Ponder token on the way.
Yeah, just an efficient way to cover up these breakpoint value type attacks that Dio is known for having. A lot of 5s and 4s. And of course, one of the ways that Dio can kill is just using that mental block. Or sorry, is using that breakpoint value to get some damage through, but not against this mental block from Arthur Trehet.
Warre having to re-evaluate the situation. Now the mental block prevention is floating in the air. How much do they wish to commit to an additional onslaught of damage here while that is available? We see they enter the tank in the wake of that mental block. 3 cards remaining in hand here for Arthur. We know about that Light Up the Leaves. I believe there's a Sink Below in there as well, if I'm not mistaken. So plenty of defensive options alive and well
Top of the deck was really giving Warre a reason to think whether it's because of what it is or because of what might be underneath it. But some thinking going on there and some humming and hawing over whether he's going to come in with his zipper hit right here.
Clearly a painful decision point. This is where I need that sponsored deck cam. Just take a peek at the top card of the deck again. It is null time zone coming off the top of the deck here. Arthur might well respond to this if they're worried about an instant speed interaction of choice. But this one, pretty potent in the matchup, tends to shut down a card like Rootbound Carapace, prevent those defense reactions from getting in the way of your onslaughts of damage. Let's see what Warre went with as their choice here.
Warre, think of the show. You got to write this on stream.
We'll find out in just a moment. Let's see what this looks like. I'm really hoping we can read this. It'll be really problematic if I don't know what it is. Does indeed look like Rootbound Carapace there. Very much what I expected to see from Null Time Zone. Multiple Verdance lists at this point playing yellow copies of the powerful Earth defense reaction as well. Means you are negating as many defense reactions as possible, forcing the opponent to brute force them into the arsenal if they want to continue with their overarching game plans. We will see Fast and Furious pitched away to boost this zipper hit in. Does lose a yellow zipper hit in the process. Coming in for 5, virtual 4, thanks to that mental block, will earn the second copy of Sink Below from Arthur's hand. Nice, clean, and efficient defenses. Mental block point does soak up 1 damage from the Symbiosis shot. 1 point managing to squeak its way through.
You raised an interesting question earlier of whether Warre will be willing to throw Tekla Foundry Heart to use 2 cards out of deck just to get 1 point of value, or 1 resource, I should say, in this sort of slower and grindier matchup. Of course, here choosing to pitch that red Fast and Furious to have it come again up on the second cycle and just throw that zipper hit with Go again, get a couple points of damage in off the Symbiosis shot and delay the game further. I think Warre is going to be very aware of what cards he's pitching, and therefore he's maybe valuing getting some of these yellows and reds to the second cycle instead of just a whole bunch of blues there. So throwing that Fast and Furious away, it probably will come back up, and it probably will help him put together one of those big last dash turns from Dash.io that we can see end the game with 1 big final combo turn. So Warre aware that that card's on bottom and now going to pitch a bunch of reds and yellows to AB as well. So definitely prioritizing power late in the game here.
We did see a Boom Grenade tucked away underneath that Fast and Furious. So if a pitch stack emerges, of course Spark of Genius, not essential to be played in this matchup. Could choose not to shuffle if you prefer and want to build a stack of exactly where those grenades are. We'll have to watch and wait as more powerful boost attacks make their way to the bottom from Arcane. Blue copy of Zipper Hit joining to fuel them, and a Teklo Pounder established to start breaking through the wall.
Yeah, Warre willing to play patiently. He's seen that Arthur isn't putting together these very big turns. It's usually been 6 or 8 from Arthur. It's dealt a fair amount of damage to Warre so far, but he's using this as an opportunity to buy time to make these really big Tekla Pounder 5-6 card hands available.
Heartbeat of Candlehold used proactively here to gain some additional life. Going to bolster the full total to 44, I should say, from Arthur Trehet here. And we do see that Rootbound Carapace in hand. If the arsenal cannot be cleared, it's going to be a little difficult to get it there, but it is in fact a copy of Autumn's Touch. Happy to be volleyed here as just straight damage. Get it out of the arsenal and away for 5 and park that Rootbound Carapace where it can be played regardless of null time zone.
Yeah, the biggest part of this turn is not just to get that Rootbound into Arsenal, but get that Autumn's Touch out of Arsenal. You don't want that sticking it up when you get a key card like maybe a Burn Bearer or a Light Up the Leaves that you're going to want to stick into Arsenal. From Arthur's side, choosing to hold on to, or to play that Heartbeat now instead of hold on to it for later in the game when he might hit it again, of course, because he just wants the life buffer that will stop Warre from killing him from something like 20 or 25, which Dio is very capable of doing on a big enough hand. So Arthur prioritizing life gain early on, already gained something like 10 life in this game.
We see Teklo Foundry Heart committed on defense. Null time zone ticks down. Pounder locked and ready. It'll be outpace, boosting a maximum velocity from the top of the deck. That's one we're going to have to watch. If Warre wants to break through the wall of Verdant Storm of the Rose, we will need at least a few copies of that powerful 10 power attack. Emeritus Scolding reached for on defense here, blocking 3 currently. Does have 3 damage leaking through, bringing Arthur Trehet back down to 41. We'll see what the follow-up is here from Warre. We see a Boom Grenade and a copy of Metex available in the hand.
Medex, of course, able to put that boom grenade into the arena, crank it to get an action point if you'd like, or not, and keep it around for the following turn without consuming your action point off of the play.
We'll see backup protocol red off the top of the deck here from Dash.io's ability. Pop it on into play. Believe we are cranking this one this time around. Make the extra action point. Symbiosis shot, of course, going to charge up a little bit as a result. We'll see the follow-up here. Will be that copy of Metex, boosting away Penetration Script, another very powerful tool against Verdance to increase the range of your average turn. Sadly lost to the Banished Zone this time around.
Yeah, not able to piece together a way in order to keep that in the game on the top of the deck or in the arena because he'd already activated Dash.io this turn. Bit sad to see the Penetration Script go, especially because Varre's deck seems to be built in order to take advantage of it. However, it's something that happens with the deck, and you have to adapt to the way that things line up. I'm intrigued by this Ring of Roses that Arthur has available in his hand. In our Cindra matchups that we've seen him play, he's prioritized blocking with it. He doesn't care about developing it, but so far on a turn where he's been able to block, he's been keeping it. So maybe this is one of those matchups where if he expects it to go towards sort of one of those big 5-6 card quote-unquote combo turns from Dash.io late in the game that's been set up with these pitched reds and yellows, then Ring of Roses will have the time to be able to get some real value for Arthur.
2 action points just confirmed there with the dice on the Dash.io hero ability after Metex blocked for 4 by Balance of Justice and Fruits of the Forest. We see that grenade in the hand here for Warre, looking to be pitched away to rebuy a attack action with backup protocol red, but considering how to continue the turn, maybe preferring to play out that grenade and try and build up an offense heading into the following turn cycle. You can see how important this choice is to Warre. I believe this is their first calling final, and therefore the best opportunity for them to make a name for themselves in the game of Flesh and Blood. So can't blame anyone for taking their time to reevaluate their choices, understand the matchup, especially in the face of a player like Arthur Trehet. We will see Heist from the Arsenal, I should say. We knew it was there. We saw it parked on turn number 1. And there is some rather intriguing items tucked away in the Banished Zone, least of all that Penetration Script.
Dash.io, one of these matchups where there's so many options that you can do on every turn. So, you know, here he was thinking of what to do with that pitched boom grenade. Of course, you could play it. Of course, you could fetch something with backup protocol. In this case, prioritizing getting that Heist with an on-hit after Arthur has already committed a lot of defense. Maybe thinking if he's trying to hold on to these cards, maybe that's why he blocked with that Balance of Justice. I want to throw this Heist down and get that Penetration Script back into play. Happy to have boosted it away with a couple copies of Heist and trying to sneak it into play on this turn in specific.
Good read, especially if there had been a Felling of the Crown on the other side. Lightly rewarded for that choice as Arthur falls to 37. Interesting fact about Warre Sevens. Tournament results, 18th at Pro Tour Singapore. An event Arthur Trehet had quite the impressive run at himself. Both these players no doubt met before, but no history prior to that. So either brand new to the game or recently started to take things seriously as a competitor. So happy to see them finding success in the finals of this calling here in Germany. We will see Rootbound Carapace still blocked off, I should say. Backup protocol red fetching Heist back to try again before it does expire.
I really like Varre's choice to go for the Heist play, taking a couple cards off of Arthur on the previous turn. If Arthur had not blocked that, then Heist would have hit and gotten Penetration Script into the game. However, he always has the opportunity then with that backup protocol continuing into the next turn. If there's 2 cards blocked, that means he has basically no downside pitching a yellow into turning it into that Heist from Warre. So well played, a pretty bimodal play. If Arthur does block, if Arthur doesn't block, Varre is happy either way. And as it turns out, he did block. He was able to get that Heist back, and now he's forcing another 2 cards out because that Penetration Script just represents too much damage coming out of the Banished Zone.
We will see Heist respected here by Shelter from the Storm. A boom grenade found on top of the deck by Warre Sevens. He's going to choose not to crank that one, not going to crank the second grenade either. Card parked in Arsenal, and this is the signpost. 1 counter remaining on that Teklo Pounder. 5 card hand to work with. No interaction from Arthur Trehet. green light for all the damage from Warre 7s.
And so cool to have done this after the Heist, which was a card that demanded a block out of Arthur, meaning that this is not a big 4 or 5 card hand coming back from Arthur at Warre. He's not paying with that much life, just 6 as it turns out here in order to set this up. I did see a maximum velocity in Warre's hand before he put it down. How many other boost cards are in there is the question of the hour.
You can see Warre 7s shaking as they pick their hand off the table. The grenades tick down. Is it time for fireworks? It is T-Bone to hit the table to start here. Boosts away a Pulse Wave Harpoon. 3 points of damage on this, courtesy of the Teklo Pounder. Does demand respect to avoid an explosive fate. And we see the hand here for Arthur Trehet does contain a Felling of the Crown and several blues. Going to be incentivized to keep those attacks if they intend to keep the pressure on against Dash.io here.
Of course, the T-Bone effect not that relevant here. You can just throw Storm Striders, but it's just the fact that it's 3, and Arthur not just thinking about this attack, but everything that's going to come after it. How much damage is he going to have to block? What cards are left available? Are there any tricks that Warre can play off the top of the deck? This is the turn that Arthur needs to block. Anything hits here that isn't the weapon, and it's 7 extra damage to Arthur's face.
Arthur fanning through the graveyard of Dash.io, refamiliarizing themselves with every step that has led to this moment. Picks the hand back up, Scour, Arcane Twining, Heartbeat of Candlehold, and Felling of the Crown. We see 7 additional damage lurking in the air, courtesy of those Boom Grenade. It will be that Storm Strider's picked up to facilitate the additional condition of T-Bone, while Arthur debates how to continue defending this first attack of the turn.
Warre also leaving himself with options. I think that's a blue zipper hit somewhere in his hand that he could have led with if he wanted to. So that blue zipper hit would have come up for 5 instead of 3 on the T-Bone, making this a more awkward breakpoint for Arthur to defend. But Warre deciding if I lead with the T-Bone and then I find an item off the top of the deck, I might be able to get an action point to play out the Cerebellum from my hand and get the draw from it. Continue to make a more offensively potent turn, maybe with the red cards coming off the top of the deck instead of blues. So Warre playing maybe the less offensively potent play thanks to the Teklo Pounder with the breakpoint value, but playing the flexible play here as the Dash.io player.
We see a clutch yellow copy of Rootbound Carapace emerge from the arsenal to enable this turn. It will be outpaced from the arsenal of Warre 7s. No equipment this time. 4. Go again. Give me 2 cards if you want to prevent the grenades.
So not going to be playing the Cerebellum Processor, but it's math on board. He will be able to play the 3rd boost card and the maximum velocity thanks to the Teklo Foundry Heart if he wants to. But Arthur not finding a convenient way to block this outpace and guarantee that he'll be able to block later down the turn means he's just going to take them now.
Explosion engaged, thankfully. Boom Grenade disappearing to Teklo Foundry Heart and not being found on top of the deck. If you're an Arthur Trehet fan, we'll see the blue zipper hit as the follow-up here. Spark of Genius, another one. Burned by the engine as we continue our pressure against Verdance Storm of the Rose. Now 26 life remaining to work through for our Mechanologist. And we know maximum velocity waiting in the hand. Goliath Gauntlet on the table. 2 extra points of damage here. A whopping 12 to be earned. And no doubt 2 cards at least on defense here if Arthur Trehet wants to continue felling the crown.
We talked about some of these 25 damage turns that Warre is able to put together on Dash.io. I mean, all Dash.ios are able to put together, but it just seems like Warre is so capable of putting together these big offensive hands. Of course, already a lot of damage pushed through here. 12 more coming in with maximum velocity, 6 of which will connect.
What was once a huge life disparity now favors Warre 7s, 18 to 17. As we make our way back to Arthur Trehet, who will return volley with a Felling of the Crown. The best possible 2-card response here for the Verdance deck. decompose some additional Earth cards away. Now 5 Earth cards in the Banished Zone for the Wizard. We'll force a card out of hand for our Mechanologist, and then demand some attention if Warre wants to remain safe from the arcane reach of Verdance.
Warre definitely going to have to do a bit of a think and plan this turn. Of course, as you mentioned, he can't afford to take too much damage after this Felling of the Crown because he'll put himself in kill range, but also he has the opportunity to either continue offensive potency on this turn, keeping some attacks, or maybe keep a way to play out that Teklo Pounder and then put that on board and set up a bigger 5-card hand, try to kill with it next. I think he bought him to blue. I don't think Teklo Pounder is developable anymore, but I could be wrong on that.
Pounder still in the hand here for Warre Sevens. Declares no blocks on Felling of the Crown. There is one mission statement, and it is get the game over. We're going to play a Teklo Core off the top of the deck here. I believe at the end of Arthur's turn. So we're going to turn that blue into a pseudo yellow, but open up the freedom to have an item played during the turn here on offense, hopefully finding another boom grenade in the process. It will be 0 to 60 to start. Fast and Furious found. No valid item for that Steam counter right now.
Yeah, that's a nifty little play. He plays out the Teklo Core. He's trading a blue for 2 value or 2 resources off the Teklo Core, but of course it's 1 gun counter, and as you mentioned, Dash.io still available on his turn. His resource curve only needs actually 1 on this turn with his 0 to 60 followed by an outpace, so 2 is plenty enough to pay for his turn plus any item he finds off the top of the deck.
We'll see sink below from the hand here from Arthur Trehet. We'll sink 1 Felling of the Crown because there is in fact 2 in the hand. Light up the leaves is the additional find next to a mental block. We see a second Teklo Core played from the top of the deck here. These are going to free up some resources for Warre to play safe and keep themselves healthy from Arcane Barrier. We'll see Symbiosis shot as the follow-up here. Going to save that red copy of Outpace for a future turn and try and go just a little bit wider.
Not just save that outpace, but also save a couple resources float in order to be able to prevent anything that Arthur might want to throw at the face here. If he had thrown that outpace, that would be 0 resources available. Maybe not kill range for Arthur, but definitely get him low range, which could be enough. So Arthur facing a decision here. Of course, he has that Felling, which could be a really good way to set up a kill, but in this case, the Felling would have to get rid of, or he would have to first block with a Light Up the Leaves, which is the way he gets the kill. So which one does he want to prioritize? Getting it, setting it up? Does he trust his deck to draw him another one? Having a bit of a think as he's attacking, getting attacked for 2 here.
No blocks declared. Arthur Trehet falling down to 15 to keep that full hand of action. And we'll see those 2 Teklo Cores and a maximum velocity Spark of Genius double pulse wave harpoon available for Warre Sevens. We'll make our way to Arthur Trehet, who is debating this Felling of the Crown. Debating just losing that Light Up the Leaves, putting it on the bottom of the deck with a Decompose just to continue interacting. Chooses no decomposition, just 8 damage. I would like to keep the card in my hand. And if you are Warre Sevens, the alarm bells have to be screaming at you.
I love this play. I was thinking of it just at the last second after the block had been decided. I was trying to understand why Arthur made this decision, and then I realized, oh, he doesn't have to decompose. With Warre on 10, 8 is a big enough number without the disruption. 8 is disruption because the life total, the kill threshold, is something around 6 to 9 when you have AB3. So Arthur throwing this 8, asking a massive question of his opponent already, setting up that kill in Arsenal. If Warre blocks a whole bunch, then doesn't matter. He's not going to kill him now. He'll be able to sit on that Light Up the Leaves in Arsenal until it is relevant. If he doesn't block, he's immediately got the kill shot.
Every red flag in Wraith is blaring and waving high. If you are a mechanologist enjoyer, Warre Sevens needs to solve the puzzle as how to remain alive in the face of Felling of the Crown and a very face-up 6 arcane effect that will be making its way into the arsenal for Arthur Trehet.
It's, I think, down to a lot of the life gain that Arthur had early. Warre has been doing a big turn, or some big turns in this game, got that one very big turn to bring Arthur back low, but Arthur has just gained so much life and got that 5 free points of value early in the game on turn 0 to keep him sort of in this comfortable threshold where he can afford to take damage to make some of these, let's call them greedier. I don't mean they're actually greedy. I mean they're greedy in terms of life having to be taken type of plays. And Arthur setting up the exact end game you want.
Warre in the blender, thankfully, just metaphorically. Difficult decision as to how to best block this. Gonna do the count, check the burn bears, check the leaves, understand, yes, in fact, that's fairly likely. Just one of each having been expended so far.
Also possibly taking a look at how many cards are there that amp. So what is the kill range? Does he seem to be playing a rampant growth in this matchup that he might be able to push that kill range to 10? Are there arcane twinings? If so, how many of them have already been blocked with? If I give Arthur full tempo to just say, okay, 4-card hand, 5-card hand kill, can he amp it up to 8 on the Light Up the Leaves, which would mean 3 coming over the top on Waning Moon, and that would be 11 for a kill shot.
Such a difficult bind here with Pulse Wave Harpoon, and Maximum Velocity. There is plenty of options on the aggressive, but you cannot just stare down a Felling of the Crown and pay no respect without taking some risks in the process. And we see our Dash.io player doing the math, tapping the cards, adding up the numbers, trying to find the best avenue.
Still
Stay
smiling.
alive. I love this. I'm so happy that our players are happy. It means the world to me that this feature match area has just played host to a menagerie of great games, great people, great moments, and ultimately a core memory for Warre Sevens as they continue to flesh out their flesh and blood career. It will be just spark of genius on defense. 5 taken, down to 5. Light Up the Leaves into the arsenal as Teklo Cores attempt to create resources. Let's see if Arthur's okay with that.
Yep.
We see Burn Bear, Everbloom Life, and a pair of Rootbound Carapace.
Not a lot of pitch thanks to that Burn Bear. That Burn Bear doesn't pitch for anything on this turn. So Arthur not looking at the ideal hand. Warre getting his 4 extra resources this turn means he's able to throw both an offensively potent turn and protect himself with his AB3 that's floating through.
Outpace is the start here for Warre Sevens. Remember that hand? Pulse Wave Harpoon, Maximum Velocity. If Teklo Foundry Heart is used, it is all possible. If Arthur Trehet begins to block, begins to blink, does not have the resources to threaten Light Up the Leaves, we might be in for an explosive finish.
Oh, how this draw has changed the game. Of course, we obviously still have Millennium, Barkskin of the Millennium Tree to add some defensive potency to Arthur's turn, but he can't use it on this chain link. He can only use it later on in the turn, thanks to Outpace's text, so he's not going to be able to necessarily play this here and then block 4 with the non-attack available in his hand later on.
No blocks declared. Rootbound Carapace red coming from the hand here. Going to decompose away these Felling of the Crowns to bolster its defense to 4, prevent any damage being taken from this copy of Outpace.
This does bring Verdance online. Not that I think it's hugely influential in this game with where we're going. This looks like we've only got a couple more tense turns, but if it does happen to get low but neither hero dead, this Verdance online ping, life gain pings, these could come into effect.
Pulse Wave Harpoon #1 will earn some information for Warre Sevens. We'll see 2 cards revealed. Believe the hand here. Red Rootbound Carapace, Burn Bear, and Everbloom Life for Arthur Trehet. So none of these cards will be taken away by this Pulse Wave Harpoon.
But importantly, Warre will know that he won't be able to be killed on this turn if he does the math on the resources. Of course, he doesn't know this because he doesn't know that that last card
Is
doesn't
Burn Bear.
pitch.
Correct. 4 points of damage coming across. Dash.io, of course, still unused. The threat of a Boom Grenade does have to be in the mind of Arthur Trehet as they navigate the blocks this turn. And you can see how quickly the body language of our Pro Tour champion has shifted from a position of comfort and control to one of panic and assessment.
An important thing to point out is that Arthur doesn't need necessarily to go for the full kill shot with the Waning Moon on the back end. If there are enough cards committed from Warre, if he only has 1 pitch remaining guaranteed on the entire turn, just the Light Up the Leaves could be lethal because he is on 5. So Warre has to play very carefully.
We will see Cerebellum Processor played from the top of the deck. It is cranked for an additional action point and a potential additional card draw. The activation will happen.
Arthur saying hold priority, but of course with 2 cards and 1 resource available, Warre is not dead yet, so he could still give himself the comfort he needs in his seat, not letting Arthur go off when he wants to draw that card.
1 action point remaining. Teklo Foundry Heart being reached for by our underdog of the event. It will be Blue Throttle. Another Cerebellum Processor making their way into the Banished Zone. 2 resources available. It is red 0 to 60 to continue the turn. Maximum velocity will be online.
Warre's goal is maximize damage while keeping at least 1 resource float so that he can live, or 2 resource float, I should say, so that he can live through any blast that Arthur might be able to hold on to. If he doesn't see Arthur commit enough cards to get off of the possible 6 power, he has to be very careful with what he fires on this turn.
Maximum velocity here. We know the card in hand is a red. If Arthur Trehet can read the situation and understands that there is only 1 resource between him and a calling trophy, he can fire the Stormstriders. He can light up the leaves and steal away this trophy, but he does not know. He cannot be sure. The final card in hand for Warre 7s could be anything. And if it is yellow or blue, it's a disaster. We're going to see Rootbound Carapace on the defense here to blunt damage. The safer route taken by Arthur here.
Arthur still has access to the play, of course, because he still has blue available in hand. Oh, no second pitch for the Stormstriders.
We'll see Pulse Wave Harpoon making its way into the arsenal here. With Light Up the Leaves, I believe, still in hand. Embodiment of Earth there. Going to appear. So Light Up the Leaves in the arsenal. Burn Bear, I should say, in the hand. We will see the Leaves alight. 6 Arcane here. 3 AB available.
Arthur just staying alive through that last turn. Throwing 6 here if Warre isn't able to get extra prevention. He's
It's 3 reds. It's 3 red cards pitched away for Arcane Barrier for Warre 7s. It's 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal, and a Burn Bear parked safely in the arsenal for Arthur Trehet. Teklo Core will trigger. The Stormstriders will be reached for. It is time to pitch Autumn's Touch, Burn Bear, and secure a calling title. It is Arthur Trehet, the Frenchman, dominating the room once more and becoming your champion here in Hamburg alongside Verdance, Thorn of the Rose.
huge smile from Warre as he realizes what's happening at the end of the game and he takes that loss. He knows he played his heart out. He knows he played towards his outs, and unfortunately his deck betrayed him on that very last turn, of course, drawing all of those reds. We saw Jacob Clements win a game on Verdance earlier today and then dance off the stream after he won that game, and now he dances on to celebrate his good friend Arthur Trehet as he wins the calling here in Hamburg in 2025.
At about 5, maybe 6 different points during that game, I thought different players had secured it. The maximum velocity had my heart in my mouth. The Light in the Leaves had my heart further up my mouth. I'm not sure where my heart is anymore. That was a rather strange game to follow, but a masterpiece by both players. I think you're right. That incidental life game at the start of the game, Heartbeat of Candlehold, Fruits of the Forest, just the difference maker in giving Arthur Trehet the room to breathe, establish these bigger turns, send Felling of the Crown, and safely hold on to those arcane effects to park into the arsenal. Let's take one final look at the story of Hamburg, our top 8 bracket through to the final. Walk me through it.
Arthur Trehet had a bit of a favorable matchup, I think an easy one in that quarterfinals, you could say, against a Guardian. That's where you want to be as a Wizard, of course. That's in the quarterfinals. He has a much harder one in the semifinals coming against the winner of that Cindra mirror. He was going to play a Cindra either way. He managed to take that down for the second time on stream this weekend. 2 different versions of Cindra, Arthur Trehet getting the best of them both times. We saw Warre dominate in the quarterfinals on Dash.io against the Fang. Fang had nothing to do in that game, and the Axilleas in the quarterfinals knocks out big name Brody Spurlock on Verdance, which is a matchup of the Wizards that I think Axilleas generally tends to be favored in. Then, unfortunately, Axilleas loses to the Dash.io, has a favorable matchup into Wizards in the semifinals, isn't able to punch his ticket to the finals. Warre punches his ticket, comes in hopeful that Dash.io is still favorable into Wizards, and as we just watched, not able to close the dart. Arthur, king of the world right now, jumping up towards, I think, 3rd now in the EU Player of the Year for sure. I would like to see that. I'm not sure, but oh my gosh, Arthur Trehet on a GOAT run right now. I think this guy's a name to watch not just at the World Championship, but throughout the next couple years.
I mean, mostly for your own benefit, right? If you're going to watch long games of Flash, you want to get better at a card game like this, there are very few players that are worth watching, quite like Arthur Trehet. I can't believe there are multiple names that are on unseen runs. We're seeing Jacob Clements, we're seeing Arthur Trehet, we're seeing all of this variety continue to run at Player of the Year, constantly win events. It's a game of skill. We're not in Germany by chance, and that's because these same players are succeeding time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. And Arthur just showing his stamp is on this format. His stamp is on this game. He's a Pro Tour champion, but he was the guy to put Verdance on the map a couple months ago at the start of this year, and he continues to represent it. He continues to show off just how strong it is. I think Verdance best deck right now going into the World Championship and the lead up to the World Championship. Of course, we've got a whole bunch of other strong decks available. Cindra Gravy, Warre put on a great show with Dash.io as maybe a response to the Wizards at the top tables and a response to the Gravy, but there's anything right now. You could play anything.
It's pretty impressive stuff. If you're sick of seeing the same big names at the top tables, you got to get out here to a calling near you and find one. If you're not so lucky, don't so worry. There will be plenty of coverage coming to you very soon. World Tour in Houston coming up on October 17th through to 19th. World Tour in Sydney, calling there alongside a living legend, Balázs, on the road to the World Championship in Philadelphia on November 13th.
A lot of the players in this room, especially in this top 8, will probably be there in Philadelphia, and it's definitely going to be a tournament to watch just like this one was.
Can't wait for the action. If you're in Houston, Living Legend is the name of the game. It'll be Sam and Sam taking care of you over there. 2 experts of the format and 2 lovely individuals to boot.
Definitely a lot to learn from that matchup. We've seen a lot about the about the classic constructed format both last week in Shizuoka and this week in Hamburg, but now we have to shift our attention to Living Legend in Houston and several other Battle Hardens afterwards as we go towards the World Championship in Philadelphia. After that, we've got the calling in Sydney, the last calling before the World Championship, a very important event both for the Battle Hardened LL, of course, but for the classic constructed calling that's going to set the scene. 2 great casters, good friend of mine, Hayden Dale, and Matt Brandwood as well, giving us the stream from over in Australia. Going to be great to see what they can put together and what the players in the Asia-Pacific region can come up with.
Will be a stellar broadcast. If you're hopping along at home for the World Championship in Philadelphia, there are 5 of us taking care of you for the biggest event of the year. The calmest, most definitive voice in Flesh and Blood is Pankaj Biswani. Of course, your coverage producer at LSS, Sam O'Byrne, lead game designer, an incredible TCG mind, Brian Gottlieb, award-winning play-by-play shoutcaster, Uber Shouts, and me. I'm there for some reason, and I'm really happy about it.
You like to talk yourself down, but you're very well deserved to be there. One of the best casters on the scene, and I'm so excited to watch, well, back, because I'll hopefully be playing enough of the games that I don't have to watch you live that weekend. But it's going to be a great weekend of fun, a great cast for anyone who isn't able to make it to Philadelphia, and just a great weekend overall.
It's going to be something incredibly special. Gabe, thank you. You've been an incredible partner in the booth this weekend. Is there anything you want to say to the folks before I replace you with a winner for an interview?
Well, I want to watch that interview, so I'm going to get out of here as fast as possible. But of course, thank you, Scott, for casting alongside me. Thank you to everyone for watching along. This has been a great weekend, and I'm looking forward to doing more of it.
Sounds like a plan to me. Stay tuned. Arthur Trehet in the booth. Just a moment.
Same side, same side, same side.
It might have been our first calling here in Germany, but our winner, not the first time of doing that, is it? Arthur, welcome to the booth. Congratulations on a calling victory.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, it was my first calling victory. So I'm pretty happy.
Winning a Pro Tour first. I mean, who does it in that order? But hey, what can I say? One way or the other. Happy to finally have the trophy on your mantelpiece, I imagine. Happy to see it next to you in the shot as well. There we go. Beautiful stuff. So Verdance, one of the rows, a deck you're kind of known for playing at this point, I think, one way or the other. Is it more of a comfort pick for you now, or do you truly believe it's still the best deck in the format?
It is definitely a comfort pick, but I also thought it was the best deck to bring here. My team also believed me, by the way. Like the armory was was playing a lot of Verdance, and I think it worked out pretty well. For instance, Brody also had we had the same 80, and he also made top 8. And also Jacob and Bartosz had really good results, and so I think Verdance was a great pick. Yeah,
looks like it to me. So was the meta game you walked into kind of what you expected to see on the day for the calling?
Pretty much, yeah. I was expecting a lot of Cindras, a decent amount of Gravy as well. I managed to dodge them, so I'm happy about that because I still think that the matchup is not very good. Winnable, but not very good. And apart from that, like a lot of Verdances and Cindras. I was expecting that,
yeah. Sounds good to me. Did you have any matches throughout the weekend that were particular standouts, particular highlights for you that you want to share some of those moments from with us, or was it all just easy sailing for you?
No, it was not easy sailing. I think yesterday I had a pretty good variance with me. Today it was a bit more rough. Like my first games didn't go that well. I went 1-2, and then the fourth game I was against the Dio, and it was I got really scared because I barely fatigued them, but I was on 2 life, and it was a really tough one. I was very scared and stressed. Otherwise, also on the first day, I had a game against a Dorinthea. I thought was a very good matchup, but he pushed me to the limits also. He was very close.
Okay.
So I was pretty impressed, yeah.
Well, maybe Dorinthea are a deck worth watching for that ProQuest season if you're looking to find a way to beat Verdance. I assume you're going to be joining us at the World Championship in Philadelphia in about 6 weeks?
Yes.
Still looking at Verdance for that, or are we going to reassess moving forward?
I mean, she looks good, but we'll see if the meta evolves maybe. Also, if we find answers to the pick, of course. And maybe, I think the ban announcement is like 2 weeks before. So maybe there will be something, I don't know.
Have you had much of a chance to look at Living Legend yet at all for that event?
A little bit, but not much. Yesterday, we tried with Evan, who didn't qualify, sadly, for the day 2 of the calling. So we tried over a chain deck, because he wanted to play the Battle Harden. And so he played it for the first time today, and I think he made top 8. I couldn't watch, but I heard his name. Okay. I think he made top 8. And so yeah, I've watched a bit. I was interested in Chain because it looks pretty good with a new unban.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Pretty fun deck all round. Okay, Chain one to watch as we make our way into Philly as well. Is there anyone in particular you wanted to shout out, say thank you to for any reason at all? Yeah, of course. Shout out to my friends, my French friends who came with me. Evan, who was with me, Enki, Pudzi, a lot of people, of course. And then also shout out to my team, the Armory. Bartosz helped me a lot to sideboard. To finalize the deck list, because one day, like when I arrived on Friday, I was not planning on playing the potions, and then he told me, bro, you should play the potions for the mirror, and I was like, are you sure we need them? We played one game, he destroyed me with the potions. I was like, okay, now I put the potions in. So thanks to him, a huge thanks to him. Hey, sometimes it's a blessing in disguise when you get crushed in playtesting. So we'll take those one way or the other. But huge congratulations. Happy to see a calling finally added to the long list of accolades you're racking up. A win in Paris last weekend as well. So pretty good streak for you right now. Hopefully it continues on the way into the World Championship. I'll keep my fingers crossed for you one way or the other. But been a pleasure to have you. Huge congratulations. Thanks for joining us in the booth for an interview. This has been The Calling in Hamburg. That's been Arthur Trehet. Pleasure to have you. I've been HowlingMines. You've been amazing. Take care, and we'll see you again very soon.